Volume 3. Chapter 201, Assassinating the Strategist. Chapter 201, Assassinating the Strategist. The strategist looked at the direction Xiang Shaolong was pointing at, but saw nothing. The light is so dazzling. How mysterious. The strategist figured that he must have missed something. He naturally had to take a closer look since the beauty was so enamored by this mysterious object. Unexpectedly, a dark figure suddenly rushed out from the shadows. The dark figure was swift, but his sword swifter. The strategist's reaction was quick enough for him to pull out his weapon and deflect the sword, but he never expected that there would be another person behind him as well. He took a palm strike to his back just as he deflected the sword coming at his front. It was a lethal blow, shattering the arteries to his heart immediately. He didn't even have enough time to scream before blood spilled from his mouth, dying without a sound. Xiang Shaolong was shocked. Why would they murder him in cold blood like that? She only wanted them to knock him out so they could escape. It never crossed her mind that things would end so violently. She knew from past experience that she would now have to resist the urge to pass out no matter what. She placed one hand on her chest, using the other to hold on to Yu Kuang. He lifted her onto his back and carried her out of the army camp under the cover of the night sky. The three of them had snuck into the enemy camp and murdered someone without even being detected. They were very lucky not to have met with misfortune. If Xiang Shaolong hadn't bewitched the strategist, or if they had hesitated about killing him for even a second, then they might not have been able to escape from the enemy camp in one piece. All three were surprised that they'd come out of this unscathed. Xiang Shaolong then proceeded to faint immediately after arriving at their hiding place. She remained unconscious for quite some time before she finally woke up. The symptoms for my blood phobia is so inconvenient. This is a war zone. I can't afford to faint all the time, alright? She never had this problem in modern times. Xiang Shaolong furrowed her brows and spoke to Quan, hand me a dead chicken. But you faint at the sight of blood. Song Jiaoyue said while creasing his forehead. I cannot afford to have this fear anymore. How am I supposed to save the prince if I keep fainting all the time? My body wouldn't be able to take it. Xiang Shaolong was beginning to hate her physique of a female supporting character. Song Jiaoyue held onto her arm and said, no need to hurry. You should rest for now. Try to think of a way to defeat the chained horses formation first. Didn't you come all the way here to solve this issue in the first place? Yes. But I've already come up with a plan. So quickly? Yes. But I need to enter the city. There's likely no way for us to defeat the formation with just us. But how are they supposed to enter the city? There were enemy troops stationed all around the city walls, and the gates were tightly shut. They wouldn't open the city gates without proper reason. This was the first issue they had to tackle. Yu Kuang thought for a moment. I can go in by myself. Write anything you have to say on a letter. I will bring your message to them. This is no time for joking. The city walls are tall beyond measure. The enemy will surely unleash their arrows upon you if they see you trying to scale the walls. I'm afraid that you'd be in danger then. We can do something to create a distraction so that the enemy wouldn't notice him. Let's kick up a storm in the opposite direction to help him sneak in. Xiang Shaolong immediately suggested. It was an acceptable reaction from a lady who grew up watching period war films. However, for Song Jiaoyue and Yu Kuang, those were incomparably shocking words. Normally, the highest achievement for a concubine from the rear court would be to give birth to a son. But this lady could actually deliver advice for a battlefield strategy, and a good suggestion at that too. Things weren't as simple as they looked. You? How do you know about all these things? I've read some books. Xiang Shaolong said with a straight face. Surprisingly, everyone was fine with her reason. Song Jiaoyue opened his mouth. He'd read many books too, alright? You've read military books? I have. Xiang Shaolong had indeed read military books before. She wasn't lying. Song Jiaoyue looked up into the sky. As expected of a person born in a family of scholars. There are all sorts of books in the world. Then that's what we'll do. Yu Kuang didn't have that many worries. He agreed to the plan without any hesitation. Song Jiaoyue had no choice. His thoughts were now focused on thinking of a way to draw the enemy's attention. However, Xiang Shaolong had already come up with a plan. She first wrote a letter to Long Hung detailing the method to defeat the chained horses formation. She took a long time to write the letter because she was trying to be as thorough as possible. Song Jiaoyue didn't dare to check the contents of the letter because he thought that she'd been writing sentimental words of love to Long Hung. He was morosely sitting in a corner with a sad look on his face. However, Bai Xiangxiu immediately asked him to check the contents of the letter when she was done. Sir Song, can you take a look? Tell me if I missed anything important. Have me take a look? Is it really okay for me to read her love letter? But he was taken aback when he read the contents of the letter. For a woman, Bai Xiangxiu's letter was surprisingly detailed and straight to the point. There wasn't even one line of sentiment in it. The entire letter only contained straightforward, formulaic training instructions, the training method for a troop armed with sickles, and how they were supposed to kill the war horses by letting the horses from the back trample the horses in the front to death, etc., etc. This love letter had no love in it at all, just pure violence. Her letter was so detailed and easy to understand that he couldn't help but praise her. This is a good idea. No, a great idea. How did you come up with this? Not only will your idea help defeat the chained horses formation, it will also greatly affect the enemy's morale. His eyes lit up. He no longer viewed Bai Xiangxiu as the kind of girl from the rear court that needed to be protected all the time. At the same time, he also realized why she dared seduce him in the past even though she was just a concubine. She was actually someone who knew precisely what she wanted and how to get her hands on it. Since he'd rejected her, she hadn't dwelled on it for too long and had given up on him. She'd courageously get back onto her feet even when she was sad. For some reason, this made Bai Xiangxiu look even more dazzling to Song Jiaoyue. He was satisfied to just be standing by her side. Have you finished reading the letter? Bai Xiangxiu thought that she'd made a mistake or something. Why else would he stare at the letter for so long? It's very well written. Long Hong will be elated when he reads this. He'll be elated that he has a girl like you by his side. It'd be better if you were his wife instead of just a concubine. The position of a lowly concubine does not suit a woman like you. Bai Xiangxiu was extremely happy when she heard his feedback. She immediately handed the letter over to Yu Kuang. I'd planned for us to make our move after I'd gotten a little more used to things, but since you can make it over the wall by yourself, I can save the effort of using the chicken. Let's use the enemy. What do you mean? Song Jiaoyue asked while smiling. He could see the confidence in her eyes. She must have come up with a way to distract the enemy. Bai Xiangxiu pointed at Quan. Quan, tie a very big tree branch to the back of a horse and ride around the front of the enemy camp later. Try to make it look like there's a lot of people over there waiting in ambush. As for Sir Song, you can handle a bow and arrow, right? Yes. For some reason, Song Jiaoyue was burning with eagerness. I want you to dip a cloth in oil and shoot it at the enemy camp to set it on fire. The enemy is surely in a panic right now because their strategist was assassinated. They'll be on high alert if we attack them now, and they'll surely think that an attack is coming. Once we gain their attention, Yu Quan will be able to make it into the city safely. Song Jiaoyue nodded his head over and over again as he listened to Bai Xiangxiu's plan. We must make our move immediately. They might already be on guard if we choose to make our move tomorrow night. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, A Battle of Wits and Courage. Chapter 202, A Battle of Wits and Courage. All right. She hadn't thought that they would enact the plan so quickly. Normally, they'd have waited another day or so, but Bai Xiangxiu had covered all the contingencies, so everyone began to prepare. They stayed busy until late into the night. Quan managed to grab some time to roast the chicken, and divided it amongst everyone. Although it wasn't entirely filling, it still imparted some strength to them. Bai Xiangxiu was in charge of tying the kerosene-soaked rags while Yu Kuang changed into his nightsuit. He almost seemed to disappear into the night when clad in all black. If he stood unmoving in the shadows, it was impossible to detect him. Bai Xiangxiu was stunned by what she saw. She was finally reminded that Yu Kuang really was someone in the Wulin. His particular demeanor was something that Long Hong and Song Jiaoyue would never be able to emulate. If she had to describe Yu Kuang's current aura into a metaphor, he was an assassin in a game, always ready to conceal himself after killing someone. It was very late at night by the time they'd finished preparations, but their taut nerves suppressed any tiredness they felt. On the other hand, the enemy camp had started to show signs of disorder, but not the large reaction one would expect. Song Jiaoyue remarked, "They're hiding what happened to the strategist because they're afraid of affecting morale." Then let's let them know. Can we shoot an arrow into the stables? It'd be best if we burned the feed. We can't. Song Jiaoyue said with a heavy heart. He knew he was letting down Bai Xiangxiu. Indeed, she sighed, then just shoot into the outskirts of the camp. Song Jiaoyue nodded and decided to shoot as far as he could. The saying that work wasn't tiring when men and women worked together was quite true. Song Jiaoyue's archery skill reached another level with the woman he liked by his side, and he somehow ended up sending the arrow near the feed. Although he didn't hit his target, the fire swiftly spread in that direction. Bai Xiangxiu clapped his shoulder happily. Amazing! You were too humble just now. Song Jiaoyue smiled ruefully. Will be discovered here soon, be prepared to escape. Understood. Bai Xiangxiu didn't remain idle either. She picked up another bow and arrows. Although she couldn't shoot far, every extra effort was something. This would make the enemy think that there were many archers. Song Jiaoyue shot 3 arrows with each pull, and Bai Xiangxiu split her time between shooting and setting his arrows on fire. The two of them worked together well and shot out a dozen arrows in a quick blink of an eye. Because the enemy was putting the fire out as quickly as they could, it didn't burn that hotly. But they soon had other priorities when Quan made his move as well. He could see the clouds of smoke as he ran around dragging a branch, but from the enemy camp, the tiny dust cloud looked like an ambush on the way. Whether it was an ambush or an open attack, the enemy had no choice but to ready themselves. They were, however, still able to send a small contingent over to kill the archers. Song Jiaoyue hurriedly took Bai Xiangxiu away with him before they discovered the two. They ended up huddling together in the cramped quarters of a hiding spot they'd previously picked out. As for Quan, he had his own methods of escaping since he was so familiar with the terrain. It was difficult for the enemy to catch him even if they wanted to. The most important is Yu Kuang. I hope he makes it into the city. Bai Xiangxiu's thoughts finally returned to this after going in circles, and discovered she was curled up in Song Jiaoyue's embrace. My apologies. That's fine. It's more cramped here. She really smells so good, there's a milky scent to her that's completely different from all other women. There seems to be a sort of magic to this fragrance that makes me want to get closer to her. The two wanted to hide for a bit before escaping, but the enemy kept sending people to search the forest when they realized that they had fallen into a trap. A spear even came close stabbing them once. Song Jiaoyue kept holding and comforting her. This made Bai Xiangxiu feel very conflicted. She wanted to turn away, but she was frightened, yet she knew that she couldn't depend on him like this. She started struggling a bit, but the other only tightened his grasp. Don't run from me, it's just today, just today. Bai Xiangxiu actually had no way to avoid him. She felt that something frightening would happen if she tried too hard to evade him. Her instincts were correct. Song Jiaoyue was currently too worked up. If she had really pushed him too far, he didn't himself know what he would do. But since she wasn't moving, the two quickly calmed down. Song Jiaoyue felt that he had been purified by her dependence. He gently released her away when he'd calmed down. I haven't heard anything from outside for a while. Let's go. Bai Xiangxiu nodded and shifted her body to clamber out. Song Jiaoyue laughed ruefully. It looked he would never be able to walk into her heart again. Let's find Quan first. However, they didn't make it out far before being ambushed. Song Jiaoyue would have been able to handle it had it been just the army, but the attackers used a poison mist in their attack. Plunk. Bai Xiangxiu took the lead in falling over. Song Jiaoyue's internal force was strong enough to keep him from fainting immediately, but he didn't have time to save the girl. As he saw the enemy close in, he knew that there would be no one to rescue Bai Xiangxiu if he was captured as well, so he fled the scene. He even suffered a few light injuries on his way out because of the effects from the poison mist. Bai Xiangxiu was brought back to the enemy camp because she was dressed as a man, and hauled up to the commander-in-chief. Dump water over him. Understood. Whoosh. A pail of cold water was upended over Bai Xiangxiu's head, and she slowly regained her senses. She raised her head blearily to discover that even if she disregarded the fact that she was tied up, it wouldn't be easy to escape when she was surrounded on all sides. To think that I'd still be captured in the end. Although, Bai Xiangxiu wasn't terribly concerned. It was just dying. She might even be able to make it back to the modern world that way. After comforting herself, she was no longer afraid. She sat up straight, her hair flung behind her while she put her clothes in order. She definitely wouldn't kneel to these captors. A woman? The general immediately saw through her identity. It was impossible to hide her figure after she'd been drenched in water. So what if I am? The enemy would be able to tell what she was even if she didn't admit to it, so why not just admit to things? To think that a woman would dare do something like this. Where are your companions hiding? Are you Long Hang's people? We're but citizens of Shu County. We naturally need to stop you from trying to attack our homes. What does that have to do with Princely? Everyone is responsible in loving and protecting our country. What lofty sentiments. The general walked up to her and suddenly asked coldly, "Did you kill the strategist?" So what if I did, and what if I didn't? Bai Xiangxiu had thrown all caution to the wind as she looked up at the general. She wished that he would just kill her and get it over with. But the longer she looked at him, the more surprised she was. Why did he seem familiar? She frowned. His face might be handsome, but she didn't like it. At that moment, the general pulled out his blade and placed it on her neck, fury written across his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, A Battle of Wits and Courage. Chapter 202, A Battle of Wits and Courage. All right. She hadn't thought that they would enact the plan so quickly. Normally, they'd have waited another day or so, but Bai Xiangxiu had covered all the contingencies, so everyone began to prepare. They stayed busy until late into the night. Quan managed to grab some time to roast the chicken, and divided it amongst everyone. Although it wasn't entirely filling, it still imparted some strength to them. Bai Xiangxiu was in charge of tying the kerosene-soaked rags while Yu Kuang changed into his nightsuit. He almost seemed to disappear into the night when clad in all black. If he stood unmoving in the shadows, it was impossible to detect him. Bai Xiangxiu was stunned by what she saw. She was finally reminded that Yu Kuang really was someone in the Wulin. His particular demeanor was something that Long Hong and Song Jiaoyue would never be able to emulate. If she had to describe Yu Kuang's current aura into a metaphor, he was an assassin in a game, always ready to conceal himself after killing someone. It was very late at night by the time they'd finished preparations, but their taut nerves suppressed any tiredness they felt. On the other hand, the enemy camp had started to show signs of disorder, but not the large reaction one would expect. Song Jiaoyue remarked, "They're hiding what happened to the strategist because they're afraid of affecting morale." Then let's let them know. Can we shoot an arrow into the stables? It'd be best if we burned the feed. We can't. Song Jiaoyue said with a heavy heart. He knew he was letting down Bai Xiangxiu. Indeed, she sighed, then just shoot into the outskirts of the camp. Song Jiaoyue nodded and decided to shoot as far as he could. The saying that work wasn't tiring when men and women worked together was quite true. Song Jiaoyue's archery skill reached another level with the woman he liked by his side, and he somehow ended up sending the arrow near the feed. Although he didn't hit his target, the fire swiftly spread in that direction. Bai Xiangxiu clapped his shoulder happily. Amazing. You were too humble just now. Song Jiaoyue smiled ruefully. We'll be discovered here soon, be prepared to escape. Understood. Bai Xiangxiu didn't remain idle either. She picked up another bow and arrows. Although she couldn't shoot far, every extra effort was something. This would make the enemy think that there were many archers. Song Jiaoyue shot 3 arrows with each pull, and Bai Xiangxiu split her time between shooting and setting his arrows on fire. The two of them worked together well and shot out a dozen arrows in a quick blink of an eye. Because the enemy was putting the fire out as quickly as they could, it didn't burn that hotly. But they soon had other priorities when Quan made his move as well. He could see the clouds of smoke as he ran around dragging a branch, but from the enemy camp, the tiny dust cloud looked like an ambush on the way. Whether it was an ambush or an open attack, the enemy had no choice but to ready themselves. They were, however, still able to send a small contingent over to kill the archers. Song Jiaoyue hurriedly took Bai Xiangxiu away with him before they discovered the two. They ended up huddling together in the cramped quarters of a hiding spot they'd previously picked out. As for Quan, he had his own methods of escaping since he was so familiar with the terrain. It was difficult for the enemy to catch him even if they wanted to. The most important is Yu Kuang. I hope he makes it into the city. Bai Xiangxiu's thoughts finally returned to this after going in circles, and discovered she was curled up in Song Jiaoyue's embrace. My apologies. That's fine. It's more cramped here. She really smells so good, there's a milky scent to her that's completely different from all other women. There seems to be a sort of magic to this fragrance that makes me want to get closer to her. The two wanted to hide for a bit before escaping, but the enemy kept sending people to search the forest when they realized that they had fallen into a trap. A spear even came close stabbing them once. Song Jiaoyue kept holding and comforting her. This made Bai Xiangxiu feel very conflicted. She wanted to turn away, but she was frightened, yet she knew that she couldn't depend on him like this. She started struggling a bit, but the other only tightened his grasp. Don't run from me, it's just today, just today. Bai Xiangxiu actually had no way to avoid him. She felt that something frightening would happen if she tried too hard to evade him. Her instincts were correct. Song Jiaoyue was currently too worked up. If she had really pushed him too far, he didn't himself know what he would do. But since she wasn't moving, the two quickly calmed down. Song Jiaoyue felt that he had been purified by her dependence. He gently released her away when he'd calmed down. I haven't heard anything from outside for a while. Let's go. Xiangxiu nodded and shifted her body to clamber out. Song Jiaoyue laughed ruefully. It looked he would never be able to walk into her heart again. Let's find Quan first. However, they didn't make it out far before being ambushed. Song Jiaoyue would have been able to handle it had it been just the army, but the attackers used a poison mist in their attack. Plunk. Xiangxiu took the lead in falling over. Song Jiaoyue's internal force was strong enough to keep him from fainting immediately, but he didn't have time to save the girl. As he saw the enemy close in, he knew that there would be no one to rescue Xiangxiu if he was captured as well, so he fled the scene. He even suffered a few light injuries on his way out because of the effects from the poison mist. Xiangxiu was brought back to the enemy camp because she was dressed as a man, and hauled up to the commander-in-chief. Dump water over him. Understood. Whoosh. A pail of cold water was upended over Xiangxiu's head, and she slowly regained her senses. She raised her head blearily to discover that even if she disregarded the fact that she was tied up, it wouldn't be easy to escape when she was surrounded on all sides. To think that I'd still be captured in the end. Although, Xiangxiu wasn't terribly concerned. It was just dying. She might even be able to make it back to the modern world that way. After comforting herself, she was no longer afraid. She sat up straight, her hair flung behind her while she put her clothes in order. She definitely wouldn't kneel to these captors. A woman? The general immediately saw through her identity. It was impossible to hide her figure after she'd been drenched in water. So what if I am? The enemy would be able to tell what she was even if she didn't admit to it, so why not just admit to things? To think that a woman would dare do something like this. Where are your companions hiding? Are you Long Heng's people? We're but citizens of Shu County. We naturally need to stop you from trying to attack our homes. What does that have to do with Princely? Everyone is responsible in loving and protecting our country. What lofty sentiments. The general walked up to her and suddenly asked coldly, "Did you kill the strategist?" So what if I did, and what if I didn't? Xiangxiu had thrown all caution to the wind as she looked up at the general. She wished that he would just kill her and get it over with. But the longer she looked at him, the more surprised she was. Why did he seem familiar? She frowned. His face might be handsome, but she didn't like it. At that moment, the general pulled out his blade and placed it on her neck, fury written across his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, The Omnipresent Female Lead. Chapter 203, The Omnipresent Female Lead. Good. Am I finally about to go home? Long Hung. Make sure to take good care of our son. Don't wallow in your grief or I'll never forgive you. She had the urge to close her eyes after she was done with her thoughts of farewell. But for some reason, she didn't want to show defeat in front of that face. So, she glared up at him without even blinking once. The edge of her lips slowly curved upwards to form a mocking smile. You. Aren't you afraid? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? The commander had never seen someone look so fearless when admitting their fear and was genuinely surprised. He laughed. Are you really afraid? I don't think I've inflicted enough fear into you. Why don't I show you what it really means to be afraid? No need. Why waste everyone's time? I don't have any secrets that you'd like to know. Just kill me to avenge your strategist already. Why would I want to avenge him? You're such a beauty. A beauty will always be more useful than a dead man. You would be useful as a seductress. He grabbed Xiangxiu by the chin and lifted her face. Even though she looked bedraggled, her beauty was still astonishing. No man in his right mind would want to take their eyes off of her. Such a beautiful woman. Who in the world could bear having her do such a dangerous thing? My kin has been murdered by you and your army. Why would anyone be seduced by a woman like me? General, spare me your jests. Xiangxiu didn't panic. She'd made up her mind to not reveal her relationship with Long Hong no matter what. Otherwise, they might exploit her and use her to threaten Long Hong. How would he choose if that happened? It'd be his beloved woman on one side, and his country and family in the capital on the other. He'd probably die of heartbreak if he was faced with that choice. Oh? The commander didn't trust this woman at all, but he couldn't think of anything to ask. Just as both of them were racking their heads for ways to deal with the person in front of them, they suddenly heard a hoarse and shrill voice yell, "Commander Liu! Commander-in-Chief! Please return my child to me." He isn't Duan Yuning's child. You must be kidding me. Bai Xiangxiu could feel goosebumps appear all over her body when she heard that voice. Why is the female lead B here? Can someone please tell me what's wrong with her? Didn't she marry into the Ji family at the capital and living a very peaceful life? Why is she all of a sudden here at the enemy camp? And she said something about returning her child? Why would the enemy soldiers take her child? Because her child is Duan Yuning's? The female lead barged into the room a moment later. Even though she seemed to have suffered through some hardships, her White Lotus looks hadn't been untarnished by age. As expected of a female lead. She's different all right. Bai Xiangxiu received quite a shock because the female lead might recognize her. She immediately let her head fall in hopes of reducing her sense of presence. This isn't a place where the likes of you can enter. Leave. The commander glanced at Lin Xianzi out of the corner of eyes, a frown creasing his forehead. He would have killed her already and taken her child a long time ago, if it wasn't for the fact that he'd heard that she'd tried to avenge his second brother after his death. She admitted in her husband's residence that the father of her child was Commander Ring, also known as Duan Yuning, but she'd rescinded her words just as quickly as she'd uttered them. Who else could the father be if it wasn't Duan Yuning? Was the Jianghu man the true father? The commander was irritated and disgusted whenever he had to deal with this conundrum. He would never have retrieved her if it wasn't for the fact he wanted to leave a descendant for his younger brother. She'd proven time and time again to be a troublemaker and extremely annoying. He would have normally tolerated her antics, but today had already been a series of unpleasant events. His strategist had been assassinated and a mysterious person had climbed over the wall to enter the city. More to the point, no one knew whether these occurrences had anything to do with princely men. Drag the madam back to her residence. Don't let her out again. Return my child back to me. My child, he's still so young. Why would you want to take him away from me? You'd best behave if you want your child to live. I am capable of unimaginable things. No. Don't hurt him. He's a very well-behaved child. Lin Xianzi was truly afraid now and immediately calmed herself down. However, she still uttered, "Can't you let me take a look at him just for a short while? Just one peek." Men. Take the woman to the young prince and let her take a small look. Resignedly, the commander gave his permission to let Lin Xianzi have a look at her child. Lin Xianzi immediately left with the servant, but she seemed to glance at Bai Xiangxiu before she left. Panicking, Bai Xiangxiu immediately lowered her head further. The commander lifted up Bai Xiangxiu's face when everyone else had left and caught a trace of her panicked expressions. The edge of his lips immediately moved upwards to form a smirk. You know that woman? After she'd calmed down, Bai Xiangxiu finally realized who the general bore resemblance to. No wonder she'd disliked him the moment she'd laid eyes on him. He bore a resemblance to that perverted little white rabbit Duan Yuning. The commander was actually an overbearing version of the little white rabbit. So that's why he kidnapped Lin Xianzi's child. He must view the child as someone who has inherited the bloodline of his family, right? She's just a pitiful mother. Why would you kidnap her child? Are you even human? Bai Xiangxiu was provoking the commander on purpose in hopes that he would grant her a clean death. However, what she couldn't have possibly known was that the more unusual she acted, the more he wanted to understand her. If Bai Xiangxiu had known this, she surely would have gone back to her white rabbit antics. Unfortunately, the other side had mistaken the meaning behind her provocations. She'd failed at her attempt to seek death and now seemed ready to be tortured. Why don't you worry about your own situation before you worry about others? Men, take her to the interrogation room. Commander Lu wanted to know where her breaking point was. Will she break under pain? Fear? Something else? Bai Xiangxiu was genuinely frightened now. I'd rather die than to be interrogated. But death wasn't possible even if she wished for it. They brought her to a little black house and tied her to a pillar. She tried struggling, but she couldn't break free. She was actually beginning to despair. Commander Lu entered the room as well, holding a whip in his hand. Darker than night, and made of leather, it looked like it would hurt a lot. Bai Xiangxiu wanted to cry, but for some reason, tears just wouldn't flow. She wanted to beg for mercy too, but no words came out. All she could do was smile at Commander Lu coldly, which he responded to by lashing her fiercely. It hurt, but it was obvious that he'd gone easy on her. Bai Xiangxiu gritted her teeth to endure the pain and gave him a hard glare without uttering a word. Commander Lu was taken aback when he saw her glare. Is she trying to flirt with me? There's no ferocity in her eyes at all. However, it made sense. A woman's beauty was their sharpest weapon after all. Was she trying to make him go soft on her and spare her? His heart was wavering. What to do? Bai Xiangxiu would have gone hysterical if she knew what he was thinking. She was 100% glaring at him alright. She wasn't giving him a flirty look. She didn't need him to go soft on her. No. She wanted the commander to kill her. But neither of them knew what the other person was thinking. So, after a moment of hesitation, Commander Lu decided to whip her again. It'd be incredibly humiliating if he didn't whip her some more when so many eyes were watching. But Bai Xiangxiu was prepared this time around. She bit down hard and received the lash without making a sound. She even closed her eyes, as if she didn't care. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, A Pitiful Child. Chapter 204, A Pitiful Child. Commander Lu was extremely displeased with Bai Xiangxiu's attitude. He whipped her 10 more times, until her clothes were all hanging in rags. Blood slowly seeped out of her wounds. Bai Xiangxiu finally couldn't endure the pain any longer and let out a quiet yelp. Commander Lu was satisfied when he heard that sign of pain. He put away the whip and laughed. Are you ready to talk now? I have nothing to say. Can't you be a little more forthright? Be a real man, not like a damned indecisive old woman. Bai Xiangxiu was heady with rage after suffering through the beating. She didn't know why she was so angry either, most likely because the man in front of had such a rage-inducing expression. Who was he to act all high and mighty? Bai Xiangxiu was determined to go against him. Even if she bore no feelings for the country itself, there was no way she would stand for it when outsiders looked down on her husband's country. Especially not when her husband was a prince of said country. Commander Lu was very much impressed. Despite her feeble-looking appearance, she had so much more backbone than other men. She continued to stubbornly glare at the commander without a hint of cowardice in her eyes, even though her body was covered with wounds. This was a rare kind of woman, and one found even rarer on the battlefield. A commotion started outside while the two locked gazes. Someone skidded to a halt outside and yelled, "General! The woman has run off after grabbing the child. What should we do? Chase after her, and take the child back from her hands." Commander Lu immediately broke off the staring contest to chase after Lin Xianzi. It seemed that he was concerned about the child after all. Bai Xiangxiu immediately tested the rope on her wrist after he left. The bindings were very firm, there was almost no way for her to free herself. But she wasn't just anyone. She'd been baptized by all sorts of modern television shows since childhood, which was why she was well prepared for a situation such as this. She took a second to peer around for any watchers before lifting her legs. She'd learned a little bit of the art of bodybending, thanks to Lon Hung. She raised her feet up into the air and slowly walked up a metal pillar directly in front of her. She then reached for her ankles and pulled out a tiny dagger she'd previously hidden there. Her waist almost felt like it would snap in half. She released the tension in her body, bringing her feet down. Clutching the dagger between her hands, she began to saw on the ropes. She didn't know when someone would come in again, so she ground the tiny blade against the rope with feverish haste. In her rush, she cut herself by mistake, but paid it no mind. She freed herself from her bindings not long after, and quietly snuck out of the room. There were guards outside, but they were too busy looking outwards rather than paying attention to the door. Noticing that this was her chance, Bai Xiangxiu hid herself in the shadows and slowly started to make her way to the outskirts of the camp. Halfway through her journey, she suddenly heard the sound of a child crying. She was incredibly sensitive to the sounds of children crying as a new mother. Instinctively, she decided to take a look instead of continuing with her escape. Lin Xianzi was currently being dragged back to the army camp with her child still in her arms. She screamed while crying, "Please let us go. Let us go home. Woman, I would have killed you already if it wasn't for the fact that you had something with my brother. Hand the child over or face the consequences." "No. This is my child. Grab the child from her. Don't. I beg you." Bai Xiangxiu didn't dare move an inch. She hid behind a wooden cart and watched the commotion from afar. She decided to make her escape as soon as the coast was clear. All of a sudden, the child was flung into the air in the midst of the struggle. It was unknown whether it was due to a slip of a hand or if it had been done on purpose to protect her child. "You have got to be kidding me. Now you've done it. You've gone and implicated that poor innocent child in your fight." For better or worse, the child had been tossed in the direction of Bai Xiangxiu's hiding spot. She gritted her teeth and leaped towards the child to try and catch him, forgoing her hiding spot. She reached out as she leaped, trying to catch him. But fate was a cruel and unforgiving mistress as Bai Xiangxiu's outstretched fingers missed the child by a hair's breadth. The injuries from her whipping had crippled her usually nimble feet, and the child had simply been too far from her hiding spot. The child's head cracked on the edge of a weapons rack as he hit the ground with a thud. His clothes had yet to settle from the fall before his breath left his body forever. Bai Xiangxiu could feel her heart freeze over. She dropped to her knees next to the child, cradling him in her arms. However, the beautiful child's head was already drenched in blood. He had already passed on. Time seemed to stand still as everyone froze in shock, including Bai Xiangxiu. Of everyone present, she was the most clear of the place a child held in a mother's heart. She lifted her head to gaze at Lin Xianzi when she realized the child has passed Wawai. It took almost every ounce of courage to tell her the truth. He is gone. What did you say? What did you say? Lin Xianzi's eyes filled with tears, and her voice turned hoarse as she screamed. He has passed away. No. Impossible, my child, Lin Xianzi began sobbing uncontrollably. Beside her, Commander Lu was incredibly furious and frustrated. He gave Lin Xianzi a tight slap and yelled, "Stop crying. What use are you if the child is gone? Send her to the pleasure camp. How can you do this to me? No matter what, I'm still your brothers." My brothers what? You're nothing. Didn't you say that the child wasn't his? And that you had no relationship with him? W.E. Please, just don't send me to the pleasure camp. Why isn't she coming with me? It's her. She's the one who worked together with Long Hong to murder your younger brother. Lin Xianzi pointed at Bai Xiangxiu like a crazy woman. Hatred was writ clear over her face. She could have caught my child, but she didn't. She did it on purpose. She murdered my son on purpose. Bai Xiangxiu slowly and gently laid the child on the ground. Even in death, the child looked very cute, hints of soft gentleness in the curves of his cheeks. Based on looks alone, there was a possibility that the father truly wasn't Duan Yunying, as he did bear some resemblance to Luo Yunzheng. Yet, the identity of the child's father no longer mattered in the face of such a tragedy. An innocent soul had been lost over a petty fight. There was a possibility that he could have grown up to become the enemy nation's prince had the female lead not resisted or tried to take him back. Now, the only possible future for the child was to be buried in the freezing cold soil. What was worse, even during such a grief-stricken circumstance, the female lead was trying to drag Bai Xiangxiu down with her. Did she spare no thought for consequences? Bai Xiangxiu's rage burst as a candle and rapidly grew into a firestorm that thrummed through her veins. She accepted that her death was inevitable anyway, now that Commander Lu knew she'd had a hand in his brother's murder. Emboldened by her rage and acceptance of her fate, Bai Xiangxiu didn't run or hide, instead lifting the child with the utmost gentleness, cradling him softly in her arms. She raised her head and walked over to Lin Xianzi. It was his bad luck to be born as your son. What did you say? What the hell did you say to me? There's only one thing I intend to say. At the very least, my son knows who his true parents are. But yours? If you hadn't strayed or hesitated back then, there'd be no mix-up of his true father today. This tragic turn of events could have been avoided altogether. You have no right to lecture me. Why would I have been captured if you and Long Hong hadn't murdered him? The hell? Do you not have a brain to use? Let me tell you something. If you'd obediently gotten married to Long Hong as per the arrangement instead of seducing men left, right and center, you'd be a princess consort living in the prince's manor. You wouldn't have come within miles of this place today. But no, you had to hate on Long Hong on one side and protect Luo Yunzheng on the other. And as you wished, Luo Yunzheng decided to devote his heart and mind to you. He even rescued you from your wedding and decided to retire from the Jianghu. He even looked for houses to live a secluded and peaceful life with you. But you didn't have the heart to appreciate any of that. You just had to avenge Duan Yunying after hearing that he was dead. The question before you now isn't are you a cheap whore, it's how much of a cheap whore are you? Even the Holy Mother would frown at the sight of you. With one thing after the other, you've done nothing but inflict harm on these men. Men have feelings too, alright? They are made of flesh and bone, just like you. Bai Xiangxiu could no sooner stop the flow of words from her mouth once she started than she could rebuild a dam. Every injustice that Luo Yunzheng had poured out to her when drunk came back to her. She genuinely wanted to strangle that female lead back then. But here and now, holding Lin Xianzi's child in her arms, Bai Xiangxiu gave vent to everything she'd been holding back for so long, giving the female lead a long-awaited piece of her mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, A Dandy, Extremely Good for Nothing. Chapter 205, A Dandy, Extremely Good for Nothing. Lin Xianzi had never received such harsh criticism in her life. When suddenly faced with this deluge of cold water, all she could do was stand there with a blank look as her brain tried to process all this information. But Bai Xiangxiu was done speaking her mind. She held out the child in her arms and said, "Here. Your son." "No. That isn't my child. My child is well-behaved and sensible. My child often cries and makes gurgling noises. This isn't him. He's not." She thrust her hands straight out, knocking Bai Xiangxiu's hands away with surprising force. The violence of her action was so unexpected that the child's body slipped out of Bai Xiangxiu's hands. Fortunately, she was able to catch him again, or the poor child would have landed in the dirt yet again. Commander Lu's patience had run dry. "Lock them both up." He then glanced at the child's corpse in Bai Xiangxiu's arms. "Give him a burial." One of the soldiers came up to Bai Xiangxiu to take the child's body. She let out a long sigh and reluctantly handed him over. She didn't look at Commander Lu after that either. She'd lost her chance to escape and had failed to save the child. She felt like the biggest idiot in the world. Worst of all, she was locked up in the same room as the female lead. She couldn't even fall asleep because of the female lead's incessant verbal abuse. The female lead had a lot of pent-up resentment towards Bai Xiangxiu. She would glare at Bai Xiangxiu from time to time like she wanted to peel off all of the latter's skin. Bai Xiangxiu could only try her best to ignore her presence until Lin Xianzi was taken away for questioning the next morning. Since Commander Lu was extremely curious about Bai Xiangxiu's true identity, it was no surprise that he wanted to question Lin Xianzi first. Lin Xianzi had never been the type of person to care about her country or a righteous cause. Her brain was filled with nothing but love and men. Weren't all female leads typically like that? They had very broad hearts and would kindly accept the male lead or supporting male characters even if they were revealed to be spies from the enemy nation. Novels were typically written like that. As such, her interrogation seemed to go on for a bit longer than usual. Lin Xianzi's cheeks were both swollen by the time she came back. It looked like some torture had been applied to her. Bai Xiangxiu was taken away right after her return. "I guess this is finally it." Sigh. I would have escaped successfully if it weren't for that child. However, Bai Xiangxiu also knew very well that she'd still try to save the child if she found herself in the same situation again. It couldn't be helped. She'd never be able to live with herself if she chose to escape instead. Moreover, she was now a mother too. Lin Xianzi's child reminded her of her own son. Bai Xiangxiu was on the verge of tears. Shaolin is going to lose his mother at such a young age. I wonder if he'll still remember me when he grows up. However, she didn't allow herself to break into tears. It'd be incredibly shameful to cry in the face of the enemy. So, she held her head high and entered the room. Commander Lu was already waiting inside the room with a frown on his face. Bai Xiangxiu had an incredibly bad impression of that man because he simply looked too similar to Duan Yunying. Despite all that, she wasn't afraid of death at all. She made herself at home sitting on a chair and crossed her legs. She was actually somewhat nervous because she didn't know how she was about to be put to death. "You're Long Heng's concubine? This is the incredibly strange woman that second brother disdains?" From his letters, I remember that he actually changed his impression of her for the better before he died, and wrote that she'd be his woman after killing Long Heng. I never imagined that she'd have such a good-for-nothing image. Commander Lu wasn't the only one that was surprised. Long Heng had rushed through the night to come to her rescue after receiving news of her capture. He was incredibly shocked to see her like this. Yu Kuang and Long Heng had changed into enemy soldier uniforms and were standing outside the door. They were able to look inside from time to time. The woman that he was trying to save was inside, covered with wounds and blood. Despite all that, her gaze was firm and resolute. Doesn't she have a phobia of blood? How is her will so strong during such a time? He was worried and incredibly proud of her at the same time. He'd planned to use his achievement in this war to implore the emperor to bestow upon Bai Xiangxiu the status of princess consortly, but he'd never imagined that she'd follow him all the way here and write such an incredible letter as well. The content of the letter was more than enough to help him break the chained horse's formation. He could have stayed in the city to train the soldiers, but he just couldn't help but worry about her. He'd immediately encountered Song Jiaoyue after leaving the city. His friend was being pursued by enemy soldiers, and Long Heng learned that she'd been captured after saving Song Jiaoyue. He'd immediately made the decision to infiltrate the enemy camp, but it was near daybreak by the time they were deep in the enemy lines. When they finally found Commander Lu's camp after changing into enemy uniforms, Lin Xianzi was coincidentally inside the camp saying bad things about Bai Xiangxiu. She mentioned something about Long Hong murdering Duan Yunying all because of Bai Xiangxiu. Commander Lu gave Lin Qianzi a tight slap to her face while smiling coldly. Do you really think that a prince would go to life and death just for a woman? You're so shallow-minded. I really wonder why people used to call you a gifted woman. Commander Lu squeezed her cheeks and finally gave her another vicious slap. Yunying would never have needed to change his target if you'd been a good girl and married Long Hong. He would be able to give Long Hong a lethal strike during your consummation. He would never have needed to mutate the parasite into a strain to be implanted through ingestion instead of consummation. Do you know that the parasite loses more than half of its effectiveness in that form? Moreover, why would he lose control of that woman's body if he hadn't used up his vital energy to implant the parasite into your body previously? What? Do you mean that everything he was all so that he could kill Long Hong? Then what about me? Everything he has said to me. They were all just empty words to humor you. You're such a gullible girl. How can that be? How could this have happened? I've done so much for him. I even stopped Luo Yunzheng from beating him up and left Luo Yunzheng for him. And you tell me that his feelings were just a lie the whole time? Slap. Commander Lu hated crying women the most. Lin Qianzi was thrown into the ground by the force of that slap. He gave her a warning with a cold voice, stop crying. You'd better tell me everything you know about her or I'll send you to that place. Lin Qianzi told Commander Lu everything she knew about Bai Xiangxiu, even though she was still overwhelmed with all sorts of emotions. Commander Lu was extremely satisfied with what he'd heard. He immediately had Bai Xiangxiu brought to him after sending Lin Qianzi away. Long Hong and Yu Kuang both understood that Commander Lu had noticed an opportunity to use Bai Xiangxiu to break the impasse. It was very likely that he planned on using Bai Xiangxiu to force Long Hong to open the city gates. Opening the city gates would be akin to opening the gates to the entire nation. If that were to happen, the city's citizens wouldn't be the only one that would suffer the consequences. Long Heng's family in the capital would likely suffer the same fate as well. No one would think that a man could possibly make such a huge sacrifice for just a woman under normal circumstances. After all, they were putting a woman against an entire nation here. However, Long Hong was hesitating. He genuinely didn't know what his choice would be when push came to shove. The two in the room had already begun to converse while Long Hong was still deep in his thoughts. That's correct. I'm Long Heng's concubine. Concubine, Bai Xiangxiu accentuated. She was trying to imply that it'd be wasted effort to use her to force Long Heng's hand since she wasn't Long Heng's wife. You're smart, but you don't understand men at all. Oh? While he might not care whether you are alive or not, there's always other ways to force him to make a choice. Aha. Please continue. I'm listening. I will tear off your clothes in public, layer by layer. If he still refuses to comply, I will have my subordinates show you some love. They will keep loving you one by one until he finally opens the city gates. Don't you think that this is such a good idea? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, My present to you before I die. Chapter 206, My present to you before I die. The bones in Long Heng's hand had already begun to show signs of fractures while Bai Xiangxiu was still digesting Commander Lu's words. Long Hong knew very well that he would only have two choices if that happened. One would be to open the city gates, while the other would be to personally shoot Bai Xiangxiu to keep her dignity intact. However, he would only have one choice if they decided to place her out of range of his arrows. Do you really plan on doing such a thing? Bai Xiangxiu asked, seemingly uncaring. In fact, there was even some hints of contempt ringing in her tone. Long Hong almost thought that he'd heard wrongly. Is there a reason not to? This woman isn't as simple as she seems. How did those words fail to upset her? Actually, if Bai Xiangxiu cooperated, he would be able to deal a blow to Long Hong without needing to open the city gates. Aren't you afraid that others would call you a coward if you openly rape a woman during a war between two armies? Bai Xiangxiu cracked a rakish smile. She crossed both her arms in front of her chest and looked him up and down, as though checking whether he was truly a man or not. Men were very susceptible to taunts like that. Commander Lu was naturally no exception, leering right back at Bai Xiangxiu. Why don't I personally show you, whether I'm a man or not? Fine by me. Take off your pants and show me. Bai Xiangxiu was going all out. She no longer cared for the consequences of her words, which shocked Long Hong greatly. She arched her eyebrows, indicating for Commander Lu to take off his pants. Commander Lu could no longer remain calm. He'd heard from Lin Qianzi that Bai Xiangxiu was actually very fond of Long Hong. But, how could she so easily sit there and tell another man to take off his pants? Something's not quite right. He'd seen many women, but none of them were quite as bold as her. Even Yaya, the loose and flirtatious woman that followed his second brother, wouldn't have dared say such a thing in front of a man. Outside, Long Hong was on the verge of fainting. If Yu Quang hadn't reacted quickly and propped him up, he might have fallen to the ground already. He'd never imagined that Bai Xiangxiu would have this much of a wild side. It had made him even more speechless than Commander Lu's suggestion just now. He just couldn't handle it. Could someone please tell him what had happened to the cute and feeble girl who was so frail that he would hurt her when they did the deed too roughly? What had she gone through to become like this? Silence filled the room almost immediately. This came as no surprise to anyone listening. Commander Lu was obviously taken aback by her words as well. Bai Xiangxiu didn't let the atmosphere stop her either, continuing to taunt him. What's the matter? Scared. Your mother. I'll kill him if he really does take off his pants and try to violate me. I'll make sure to chop off his manhood and commit suicide even if I fail. It was the only reason she was trying to seduce him. Ha ha ha. You truly are one of a kind. It'd be such a waste to let so many men sully you. Why don't you follow me instead? Not only will you get to keep your life, you get to become my woman too. What would I gain by becoming your woman? You will gain a plenty. At least, you'll realize that I'm a better man than Long Han will ever be. Is that so? I really wouldn't know until I give it a try. Thud. It felt like an arrow had struck Long Han square in his heart. He was paralyzed, mere millimeters away from a mental breakdown. Yu Quang was now so curious that he had to take a peek inside as well. However, the corners of his mouth eventually lifted to form a gentle smile. Your wish is my command. I'll give you a little preview. Commander Lu slowly walked up to Bai Xiangxiu. He placed both his hands on top of the chair she was currently sitting on and said, "Why don't we take a bath first?" We can. However, why don't you let me check the goods first? That's fine with me too. But it's very easy to mistake you for a man based on what you're wearing. I'd better check your goods too. Then are you going to check the goods yourself? Or do you want me to show them to you? I prefer to watch. Show them to me. But I want to inspect your goods, personally. Ha ha. I like that. Commander Lu walked up to Bai Xiangxiu to let her undress him. No one had ever imagined that Bai Xiangxiu would actually be so daring. She slowly started removing Commander Lu's armor. Long Hong could no longer keep his cool when he heard pieces of armor hitting the ground. An unbridled fury began to overwhelm him. He wouldn't allow Bai Xiangxiu to do anything more, no matter how much he trusted her. I've removed some of your clothes. Now it's my turn. Bai Xiangxiu removed her outer layer of clothing. She then began to pull out her chest bindings while still covered by her inner clothes, which made her look even more enticing. She'd been tightly bound because of her man's garb, and the newly blossoming curves made the view even more stunning. Adding the bloodstains on her white shirt, which showcased a little bit of a cruel beauty and perseverance and pride, no man could hope to resist the visual impact of such a scene. Most would lose their minds in the heat of the moment and immediately pounce on her. Since his armor had already been removed, it was obvious that Commander Lu was reacting to her. Bai Xiangxiu smiled. Not bad. Come over here. You little vixen. Such a cute little vixen. Commander Lu couldn't wait any longer. He immediately leaped towards her and hugged her. He didn't even hesitate to start fondling her body. But how could Long Hong possibly stand outside enduring such a thing? He immediately charged inside, no longer caring whether he'd alert the enemy or not. Just as he did so, Bai Xiangxiu's voice rang out coldly, "Let me give you a gift before I die." Ah! Bitch! You dare hurt me? Commander Lu immediately leaped back, clutching his leg tightly. He never imagined that Bai Xiangxiu would have a dagger hidden on her body. No wonder she was able to escape last time. I just thought that the knot had been tied loosely. Now I understand, so she had a weapon on her. He'd never imagined that he'd be duped by her to the point where he almost lost his pecker. He really would have lost his manhood had he been a tiny bit late in dodging. The blade had missed by a hair's breadth and planted itself in his leg. The injury was actually somewhat serious. In the heat of the moment, he showed no mercy, blasting her out of the room with a backhand. He thought she'd be dead for certain after such a strong blow, but someone came out of nowhere and caught her while she was still in the air. That someone then proceeded to escape with Bai Xiangxiu held in his hands before Commander Lu could make out who it is. Men. Assassins. Commander Lu couldn't afford to let the woman escape. He didn't want to lose such an important chess piece. But how would he know that Long Hong had a secret underground path into the city? The entrance to the underground path was extremely well hidden. The pursuers Commander Lu sent utterly failed to capture them. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Long Hong and Yu Quan's mastery of Qinggong was simply too high. The pursuers just couldn't catch up. His heart beating furiously, Long Hong quickly jumped into a dry well with Bai Xiangxiu in his arms. He then moved aside a large boulder to reveal the underground tunnel that led into the city. He'd intended to ask Bai Xiangxiu to crawl through the hole herself, but she'd already fainted dead away. The situation just now had simply been too precarious. She must have fainted because she had been too scared and anxious while she was thrown through the air. Just where did you find the courage to attempt assassinating Commander Lu? Long Hong mused resignedly. He began to crawl through the tunnels with Bai Xiangxiu in his arms. Yu Quan followed him into the tunnel as well, rolling the boulder across the tunnel as he did so. It didn't take long for the trio to reach the other end of the tunnel inside the city. A hand extended down from the surface, but Long Hong didn't grab it. A graceful hop, step and a jump and he gently landed above the tunnel. The first thing he did when he landed onto the surface was grab a cloak to cover Bai Xiangxiu up. He glared at every single person that came to receive him. If anyone were to run off his mouth about what happened here, they'd be beheaded without mercy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, Husband and Wife Finally Meet. Chapter 207, Husband and Wife Finally Meet. They were all Long Hang's subordinates. Each and every one of them was an elite. Even though they didn't see who Long Hong had carried up from the tunnel, they knew for sure that it was a woman since he'd covered her up almost immediately. Moreover, the prince had missed a spot. Bai Xiangxiu's white feet were jutting out from beneath the coat. Long Hong immediately looked down when he noticed something wrong with their expressions. He paused for a moment and covered her up properly. He then tramped off to his living quarters without saying another word. Sure and his personal guard greeted him at the door and attempted to take his bundle, but Long Hong immediately turned them down. Go fetch me a tub of hot water and some medicine for wounds. He turned to the squire and said, You. Leave. Sure, grab me a spare set of clothes you have yet to wear. His clothes were simply too big for Bai Xiangxiu. Shure's clothes would be a more suitable fit for her. Shure found his master's request quite strange, but dutifully followed orders. However, his master had him stay at the door when he came back. Is he going to personally wash and dress that person? Isn't this a little outrageous? He didn't dare ask anything after seeing Long Hang's sharp gaze, and was also unable to get any answers out of Yu Quan, who was standing quietly off to the side. Shure actually had a guess in mind, but quickly blew off the thought. That would be simply too far-fetched. However, he began to second-guess himself when the injured Sir Song came running over. Worry writ all over his face. Song Jiaoyue quickly saw him and asked about the condition of the person inside. I don't know. His Highness is taking care of him right now. He's injured? Some minor injuries, but it seems he has fainted from fright. Yu Quan took a glance at Song Jiaoyue and said, You'd better save the effort. None of us will ever be able to have what we want. It will be better to watch from afar. People from the Jianghu were the type to dwell on things. With those words, he turned to walk away. His steps paused as he turned his head and spoke over his shoulder, Want to join me for a drink? Sure. Song Jiaoyue smiled bitterly. Looking back once for every 3 steps he took, he reluctantly left with Yu Quan to drown their sorrows in drink. Long Hong was so worried that he was sweating buckets. He had underestimated the extent of Bai Xiangxiu's injuries. There were wounds all over her body. Just how many times did that Commander Lu whip her? Every lash he gave her had torn her skin apart. Even with such heavy wounds, she still tried to assassinate him? And almost succeeded too? Even though she missed his vitals, I can only imagine how difficult it must have been for a woman who knows no martial arts to try and assassinate a man. But this was certainly evidence that Bai Xiangxiu had truly caught Commander Lu's fancy. Long Hang's eyes remained fixed on her body while tending to each wound with medicine. Even though she was badly wounded, her wounds cast a new light on her, a kind of agonized beauty, which made it doubly difficult for him to take his eyes off of her. Moreover, her body had become even more alluring since she'd just given birth. But how could he bear to put his hands on her when he was still so worried? He slowly applied medicine onto her wounds bit by bit. His heart felt like it had shattered into pieces. Long Hong also recalled how sly she'd acted in front of Commander Lu just so she could stab him with a dagger. She must have done such a ridiculous thing because she'd decided to die. She's so strong-willed and quick-witted. Long Hong gently caressed her cheek, letting his fingers wander down her profile. It was at this moment when Bai Xiangxiu suddenly awoke. The first thing she felt was one hand molesting her while another about to reach her neck, as if the perpetrator was going to strangle her. The hand kept moving around too. Using her skills of self-preservation, she immediately threw out a punch without any hesitation. At the same time, she began to kick wildly. Long Hong never expected that she'd attack him all of a sudden. He was too engrossed in his introspection. However, a tiny fist suddenly interrupted his train of thought when it struck him square on his jaw. It didn't hurt, but it still startled him, causing his brow to furrow. Her bare legs didn't show any signs of weakness either. Bam! 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 He was immediately kicked several times in the torso. Her actions had caused Long Hong to panic, even though her attacks weren't even the least bit threatening. Her actions were simply too unrestrained. She might hurt herself more if she continued to flail around like that. In one move he wrapped his hands around her misbehaving legs and said, "Sure, it's me. Don't be scared. It's just me." That voice sounded awfully familiar. Bai Xiangxiu slowly opened her eyes and noticed that the face beneath her fist really did belong to Long Hong. He had a resigned look on his face as well as, was that concern she saw in his face? Long Hong. Is it really you? Bai Xiangxiu couldn't believe her eyes. She touched his face lightly, feeling its warmth. It's really him. The emotions that she had been desperately suppressing ever since she left exploded out all at once. She dove into his arms, bawling her eyes out. Her sobs were so loud that even Shure, who was outside the room, could hear it. He was completely sure now that Madame Xiu was the woman that the prince had just saved. However, what was a woman from the rear court doing here? He decided to stand guard by the door because he was worried that others might overhear them. He was impressed by how affectionate the husband and wife was towards each other. Sure enough, Bai Xiangxiu had begun to vent all of her pent-up grievances. She kept hitting, pinching, and crying, all at the same time. Long Hong wasn't the sort of person that knew how to console women. Afraid that she might fall, he wrapped his hands around her and allowed her to vent as much as she liked. Bai Xiangxiu's body was also squirming around quite a bit as she vented her pent-up grievances. In the end, she bumped into something that was gradually growing bigger in size. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She immediately stifled her sobs and smacked Long Hong's chest as her cheeks turned bright red. She yelled with a hoarse voice, "What are you doing?" Long Hong smiled ruefully. "I'm a man after all. How can it stay obedient when you're like this? What's wrong with my... Ah! Where are my clothes?" Bai Xiangxiu immediately covered her chest. She glared at Long Hong for not reminding her of such a thing and causing her to make a fool out of herself. Long Hong immediately handed her a set of clothes and said, "You must make do with men's clothing for now." Thank you for saving me. How is that general doing? Did I chop it off?" Bai Xiangxiu asked mercilessly. She'd been thrown into the air before she could see the results of her handiwork, which was why she didn't know the extent of his injuries. "Sure. Why did you do such a dangerous thing? Do you know that you were this close to being murdered?" Long Hong was helping her brush her hair. He didn't want her to put herself in such a dangerous position anymore. He understood why she did so, but he still didn't want her to do anything of the sort again. "But he might have tried to use me to threaten you if I didn't assassinate him." "Wait. If you were able to save me in time, that means that you were in the vicinity at that time?" Bai Xiangxiu's cheeks blushed beet red all of a sudden. She badly wanted to find a hole and dive into it. She'd tried to seduce another man in front of her husband. She felt extremely humiliated. Long Jing's face turned sullen as well. "You are not allowed to say those things to another man in the future anymore. No matter the circumstance. Do you understand?" "I understand." Bai Xiangxiu slowly lowered her head, then purposely tried to change the topic. "Right. Have you received the letter? You understand the contents, right? I heard that it was your idea. It's quite remarkable. I've already picked out some agile troops and I'm just about to train them. Tell me, how did you come up with such a plan?" This wife of his always seemed to have a way to astound him in every situation. "I just really enjoyed reading when I lived at my maternal home. I can't remember when, but I remember reading a book about formations, and there was an oddly named formation called the linked horses formation. When the enemy formation was described to me, it evoked that memory of the linked horses formation, which was why I wanted to come here to make sure. If I was right, then I would have been able to help you break the formation, and you could come home safely. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Training Soldiers, Husband and Wife are One. Chapter 208, Training Soldiers, Husband and Wife are One. Bai Xiangxiu had long since come up with an adequate answer to this question. She was fortunate that she had been born into a family of scholars and truly had a very large library. Thus, Long Hong didn't find her explanation suspicious when she did answer him. Truth be told, his suspicions towards Bai Xiangxiu had gradually changed over time into trust. It was a deep trust that came from the bottom of his heart. Wear your clothes and rest. If you need anything, sure we'll be here to wait on you. I have a couple of things to take care of. Long Hong had quite the list of things he needed to deal with. And at the top of that list was a method to train his soldiers for breaking the chained horses formation, followed by forging that weapon Bai Xiangxiu had described in the letter. Bai Xiangxiu had to rest as well. Even though she felt that she should be helping Long Hong, it would have to wait until she was fully recovered. She wouldn't be able to think straight if she kept her body in its current state. Long Hong had his hands full with his duties as Bai Xiangxiu slept the day away. He started with the weapon forging. The sickles he had collected from the city were too small for him to use in battle. They simply didn't have the reach to cut through the horse's legs. One of the biggest issues plaguing him was the shape of the sickle. Each attempt by the blacksmith only worsened his dissatisfaction with the weapon. It was while he was examining the blacksmith's most recent attempt when a voice piped up from behind him, "It's too short. The sickle needs to be longer, with an edge on each side of the blade as well. One side can be used to cut when stabbing forward, while the other side can shear off the legs in a single pull." Long Hong instantly recognized Bai Xiangxiu's voice, though she tried to disguise it. Long Hong turned back with a frown. "Why have you come, Dot?" "I came over to take a look since I've gotten plenty of rest." "I know a little bit about these sort of things," Bai Xiangxiu advised after taking a closer look at the sickle. She was still dressed in men's clothing, but that didn't seem to deter her as she described the shape and size of the sickle in detail to the blacksmiths. At that moment, she was very grateful for the realistic descriptions from that television drama watermargin. It was very useful in her current predicament. Long Hong also felt that her words were useful, so he asked the blacksmiths to forge according to her advice. "We will have to wait for a while before it's finished. Come with me. We will go back to the room." A woman like her shouldn't be loitering around in an army camp. However, she didn't seem to be bothered by it. "But you still need to know how to train your troops, right? Come with me then." Resigned to this newfound courage of his concubine, Long Hong brought Bai Xiangxiu to the training grounds with him. There, they found the soldiers drilling on how to properly fall and leap to their feet quickly. "This is a good plan. As expected of Long Hong. You should erect some wooden pillars here, and let them learn how to shear the pillars with the weapon. The training will be complete when they are able to shear a row of pillars in half with a single blow." "It's that simple?" "Yes. Once the cavalry leading the charge have fallen, the cavalry behind them will not be able to get out of the way in time. They will continue to charge to the front and trample everything in their path, no matter human or horse. The chaos that follows will render a complete defeat to the linked horses formation. I really want to read that book. It's been such a long time since I've read it. I no longer remember where I can find that particular book." Haha. Long Hong didn't try to get to the bottom of this, instead changing the subject. "Is your body able to cope?" "Yes." Bai Xiangxiu went over some more details of the strategy with Long Hong. She even came up with the idea of ambushing the enemy from behind by using the underground tunnel. An unexpected attack from behind would force the enemy to battle on two fronts, causing them to panic. It was at this moment when Long Hong realized that his wife was actually a warfare maniac. She didn't even flinch when talking about gore and violence. In fact, she seemed extremely confident. "You? What's wrong?" "You're the strongest girl I've ever met," Long Hong quietly said while caressing her head. He gathered some of his troops and began to train them according to her instructions. Yu Kuang and Song Jiaoyue didn't remain idle either. Hot-blooded men like them would never hide on the side, especially when it came to a matter of life or death for their nation. Particularly not when even a woman was putting her life on the line for the country. Long Hong hadn't wanted her to help, but there was nothing he could do about it. So, he decided to let her help with the details, such choosing the type of spear handles and overseeing the training method for shearing the pillars in half. He was worried at first, but decided to let her be in the end because he just had too much work on his hands. Everyone only thought of her as a strategist that Long Hong had hired, so they didn't pay her too much heed. The only person who paid attention to her was Prince Rome. He recognized Bai Xiangxiu. In fact, he recognized her almost immediately when he saw her in the training fields. He had heard that the strategist was someone that Long Hong had saved from the battlefield, but never in his mind did he ever expect that the strategist would actually be Long Hang's concubine. He soon realized exactly how capable she was when he heard her explain herself in a reasoned and well-argued manner. He decided not to stick his head into the matter. At the very least, she didn't seem to be here just for Long Hang's enjoyment, despite her identity as a concubine. Long Hang saw the expression on Prince Rong's face and realized that Prince Rong had realized her true identity as well. So, Long Hang decided to tell him why Bai Xiangxiu had come to Tranquil City and gave him the full story later that day. Prince Rong never expected that his general's concubine would be so intelligent and talented. Long Hang quickly added, "Prince Rong, I implore you to help me with a favor." "What favor?" "Please convey to the Emperor her achievements in this war when we return. I wish to use both our contributions in the war effort to ask that she be granted the position of Princess Consort." "Well, this isn't too difficult a task, but I'm afraid that others might criticize you, It doesn't matter to me. It's not as if I don't already have a fair share of naysayers in the capital." "Ha ha. It's good that you're not being hard on yourself." Then, Long Hang thanks Prince Rong for fulfilling his wish. Prince Rong wasn't allowed to become involved in the preparation, as he was only there to supervise the war effort. However, he was still willing to help Long Hang with this small favor. After all, this woman had indeed saved them from a precarious situation. They only had half a month's time to crack the formation before the food supply ran dry. Then their situation would go from precarious to dire. Long Hang heaved a sigh of relief and returned to his room after thanking Prince Rong. He noticed that his little woman was deeply engrossed in drawing something. Walking over to look over her shoulder, he immediately realized that she was drawing a topographic map of the surrounding area. She'd placed extra attention to the details of the enemy's backlines. "I can't believe that she remembers so much just from going there once." "There's no need for you to draw this. Almost every commanding officer here knows the terrain like the back of their hands." "You're saying that everyone has already memorized it?" "Yes. We have a map of this area." Then why did I waste my energy on this useless thing?" Bai Xiangxiu tossed her drawings aside and walked the few steps to her bed to fall on it with a loud thump. Long Hang asked, "Have your injuries improved a little bit?" They have. Let me have a look." Wouldn't that be a little inappropriate?" It was indeed be very inappropriate to do that here when they were inside the city. However, Long Hang was definitely not taking no for an answer as he tossed her deeper onto the bed. In his defense, they hadn't done anything in the past 2 days, even though they'd slept on the same bed. That had been particularly difficult for him to accept. He would often think about her when he was alone during the night, but he hadn't really felt the urge to do anything. Now that she was here, he found it incredibly hard to stop himself from wanting to have her. He really, really wanted her. After a moment to think, Bai Xiangxiu didn't reject his advances either. After all, they hadn't been intimate ever since after she'd given birth. He's kept himself in check for a long time now. So she didn't put up too much of a struggle. Just like that, the two began to tumble in the sheets. The next day, Bai Xiangxiu struggled for a long time before she was able to lift herself from the bed after an entire night of love and passion. Long Hang felt incredibly invigorated. His energy felt almost bottomless. He didn't even feel that much animosity when he saw his love rivals anymore. However, that definitely changed when Yu Kuang suddenly decided to barge into Long Hang's room. Or more accurately, Bai Xiangxiu's room. For better or worse, Long Hang was taking a bath when he barged in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, Older Sister. Let's sleep together. Chapter 209, Older Sister. Let's sleep together. Bai Xiangxiu was taken aback when Yu Kuang suddenly barged into her room. He even bounded into bed like an energetic boy, his arms outstretched. Is he trying to say that he wants to hug me to sleep? Hello? Has this guy gone crazy? Is he trying to provoke Long Hang to a fight? Countless question marks appeared on top of Bai Xiangxiu's head. She looked rather cute when all a fluster. Older sister. Come sleep. Are you? You Shu? Bai Xiangxiu opened the window to take a look at the sky. Your mother. When did the moon become round? Wait, why didn't he tie himself up as usual? Why did he suddenly barge into my room? No. He must have tried to tie himself up. She could see lacerations on his wrist, obviously caused by his attempt to break free from his bindings. His hands were bleeding badly and seemed really gruesome. You willful child. Why are you running around when you're injured? Bai Xiangxiu crossed the room to grab some medicine for external injuries, and grabbed his hand to apply it. However, Yushu decided to use this chance to pull her onto the bed. Ah! Bai Xiangxiu was caught off guard, falling onto the bed. She was instantly swept into a tight hug by Yushu. Long Hong witnessed the scene, of course. He'd rushed out from his bath wearing only one thin layer of clothing after hearing the commotion. In a fit of rage, he immediately pulled Bai Xiangxiu away from Yu Kuang and gave him a ferocious punch. Unexpectedly, Yu Kuang didn't even avoid his attack, taking the full brunt of the punch to the face. What's wrong with him? Long Hong found that to be particularly strange. Yu Kuang could have avoided that kind of telegraphed punch in his sleep with his martial skills. Even stranger, why didn't he even have the beginnings of a defensive stance? He had gone flying because of the punch. Ouch! Why are you hitting people for no reason? Yushu was very much a child. He didn't know how to protect himself. Older sister. Older sister. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yushu leaned on the wall, staggering to his feet in difficulty. There was blood on the corner of his lips and he seemed to be in a lot of pain. There were even tears on his face. Long Hong was speechless. Is he really a man? Why is he crying? Bai Xiangxiu suddenly walked over to him and caressed his head, consoling him with a gentle voice. Don't cry, be a good child. Older sister will help you apply some medicine and will stop that older brother from beating you up. Alright? Sure. Older sister treats me the best. Long Hong was struggling to make sense of the situation in front of him. He couldn't wrap his head around this situation. His little wife was putting medicine on another man, or a boy, rather, while consoling him and wiping off his tears. It was literally a scene of an adult trying to console a child. Unfortunately, his eyes wasn't seeing the same thing as his mind. He just couldn't come to terms with it. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He put on the rest of his clothes and stared at them with his mouth agape. What's wrong with him? Is his brain damaged? He couldn't possibly have given Yu Kuang this much brain damage when he hit the Wolin Alliance head, right? However, it seemed that the Alliance head had already been in that state before Long Hong had even hit him. Wait just a moment. I'll explain everything when he falls asleep. Sleep? Here? Where else would he sleep? Shoo, don't be so loud. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't possibly allow Long Hong to continue misunderstanding the situation. However, she had to settle the first problem in front of her before she could move on to the second one. Yushu was simply in too much pain. A grown man like him was now acting like a child, crying and throwing a tantrum. He finally fell asleep while hugging onto Bai Xiangxiu's arm. He actually wanted to hug her, but that man was staring at him with such a scary expression on his face. He can only take a step back and settle with just holding onto an arm. He continued to whimper in pain until he finally fell asleep. Explain, Long Hong said with extreme impatience. Ha ha. Let's talk in the other room. Bai Xiangxiu dragged Long Hong out of the room and explained everything about Yu Kuang in detail. She didn't tell him about the slightly more intimate moments, of course. She did tell him that she believed Yu Kuang retained no memory of when he turned into Yushu though. Long Hong found it difficult to remain angry at the Wolin Alliance head. After all, it'd be wrong for him to be mad at a child, right? Unfortunately, this child was in an adult's body. Was it really alright for him to be acting all cute and cuddly? Well, it's true that I owe him for saving Bai Xiangxiu in the first place. He decided to endure it for one night and squeeze onto a tiny bed with Bai Xiangxiu. Yu Kuang opened his eyes in a confused state the next day. He couldn't recollect anything that had happened yesterday. He only felt a stinging pain on his face. His expression quickly darkened when he touched his face. My face is clearly swollen. How did I get such a serious injury out of nowhere? A burly figure soon appeared in front of him. Alliance head Yu, why don't we go outside to spar a few rounds now that you've awoken? Prince Li. Why am I here? Go outside to train with me and you'll soon understand. Alright, Yu Kuang didn't back down either after being challenged. Sure, who'd come to wait upon his master, got quite a shock when they walked by. The air was suffused with killing intent. What happened? Why is there such a murderous atmosphere so early in the morning? The groggy Madame Xiu then came out of the room and frowned. Where have they gone? Sure struggled to make sense of the situation. Why did two men and one woman come out from the same room? Why did the prince go out to fight with that weird man? It just didn't make sense to him no matter how he thought about it. Whap! A slap visited his head. Stop entertaining foolish thoughts. His Highness and I slept together last night in the room. What about him? Why was he sleeping in the same room as well? He had something to discuss with His Highness and stayed for the night as it was already late by the time they were done. This is so awkward. Even a pure child like Shure is having such thoughts. Oh. Shure remained skeptical. He believed that it was inappropriate to stay for the night even if it was late. And even if that was true, why would they go out to fight so early in the morning? Ignore those two. Put the wash basin down here. Men were hot-blooded creatures after all. They'd calm down after a fight. She couldn't be bothered as it was still early in the morning. Shure brought in porridge and picked vegetables for breakfast some moments later. He served 3 bowls of porridge as there were 3 people here. They didn't have much of a choice in food selection. Food was in shortage after all. Simply having breakfast was already quite a luxury. She wasn't picky at all. Long Hong and Yu Kuang entered the dining area after she'd wolfed down her breakfast. They both had some injuries here and there, but it didn't seem too serious. Take a seat and have some breakfast. I'll go check up on the troops' training progress. Long Hong opened his mouth but didn't say much else. He greatly appreciated that she wasn't even complaining in times like these. When Long Hong saw how Bai Shangxiu had left in a hurry, he quickly downed his porridge and left after putting on his armor. Yu Kuang caressed his cheeks. That kid was missing Bai Shangxiu more and more. He'd been worried that Yushu might do something wrong, and now his fears had come true. He'd actually gone to the couple's room to sleep? No wonder Long Hong was so angry. Fortunately, Long Hong hadn't really fought him for real because Yu Kuang was here to help. Since Long Hong hadn't gone all out, there had been no need for him to go all out either. He would go all out when the war with the enemy began. Bai Shangxiu tugged on Long Hang's sleeves in excitement when he finally caught up to her. Success! They're so impressive. Long Hong was oddly happy when she praised his subordinates. The edge of his lips lifted up to form a smile. Check out our special releases for Halloween. Can you identify who's who in the staff picture? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, The Strategist Who Smashes Wine Cups. Chapter 210, The Strategist Who Smashes Wine Cups. The soldiers who had successfully sheared a row of pillars in half for the first time also heard her praises. They all leapt up and cheered with joy. They had been caged beasts for over a month at this point, and this group of hot-blooded men could no longer suppress the rage inside of their hearts. Bai Shangxiu was extremely excited as well. She yelled loudly at them, "You are the best!" Woo! The soldiers greatly appreciated the encouragement. They all roared back with excitement after hearing her praise. They all knew that this was a strategist hired by the general. Why wouldn't they be happy when they received such praise? Long Hong frowned. Wouldn't this make them overzealous? However, this seemed to reveal new sides to his wife. She almost seemed to have endless amounts of vigor now. It was hard to take his eyes off of her. Song Jiaoyue was watching everything from a roof of a building in the distance. It felt like he was in a dream. It was genuinely hard to take his eyes off of her when she shone as brightly as that, despite knowing that she was now inseparable from Long Hong and was doing all this for the sake of her husband. However, he still couldn't forget her. He clenched his fist tightly into a ball. Beside him, Yu Kuang abruptly asked, "What is your relationship with her?" "Nothing. But your expressions. A past that I unintentionally destroyed with my own hands." "What?" "You don't need to know." Song Jiaoyue turned and left. He was determined to help them to the best of his abilities. He couldn't let her efforts go down the drain. Long Hong was soon done preparing for the battle. He gave them a single day to rest, planning to start his offensive in one day. He'd already prepared a special strike team for the night operation. Since they were martial arts experts and extremely deadly in their own right, Song Jiaoyue and Yu Kuang had been assigned to the strike team as well. They would leave the city at night via a secret passage and converge in the morning to attack the enemy. Long Hong would have to wait until morning to lead the troops into battle, because the enemy troops would never want to engage in battle at night. The battle would not begin again as long as the flag of truce was hung up high. Unless, of course, a surprise attack was in the works. But who would expect a surprise attack directly from the front? They enjoyed a sumptuous dinner the night before the big battle. The soldiers usually in charge of cooking had also participated in training, so Bai Shangxiu took it upon herself to prepare dinner. She had nothing much to do anyways. It was very rare for a strategist to end up in the kitchen, so the soldiers followed her commands as easily as on the training field. Using her own money, Bai Shangxiu bought 2 pigs off the local citizens. She had the kitchen slaughter and cook them for the soldiers. She went through a lot of trouble to acquire and prepare the 2 pigs. How could Long Hong and the soldiers possibly have the time to prepare all this? They were all very surprised when pork was served on their table. Long Hong was taken aback as well. He immediately asked Bai Xiangxiu, "You've spent all day preparing this?" "Yes. I've prepared this to boost morale because every single one of you will be risking your lives in the battle tomorrow. Many thanks to you. I've bought some wine as well. However, they're not allowed to drink too much. Everyone only gets 1 bowl of wine." The soldiers were all very excited. It had been more than a month since they last tasted wine and meat. Moreover, everyone was allowed 1 bowl of wine. That amount almost seemed astronomical when they were at war. The imperial court was finding it very troublesome to transport rations to the army these days, let alone wine. Moreover, Long Hong had always been strict with them and never allowed them to drink as they pleased. The soldiers were all very grateful towards the strategist with the scholarly aura for providing such luxuries before a battle. Even Prince Rong was singing her praises. Royal prince or not, he also hadn't had meat in over a month either. It had been quite an agonizing experience for him as well. He was happy to be able to eat some meat even though he wasn't going into battle tomorrow. Moreover, Madame Xiao was famous in the capital for her culinary skills. So, the pork meat was extremely succulent and delicious. "I propose a toast." Prince Rong raised his bowl of wine high above his head. The rest of the soldiers followed suit. Long Hong also joined in. "We will defeat the enemy tomorrow." Defeat the enemy. The deafening cheer touched Bai Xiangxiu deeply. She suddenly raised her bowl as well. Long Hong put his hands on her shoulder, but she paid him no heed. She downed the bowl of wine with the crowd and then smashed the bowl onto the ground. Long Hong was speechless. It was really difficult to keep up with his little wife sometimes, especially when she went off the deep end like this. And so, bang! 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 The sound of shattered clay reverberated through the air. The soldiers had followed her lead to smash the bowls into the ground too. Long Hong resignedly followed suit as well. He'd think about the expenditures later. These bowls were something that his estate could still afford to replace. Bam! He then saw Bai Xiangxiu fall back onto her seat. She seemed very drunk. Why drink so much if you can't hold your liquor? She shouldn't have strained herself like that. He continued to look out for her while he finished his meal. Song Jiayue and Yu Quan would have to leave after dinner. Bai Xiangxiu was a little tipsy as she sent them off alongside Long Hong. She even clapped their shoulders hard and said, "Good luck, my dear friends. Show them no mercy. Murder. Burn. Steal. Do them all." Hiccup. Long Hong immediately covered her mouth with his hands and said, "Take care, everyone. We will. You'd better take her back to her room. She seems really drunk." Song Jiaoyue laughed softly. This girl was really too full of surprises. She really seemed to put herself in all sorts of hilarious positions. Long Hong nodded. He grabbed Bai Xiangxiu by her shoulder and slowly supported her all the way to his quarters. He couldn't possibly lift her up and carry her like a bride when so many eyes were on them. He didn't want to start any rumors. Bai Xiangxiu wasn't done muttering nonsense even when she was in the bedroom. Long Hong eventually looked at Shure and said, "Leave. You don't have to wait upon us." Shure left the room in a hurry. "Your Highness, is that really such a good idea when tomorrow is the designated day of battle?" Long Hong had arrived at the conclusion that the only way to make her stop would be to tumble in the sheets with her. She'd be quiet once she was asleep. In fact, this one little trick had never once failed him. Bai Xiangxiu was given a brutal workout that night. By the time they were done, she was sleeping like a baby. She didn't even have the strength to lift up her arms. Long Hong was incredibly satisfied. He went out to check on the soldiers after putting his clothes back on. Long Hong knew very well how to take care of his body. He came back after he was done with his duties and slipped into bed beside Bai Xiangxiu so that he would be able to focus on the battle tomorrow. The next morning, Long Hong was long gone by the time Bai Xiangxiu woke up. Before he'd left, he'd spent some time caressing her tiny face, traces of regret in his eyes. He'd been a little too excited the night before and had been a little too rough on her. She likely wouldn't wake up until much later. He quietly wished that the enemy would already be defeated by the time she woke up. Unfortunately, Bai Xiangxiu was awakened by the ear-deafening war cry that rose when they opened the gates. Ignoring breakfast, she immediately put on her clothes and ran to the city walls to take a look. The soldiers wanted her to move to a safe distance because there was a chance she could be struck by a stray arrow on the city walls. Sure tried to stop her too. Please don't go up the walls, mistress. I won't be able to answer to His Highness if anything happens to you. I just want to take a peek. Don't worry, I'll be extremely careful. Her legs had gone soft due to the scent of blood that filled the air. However, she gritted her teeth and kept walking. Perhaps due to the constant scent of blood that she'd been surrounded with the past few weeks, her phobia of blood had actually taken a turn for the better. If you didn't catch our Halloween special announcements, make sure to like our Facebook. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, The Great Battle, Defeating the Chained Horses Formation. Chapter 211, The Great Battle, Defeating the Chained Horses Formation. How could she afford to have that weakness during this crucial time? Bai Xiangxiu grabbed onto the railings to see her man lead the charge. He wore a full suit of armor, and was leading the charge personally, fearless in battle. His presence alone was a great comfort to his men. Every great general's likely had the same aura like him. It was the charisma that allowed them to lead men into battle, to give their deaths a meaning. The chained horses formation did not take long to appear. Bai Xiangxiu was confident in her analysis. This formation was indeed similar to the linked horses formation that she knew of. She prayed that they'd find success in breaking the formation, and that Long Hong would make it back safe and sound. Don't worry. I'm just here to feel the breeze. I'll return once the formation is broken. Then this servant will accompany you. It took a lot of courage for a woman to stand there during a battle, but there she remained, motionless without even the slightest hint of fear, even when stray arrows flew by and even struck a soldier right beside her. Only then, noticing that her neighbor had been struck by an arrow, she decided to move from her spot and help carry him away. She had a serious expression on her face the entire time. Sure, stop standing there like a rock. Take him to a doctor to seek treatment. Grab some medicine while you're there as well. This way, we can minor injuries on the spot. This humble servant understands. Their master and servant relationship was no longer as stiff and formal like it had been in the manor. Shu'er had gotten used to helping with things and carrying out her commands. A general squire was almost always useless in a battlefield, but he had realized that even if there was no place for him on the battlefield, he could still do so much more. Madame Xiu was doing so many things to aid the war effort even though she was a woman. A man like him would be ashamed of himself if he were still to hide away like he had done before. Likely because they were running around helping with the war effort while wearing commoners' clothes, some of the young men from the city were inspired to help too. They too volunteered to help transport items, deliver water and food, etc. Long Hong never wanted the citizens to have a part in this war. After all, who were the soldiers supposed to protect if the citizens were all injured or dead? But on this day, they were all like-minded people who wanted to defeat the enemy troops. They'd be able to open the city gates again and would no longer have to die of hunger within the city walls. Both sides began beating their war drums as the two armies geared up for their clash. Bai Xiangxiu leaned against the city walls to look down onto the battlefield. Long Hong had moved to the back while the specially trained troops now took the front. Scythe in hand, the special troops began to march forward in unison. The armored chained horses too began a slow inexorable trot towards the troops. The situation looked grim, it almost looked like their only fate was to be trampled beneath the hooves of the armored horses. However, there wasn't even a hint of fear on their faces. Forming horizontal lines, they began to charge towards the horses. They looked almost like the formal Chinese character for the number 11 when looking down from the city walls. Their uniformity was mind-boggling. The discipline that these soldiers possessed wasn't something one could just scoff at. It was a sight deserving nothing short of marvel and wonder. Not even a single soldier was breaking ranks. If even one soldier made a mistake, the entire troop would be fated to death. However, they didn't show fear, nor did they cower. Good luck! Bai Xiangxiu's hands turned white as she gripped the walls tightly. Right before the two armies met, the special troop soldiers dropped to their knees and brought their scythes forward in a horizontal sweep. No one expected such a move, and it was far too late to stop the horses. A deluge of blood descended on the front lines as the whole first rank of armored horses had their legs sheared off. Her mouth twitched involuntarily. She just realized that she'd caused the death of countless horses. However, it was either the horses or them. She had had no choice. Just as Bai Xiangxiu predicted, the cavalry troops came in wave after wave. The second wave of cavalry couldn't halt in time as the first wave fell victim to the sides. Thus, the first wave suffered atrocious casualties from the back as both horses and humans were trampled. The formation dissolved into shambles as the third wave desperately ground to a halt to avoid trampling the second wave. The scythe-wielding soldiers easily leaped over the carcasses of the first wave, decimated the second wave while they were still confused, and attacked the third wave with vigor. Their long curved blades easily slipped past the horsemen to dislodge them from their seats, sending them tumbling to their death. "It's done! The formation is broken!" Bai Xiangxiu yelled excitedly. The soldiers on the city walls all roared excitedly too. "Yeah! It's broken! Scurry back with your tails between your legs!" The drummers began to drum with more vigor as well, causing the soldiers to fight with more fervor. It couldn't be helped. It had taken a long while, but they'd finally defeated the formation. They were absolutely elated. Commander Lu never would have imagined that the formation that he'd painstakingly prepared would be so easily defeated. He decided to order a retreat. He had to save what was left of his elite troops. But just as he stood to send the order, news came of a strike force attacking his rear. Another troop, led by a Jianghu man, was charging straight into. He was jumping high and low, without even a semblance of the pattern normally seen in a battlefield. He somehow made it to the front and cut down wave after wave of the army, like a hot knife through butter. How is this possible? Commander Lu was a very capable commander as well. He quickly organized his army and ordered a retreat. They traveled back 100 miles before he finally felt safe enough to make some adjustments. He'd lost 7 out of 10 men when he took account of their numbers. The chained horses' cavalry had been annihilated. Although Commander Lu had ordered a retreat, their enemies were in hot pursuit. It would only end in death if their enemies caught up. They could only retreat in a straight line because they couldn't split up. But this also meant that it'd be very easy for their enemies to catch up to them. Long Hong had trained his soldiers himself. They were very mobile troops, comparable to cavalry in terms of speed. Therefore, the enemy was all hunted down within 4 hours. Long Hong never imagined that the clash would be so one-sided. He also knew to never pursue an enemy at bay. His first thought after sounding the horn for retreat was to run to Bai Xiangxiu's and tell her that they'd won, but a familiar silhouette was squeezing through the cheering crowds after he entered the gates and ran towards him with blazing speed. However, she ground to a halt when she noticed that it was a little inappropriate to hug him while wearing male clothing. But she wasn't able to stop in time and charged into his arms. Long Hong instinctively reached out to support and raised a cupped fist salute to her in front of all the soldiers. "Many thanks to strategist Bai for your assistance in defeating the enemy and bringing glory to our country." What are you playing at? Everyone was treating Long Han like a god since he was the one who led them to battle and defeated the fearsome chained horse formation. However, they began to cheer for Bai Xiangxiu too after hearing how he'd praised her. "Glory to our country." Bai Xiangxiu blushed because of their chants. She secretly pinched Long Hong, but she was still surprisingly moved by their cheers. So it turned out that a woman didn't need be constrained within the tiny rear court. Even though it was a prince's manor, it was still much smaller compared to a place like this. There was a plenty of casualties and injuries after the battle. Long Hong assembled a team to chase after the remainder of Commander Lu's army. He was also readying his ready for the next battle, and they would continue until they reached the enemy nation's capital. The rations arrived on the next day and so did Quan. He felt very uneasy when he saw Long Hong and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Long Hong hadn't taken anything to mind as he had no feelings for the third madam. Instead, he was happy that Quan had helped Bai Xiangxiu in her journey and assembled some of the local citizens to come and help. There was nobody more familiar with the enemy country than the citizens of Shu County. The hunters were especially familiar with them. They even had some indigenous method to get rid of the enemy nation's parasite toxin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212. The female lead bites the hand that feeds her. Chapter 212. The female lead bites the hand that feeds her. And so, the military and civilians formed an alliance. Everyone was brainstorming ways to help each other in the city. It was a rather happy and harmonious scene. Bai Xiangxiu felt that she ought to go back. Long Hong would be distracted if she remained here any longer. She tidied up and was planning to take her leave when Long Hong returned from his scouting trip. She was a little reluctant, but felt rather contented that she could see him before he really departed. Things were always different when being a married couple. A reluctance to part inevitably cropped up when the time came for them to do so. Since she was going to leave, shouldn't she let him enjoy himself to his heart's content? But, was it really good for her to do so with her current appearance? She was dressed in male clothing from head to toe and had even combed her hair into a man's bun. There wasn't anything beautiful about her appearance right now. Moreover, the injury on her body hadn't healed yet. Could she really seduce someone? She touched her face. Even her skin had darkened and turned a little dry since arriving here. This won't do. At any rate, my skin needs to be a little smoother than it is now before tonight. She had sure by some milk and immersed herself in a milk bath. She sat in the bath for a very long time and only emerged when she felt that her skin was slightly smoother than before. Someone knocked just as she was finished drying herself, and Sure announced, Sir Song has something he needs to speak to you about. All right. I'll be right there. Bai Xiangxiu got dressed and came out, only to find that Song Jiayue had already been waiting outside for quite some time. He immediately stood up upon seeing her. Sir Bai, there is something I need you to help me with. What's the matter? Bai Xiangxiu sat down. She was slightly puzzled. It felt that Song Jiayue was a little keyed up. It's like this, we invaded the enemy's camp and found a woman who was held captive. What woman? It's Miss Lin. What? It was very impressive for the female lead to still be alive. She seems to be a little dazed, so could I ask you to take care of her for the time being and bring her back to the capital together with us? Since he'd brought her with him, he naturally would have to bring her back as well. I see. That's fine. But, could you be the one to make plans and take care of her? Sure. Since Lin Xianzi was a woman, it really wasn't appropriate if she was left in other people's care. However, she didn't want to see that female lead, so she let Sure arrange for her to be housed in a civilian's home. There were a lot of women in that house so they could look after her. Anyhow, it would only be for a single night. She never would have thought that a problem would arise even before that person even walked into that house. Since the female lead was so attractive, the son in that family actually went and committed an offense. Bai Xiangxiu had no choice but to grant them an audience. It hadn't even been 4 hours since everything had been arranged. How could a problem have arisen so quickly? The son in that family was at the tender age of 18. He looked as though he had been severely wronged as he kneeled on the ground. His mother and elder sister accompanied him on the floor. Traces of dried tears were still evident on their faces. What's the matter? Bai Xiangxiu questioned in a deep voice. She purposely kept her voice deep. Her current identity was that of a strategist that Long Hung had invited. As a result of that, she was extremely respected by those in the army. The young man remained kneeling on the ground as he responded, in response to the gentleman's question, I really am not to be blamed in this matter. That young miss is a bit crazy. The strangest thing is that after seeing me, she calls me Yunjing one moment and Yunying the next. She even called me, husband. She even undressed herself. For a moment, I couldn't hold myself back and embraced her. But when I did so, she hit me and said that I'd violated her. We can vouch for all of this. His mother and elder sister raised their hands at the same and wailed, my son has always been honest. If it wasn't for that woman taking so much of an initiative, he definitely wouldn't do that kind of thing, but... Bai Xiangxiu nodded and asked them to leave. She then asked someone to find Lin Xianzi, because after everything was said and done, she still had to verify the truth of the matter. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't wait until she returned to the capital to lodge a complaint with the emperor. Long Hong was still on the battlefield, so how could she distract him with such things? In the end, her heart couldn't help but ache when Lin Xianzi walked in. The female is the female lead all right. Even Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but cast a few additional glances at the female lead with her tender, weak aura. Who could blame the men? However, when her gaze met Bai Xiangxiu's, it immediately turned from a wistful, pitiable look to one of hatred. Without a second thought, she ran straight at Bai Xiangxiu, screaming, I'll kill you. Give my child back to me. You killed my child. Frowning, Bai Xiangxiu swayed back, avoiding the crazed woman's outstretched claws. Her hand came up and across, landing a savage backhanded slap across Lin Xianzi's face. Indeed, she made sure to put a great deal of force behind this hit. Hopefully, that would clear the female lead's mind. However, it was clear that the female lead was possessed. You vicious woman. You flung my child to death. Ah? Are you mentally ill? When did I throw your child to his death? You're the one who threw him, all right? And you won't even admit it. You killed my child to save yourself. I'll kill you to avenge him. I'll kill you. The F***K, have you actually gone mad? Was the female lead's imagination in such overdrive that she wholeheartedly thought of Bai Xiangxiu as her mortal enemy? Had she forgotten the crime that she herself had committed? This delusion was only the tiniest bit less impressive than the amount of denial she was spouting. I'll kill you. The female lead actually grabbed the stool and raised it above her head. She started another charge at Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu frowned, thinking that this female lead had really gone insane. It was at this moment that Shuer stepped in, knocking out the female lead with a swift blow from behind. At this point, Bai Xiangxiu felt certain that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of the female lead, so she had Shuer lock Lin Qianzi up. She then sent the family home and said that the female lead's behavior stemmed from an enormous prior shock. Bai Xiangxiu told them not to mind to what had happened. It didn't matter whether that young man had really offended the female lead or not anymore. Bai Xiangxiu didn't want to bother with this any longer. She really needed to find a way to send this crazy female lead away. Otherwise, something would go wrong. Without a doubt. The facts of the matter later proved that her line of reasoning was right. When she was still packing her things away later that afternoon, a few soldiers came over to ask her to meet with Vice General Chen Tao. This person had originally been part of the Tranquil City Guard. He'd been extremely dissatisfied ever since Long Han came because the male lead had superseded practically all of his authority. It was very likely that there was a special reason behind him wanting to meet her. Bai Xiangxiu frowned and went with Shuer to where Chen Tao was working. Who knew that someone would ambush and tie up Shuer just when they'd walked in? She felt that something was amiss, but just as she turned to leave, she felt a sword rest at her throat. "Sir Bai, please enter." Bai Xiangxiu had no choice but to obey. She walked in to see Chen Tao and a few soldiers standing inside. A smirk was playing around his lips as he looked scornfully at her. "City Guard Chen, what is the meaning of this, dot?" "Meaning? Oh, I suppose you don't know the punishment for bringing one's wife and children along to battle? I believe it goes something like 100 canings, officially relinquishing your position in the military and a summons from the capital for personal punishment by the emperor." "Oh, then it seems this has nothing to do with me. This is bad. Does this Chen Tao know something?" Long Hong had always kept her identity a secret. Was that because a punishment like this actually existed? But before all that, how did this one find out about her identity? They'd always been very careful to keep her secret. "Madam Xiu, don't tell me that you want me to strip you of your clothing in front of everyone before you admit to it?" The smirk turned downright evil. Even though he didn't say anything, he definitely had the desire to do so. There was no one who didn't know that Long Heng's fourth madam was called the #1 beauty in the capital. Her famed name had long since overshadowed the Miss Lin from Minister Lin's household. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, Terrible Luck, Locked in the Dungeons. Chapter 213, Terrible Luck, Locked in the Dungeons. Not only was she a beauty, but she also had a stellar reputation. She was the typical example of a married woman of a good family. He had always been the most interested in these types of beauties. He didn't feel a thing when they were too easy, no matter how alluring they were. Most importantly, she was Long Heng's woman. Although that man was ice cold and overbearing, he was also very formidable. Chen Tao wasn't sure if Long Hong had broken this sweet, delicate beauty with his playing it. They were clearly in the middle of a battle, yet Long Hong had brought her along. No wonder he wasn't interested in any of the local women. Of course, he had a woman for his own personal use. Now that he paid closer attention to this strategist, even men's clothing couldn't hide how elegant she looks. How could he have failed to detect her as a woman till now? Most likely, it had something to do with her sloppy appearance. But today, she was rather clean and tidy, so her feminine beauty slipped through her masculine facade. "I wonder who spewed those false accusations to you?" Bai Xiangxiu denied everything, but was curious to know who had told on her. She didn't think he would tell her so easily. But unexpectedly, Chen Tao crooked his finger towards the interior and a beautiful woman came out. Although her makeup was thick, Bai Xiangxiu instantly recognized Lin Qianzi. It seemed that Lin Qianzi had rid herself of her previously weak and delicate appearance as she walked out in a stunning outfit. How did a white lotus flower turn into a devilish queen? Besides, wasn't she imprisoned? How did she escape? Bai Xiangxiu was confused by the current Lin Qianzi. Lin Qianzi went so far as to walk up to Chen Tao alluringly and curtsy charmingly to him. "Guard Captain Chen. Please rise, Miss Lin. This is the Madame Xiu you were talking about, correct?" "Yes. I would know her even if she turned into smoke." "Good. What else do you have to say for yourself?" "Regardless of who I am, coming to Tranquil City was my idea. It has nothing to do with Prince Li. Servants, take Madame Xiu to the dungeons and wait for Prince Rong to make the final decision." Chen Tao was very excited. He'd finally managed to seize Long Heng's weakness. If this wasn't enough for him to destroy the prince, his surname wouldn't be Chen. Bai Xiangxiu found the female lead to be extremely despicable. She'd actually chosen to use this type of method to get revenge on her. A moment. I have something I need to say. She halted her steps and turned around to look at the vindictive female lead. I've always wanted to ask, do you actually have a brain? Let's temporarily ignore the fact that we're enemies. Can it be that you can't tell the difference between the country's enemy and your own personal enemy? Long Hong will be going into battle very soon. He is trying to protect our country, the home you live in, yet you still want to do him harm. Do you want to see our nation broken in defeat, and for you to then become a military prostitute for the enemy? Do you honestly think your parents will be able to remain so cheerful and free if something happens to our country? Long Hong is the one who was fighting to protect your high position and wealth, even going so far as to put his life on the line. Yet, you want to bring down the whole nation with you for some petty personal grudges. Lin Xianzi was stunned by Xiangxiu's words. Even Chen Tao off on the side was affected. He had never seen a woman make so many high-level arguments while still being ruthlessly insulting. Also, you. Let's leave her out of it. How can you be so petty? Do you think Long Hong wants to steal your position? He is a prince. After the war, his place is at the capital. Do you think he cares if you want to be the local tyrant here? Perhaps, do you have the confidence to repel the enemy troops by yourself, and you have no need for his assistance? It's certain that the enemy troops would sack your city the moment Long Hong leaves. And at that point, you have but two choices, die or surrender. You can choose whichever path you want then. But regardless of what you choose, how are those choices any better than now? Yet, you want to take down Long Hong and be the sole person in charge. Do you think you have that ability? If you're not convinced, let's give it a try, no? Long Hong can return to the capital, and we'll leave Shu County in your hands. You can face the enemy troops. We'll see who goes crying for help later. Xiangxiu was finished, but she didn't allow them to get a word in edgewise. All right. I'm done. Go and reflect on what you've done, you brainless people. Don't make me feel like I've been talking to pigs the entire time. What a waste of breath. Poisonous. Absolutely poisonous. How can a woman speak such malicious words? She heard Lin Xianzi start shrieking as soon as she left. Xiangxiu, I'll make you wish for death. PSSH. As expected, she doesn't use her brain. Xiangxiu didn't care at all that they were leading her to the dungeons, and kept her stare fixed on the floor ahead of her feet. However, the soldiers suddenly halted, staring warily ahead of them. It appeared that danger was near. Xiangxiu raised her eyes and saw Song Jiaoyue and Yu Quang blocking the way. They must have rushed over once they heard something had happened to her. I'm fine. Please tell Long Hong to be careful. Xiangxiu smiled indifferently, but deep down, she was very concerned that Long Hong would be punished. Army regulations were extremely strict. Yu Quang wanted to act, but Song Jiaoyue stopped him. Those from the Jianghu were truly too rash. This was an army camp. They had no choice but to watch her be imprisoned. Song Jiaoyue's voice was hard. I am going to notify Long Hong. You must keep her safe. All right. Yu Quang followed them down in a flash. However, he couldn't enter the dungeon openly. The only way he was able to get close to Xiangxiu was through a tiny window. This particular dungeon wasn't well maintained, so the stones were gloomy and the cells cold. Xiangxiu wrapped her arms around herself the moment she entered. It will be very difficult to rest in here. Someone suddenly tossed a cloak through the small window. She caught it and heard Yu Quang. I will be guarding you from the outside. Don't worry. But what is their reason for locking you up? Miss Lin revealed that I am female. Therefore, Chen Tao is using me against Long Hong. Do you want me to kill her? I don't believe you would kill a woman who doesn't know martial arts. No, but if she hurts you, I will definitely make a move. Yu Quang, thank you. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? I entered your bedroom and caused some misunderstanding between you and Prince Li. He didn't misunderstand. I explained it thoroughly to him. But I also need to apologize to you because I told him your story. He won't tell anyone though, so don't worry. I trust that he won't easily reveal it to others. The two of them were silent for a while. Xiangxiu draped the cloak over her as she sat down on the stone bed. Yu Quang, if something happens tomorrow, I will take all the blame. If I get punished, don't try to prevent it. 100 beatings from the army canes, I'll probably be beaten to death. Who would have thought things would end this way again? She was actually surprisingly rather calm. Things were alright as long as Long Hong and her child were fine. She could accept her fate. Will you die? Perhaps. Then, if you really do die, can I kill them to avenge you? You can, as long as you do not put yourself in danger. By Xiangxiu, you're truly a very kind-hearted woman. In fact, Yushu really likes you. His heart is filled with your image. He was speaking the truth. Although Yushu was young, the feelings he had for Bai Xiangxiu were so strong that no one could dissolve them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, Punishment from Staves, Husband and Wife Suffering Together. Chapter 214, Punishment from Staves, Husband and Wife Suffering Together. I'm sorry, Bai Xiangxiu didn't say anything else, but could only apologize. But you must be careful of that child. Although he may appear well-behaved, he becomes very violent whenever he discovers that the thing he wants has been taken by others. When he was little, he went so far as to fight with his senior brothers and sisters over a toy. He was only a few years old at that time, but he beat them until they coughed out blood. What? He fights people? How is that possible? Yes, so you must be careful. He isn't dangerous, right? In truth, my understanding of martial arts is inferior to his. What? It looks like the child wasn't easy to deal with. They chatted for more than half a day as Yu Kuang kept her company. It didn't take long for an official summons came from Prince Rong. Naturally, Prince Rong understood Chen Tao's thoughts. The news had spread everywhere already because of him. If not, Prince Rong could have helped her conceal some of it. He hadn't expected that the woman would seek responsibility for all offenses when life and death were staring at her in the face. But it also made sense, she'd come to Ning City because she'd been concerned. Her decision had also helped them greatly. Prince Rong didn't make things difficult for her. He prepared a specific room for her to wait for Long Heng's arrival. Long Heng rushed back the moment he received the news. He stomped his way to Prince Rong's place, his expression a study of frost, and raised a cupped fist salute to greet him. Prince Rong was sitting in the top seat, while Chen Tao and Lin Xianzi sat to the side. Long Heng took a glance at Bai Xiangxiu. Although they didn't interact, their hearts seemed to know what to do. This incident has nothing to do with this lady of the inner residence. I told her to come because I know how widely learned she is. Song Jiaoyue had come along with Long Heng. He was standing quietly behind the ladder, but suddenly stepped forward at this time. Yes. Prince Li's only intentions were to break through the horse formation. This humble servant is the one responsible for bringing Madame Xiu here. Prince Rong, please allow this subordinate to say something. Madame Xiu is clearly a woman who lives secluded in the inner residence. The most she would know about formations are from what Prince Li has told her. How can she actually be knowledgeable on this subject? Chen Tao snickered lightly. There were too many loopholes in their statements. Bai Xiangxiu retorted, in the books, the linked horses formation is called the chained horses formation. Luckily for us, the enemy hadn't deployed the full form of this particular formation. There's also another method to break through it. However, it was inappropriate to be used here, which was why we used the sickles. And actually, if we hadn't been under siege, we could have dug traps from below. The horses would have been mired in the holes, and the charge would have been broken. She paused to take a breath and then continued, not only that, I also know many other formations. The 7-star mallet for instance, 7 slaughter formation, blade net formation, Big Dipper formation, 4 quadrant formation, and 4 wonders formation. It was unknown whether Bai Xiangxiu had been provoked or that she simply wanted to prove her knowledge, but all the generals and soldiers were stupefied from all the formations that Bai Xiangxiu was reeling off. Although they'd grown up studying formations, they had never heard of so many before. Bai Xiangxiu struck out her chest and lifted her head in order to maintain her confident posture. She had a "I know more than you, so what are you going to do about it?" expression on her face. Long Heng, on the other hand, was rocked with awe. He had no idea that his wife was just posing, and was only naming formations that she'd heard of and didn't know of. It was impressive enough for a woman to be able to name all of them, not to mention her look of complete confidence. She continued, you all normally just use the crane wing formation in battle, and switch to the fish scales formation if you're attacked. Long Heng had taught her this bit, and she was currently bringing it out to show off a bit. Yet Prince Rong was already applauding, what a fantastic female strategist. Prince Li, you are blessed to have such a woman by our side. Others may not believe her, but Prince Rong was a believer. However, Chen Tao crinkled his brows, so what if she knows formations? She still violated an army law. She must be punished accordingly. Oh? So based on City Guard Chen's words, you're saying she should have allowed the military to remain trapped and not make a move? Or allow the strategist to release his poison and turn everyone into corpses? City Guard Chen, don't forget that you were the one most afraid of their strategist. Long Heng's dismissive laughter made Chen Tao feel very uncomfortable. He raised his voice. And what of the relationship between the enemy state strategist and your concubine? What? We got rid of the strategist thanks to Madame Xiao, Song Jiayue blurted out as soon as he snapped out of his shock. Oh? Is that so? Then that is a great merit indeed. She seduced him, didn't she? Remember, the strategist is a big pervert, Lin Qianzi suddenly interjected. Chen Tao sneered and seemed to look down on Long Hang. Although Long Hong was furious, he tried his best to suppress his anger. Surprisingly, Bai Xiangxia was the one who took to the field this time as she pointed at Lin Qianzi. Excuse me, Miss Lin. I was disguised as a man the entire time. How would I have seduced him? But, I could understand if that person was you. After all, you'd been in that army camp for so long. Who knows who you might have seduced? In addition, how do you know the strategist is a pervert? She blinked her eyes and sighed. Her lively attitude appeared on her elegant face and warmed the hearts and eyes of all the men around. Prince Rong lightly coughed as he looked at Lin Qianzi. Miss Lin, please do not speak casually of army matters. Chen Tao stated coldly, regardless of how big of a contribution she may have had, army regulations cannot be broken. Prince Rong agreed. City Guard Chen's words are true. I will personally report Madame Xiao's contribution to the Emperor. But Long Hong, do you admit that you are guilty? Indeed, I am guilty. Please punish me, Your Highness. Long Hong lifted his robe and knelt down, awaiting for his punishment. Prince Rong proclaimed, since you both managed to save Ning City and led the charge, I will first punish you by 100 beatings of the stave. The Emperor will decide the rest after we return to court. Understood. Long Hong stood up to leave the room. Based on his martial arts abilities, he wouldn't be severely injured from 100 canings. A moment. Bai Xiangxiu suddenly called out, surprising everyone. This is already the lightest punishment. What else does she want? I was the one who was first at fault. Princely was only involved because of me. Please split the 100 beatings between us and allow me to take 50 of them. What? Prince Rong's brows furrowed together as Bai Xiangxiu continued, we are currently in the midst of a war. What if the enemy troops seize this opportunity to attack us knowing that our general lies injured? Please allow me to undertake half of the beating so his injuries wouldn't be as severe. Absurd! Long Hong shouted. She was such a weak woman. How would she be able to take the military cane? She didn't have any martial arts abilities that she could use. But Bai Xiangxiu refused to back off. This wasn't your fault to begin with, and you have responsibilities right now. You? Long Hong had no idea of how to deal with this latest turn. Song Jiayue stood up as well. This humble servant also has an official position in the capital. Long Hong wasn't the only one who violated army regulations. I deserve to be punished as well. Please allow me to take the 50 beatings for Madame Xiao. Another voice rang out before Prince Rong could even think of a response. This humble servant also took part in this. Please also split the punishment with me as well, Prince Rong. And you are? Wulin Alliance head, Yu Kuang. Prince Rong finally understood why Long Hong had entrusted these two with the raid. It was the Wulin Alliance head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Sharing the Punishment. Chapter 215, Sharing the Punishment. The Wulin and the Imperial Court had never been on great terms with each other. Friction between the two was rather frequent, so it meant a great deal that a Wulin Alliance head would come to their aid. Long Hong was truly very capable. Prince Rong nodded. 100 military rod beatings was truly nothing when split up amongst these three men. No need. This has nothing to do with either of you. Long Hong didn't want their help. After all, they were both men who desired his wife. I've done wrong too. I was the one who brought Madame Xiao to this place. I have sinned. Quan had snuck in at some point during the proceedings, and now stepped forward to sink to his knees. Many of his brothers also made their presence known as they too sank to their knees where they were. They were brothers tied together by camaraderie and friendship. Bai Xiangxiu had saved their boss wife and even helped defend Shu County so that they would still have homes to return to. Bam! 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 These hot-blooded men all rushed to the front, knelt collectively. The hell is wrong with these people? Why are they lining up to receive a beating? Bai Xiangxiu kept smiling despite such thoughts running through her head. She decided to follow suit and knelt beside them. She'd always disliked kneeling and other similar formalities, but today was different. There was an air of nobility and gracefulness in performing the same action together. She even saw a rare smile on Long Hang's face when she took a glance at him. Prince Rong smacked the table with his hand and yelled, "All right. Since everyone is guilty, then so am I. We will all share the punishment." "Many thanks, Your Highness." Everyone received less than 10 beatings each after the 100 was divided amongst them all. The men were against letting Bai Xiangxiu receive any beatings, but she insisted that she should also share the blame and punishment with everyone. Due to her righteous protestations, they reluctantly allowed her to take 5 beatings. Thwack! 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 The sounds of military canes echoed throughout the barracks. Bai Xiangxiu was being beaten by herself by a few veterans, who purposely went easy on her. However, it was still incredibly painful when the rods landed on her bottom. After all, they were military rods. Bai Xiangxiu gritted her teeth and endured through the pain. She didn't even let out a whimper while receiving her punishment. The veterans were very impressed. They'd never seen a woman capable of enduring this much pain. However, Xiangxiu was incredibly depressed when she tried to clamber off the bench. Her legs had gone numb. She couldn't move. Long Hung had already strode in while she racked her brain for a plan to try and get up. He didn't seem fazed even though he'd received more than 10 canings. He gently picked Bai Xiangxiu up and carried her out of the room. As he turned to leave, Lin Qianzi caught his eye, and a scornful laugh escaped his lips. "Lin Qianzi. Commander Lu told me that his soldiers had a rather wonderful time with you. I don't mind escorting you back to his military camp if you wish to return there." Commander Lu had said those things to him in an attempt to provoke him. After all, Miss Lin was once his betrothed. Unfortunately, his attempt to provoke Long Hong went wide of the mark, since Long Hong remained indifferent. In fact, Long Hong had used those words to attack Lin Qianzi instead. Long Hong had heard everything from Song Zhaoyue. He understood that they'd saved her out of kindness, but she'd returned kindness with ingratitude and caused them all to be punished. It'd have been alright if she had merely caused the men to bear punishment, but then she'd gone and implicated the weak Bai Xiangxiu as well. Long Hung felt an incredible urge to give her a beating, even though he didn't want to be involved with a woman like her. Lin Qianzi's face turned ghastly white. She tried to compose herself and quickly retorted. "What do you mean by that? This little girl doesn't understand. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as everyone else understands." Long Hung snorted disdainfully and left the barracks while carrying Bai Xiangxiu in his arms. The couple helped each other apply medicine on their wounds after they returned to their rooms. Long Hong wanted to give his soldiers an explanation after they were done, an idea that Bai Xiangxiu readily agreed to. Bai Xiangxiu was incredibly angry at the female lead as she climbed into bed alone. "The female lead is simply too irksome. I was nearly raped by the enemy commander because I tried to save her son that she tossed into the air. Now she reveals my identity for revenge?" Bai Xiangxiu had reached the limit of her endurance. She was completely fed up with her nonsense. Wouldn't she be letting her off easy if she were to continue tolerating this for the rest of her life here? Since the female lead has already turned into a black lotus flower, why do I still need to be nice to her? Bai Xiangxiu had decided to retaliate in order to protect herself, and by extension, Long Hung. She had no choice but to come up with a slightly despicable plan. Long Hung couldn't directly deal with Lin Qianzi and neither could she. But there seemed to be many people outside that respected her. Some have even kneeled to her out of respect. Why not make use of that? After an unreasonable amount of effort, Bai Xiangxiu finally got up. She removed her clothes and poured a basin of water over herself. The weather in Tranquil City was much colder than the temperature in the capital. Her body was also in a much weaker state due to her injuries. By pouring water on herself and standing in the breeze, a high fever was almost guaranteed. Long Hung had moved to another room to sleep in order to avoid causing misunderstandings that he'd brought her here to keep him company. The only people living under the same roof as Bai Xiangxiu were 2 servants, namely Shure and another unknown maid from the city. The maidservant noticed Bai Xiangxiu's rosy red cheeks immediately when she came in to deliver water. Quick on the uptake, she instantly understood that the mistress was feverish. "Madam, you've gotten a fever. I will have someone summon the general immediately." Long Hong was more commonly known as the general in Tranquil City. "No, don't tell him. And don't tell anyone else either. I don't want to give him any more trouble." Now this was how a White Lotus act was supposed to be like. Definitely superb acting. She then coughed a few times and feigned a tired weakness. She was practically a newborn kitten at that point. Due to Bai Xiangxiu's outstanding looks and superb acting, the maid's eyes had reddened even though she wasn't even that close to Bai Xiangxiu. The madam is a very understanding woman. The rumors outside must be false. The maid couldn't possibly allow this enchanting madam, who was also the savior of Tranquil City, to suffer alone. Even though the maidservant didn't inform Long Hong, she did decide to summon a doctor. What she didn't know was that her every move was being carefully watched. In fact, many people came to visit upon the arrival of the doctor. Song Jiaoyue was the first to arrive. He was worried about Bai Shangxiu the most. Deep in his heart, Bai Shangxiu was still the feeble and delicate goddess of old, even though she might seem fiercer and bolder in recent days. Face full of worry, he quickly interrogated Sure. Why did you call for the doctor? What's happened? The madam has a high fever. This servant doesn't know when Madame Xiu first contracted the fever, but Madame Xiu seems to have been feverish for quite some time and didn't allow us to call for the doctor or tell the general. High fever? This wasn't a good sign. It was common knowledge that contracting a fever after an injury was a precursor to a serious illness. He immediately began to panic. It wouldn't be that big of a deal if it wasn't a high fever, but such was not the case. There was even a possibility that she could lose her life. Word of her illness quickly spread like wildfire. Long Hong, Yu Kuang, and Shu County citizens soon came to visit her. Even Prince Rong had sent someone over in the middle of the night to ask about her condition. Long Hong didn't really want them to visit her, but these people just wouldn't leave. So, he allowed them to stand behind a screen in the living room. From behind the screen, Bai Shangxiu's voice sounded so tremulous, it was almost as if she'd pass away at any moment. I'm doing fine. I thank everyone for visiting me. Please, go back and rest. If it wasn't for their martial arts training, the guests probably wouldn't have been able to hear her words. As the savior of Tranquil City, why would she have to suffer through such an ordeal just because she was a woman? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Setting the Bed on Fire. Chapter 216, Setting the Bed on Fire. Yu Kuang's Jianghu mannerisms shone through as he spoke in a very forthright manner. You wouldn't have gotten sick if not for that woman. I will kill her. Yu Kuang had decided he would take some action against Lin Xianzi even if Bai Shangxiu tried to stop him. Lin Xianzi was simply too detestable. Everyone suddenly came to realize the meaning behind his words. Bai Shangxiu would have still been thought of as a young male strategist if that woman hadn't revealed Bai Shangxiu's identity. Nobody would have even suspected otherwise. No. Don't. Alliance head you, despite everything, she is still a woman. Bai Shangxiu didn't continue after that. She seemed to be speaking with Long Hong, who was by her side. Let me travel back tomorrow. How are you supposed to travel when you're in this state? Long Hong gently stopped her from climbing out of bed. This woman was trying so hard to be tough that it was heartbreaking. He ordered the maid to take good care of Bai Shangxiu and had everyone else leave. He then visited Prince Rong to ask a small favor from him. Prince Rong accepted his request for an audience even though it was the middle of the night, and then even agreed to help him with his request. Yu Kuang, however, decided to pay Lin Xianzi a visit. He wanted to give her a lesson. Even though Yu Kuang knew that it'd be wrong for him to beat up a weak and feeble girl, he couldn't help but want to teach her the lesson that one shouldn't go too overboard. However, Yu Kuang soon realized that she wasn't in her room. Where could she have gone in the middle of the night? Yu Kuang was straightforward, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He was the Wulin Alliance head after all. He subconsciously felt she was probably with Guard Captain Chen right now. Yu Kuang was an expert in the art of concealment. Even though this was an army camp, he'd arrived at Guard Captain Chen's quarters in the blink of an eye. A house in the middle of the city, it was very easy for him to climb onto the roof. Even before peeking inside, he heard some very interesting sounds. He too was a man, he knew very well what those sounds meant. However, he still delicately lifted a roof tile to make sure the other participant was indeed Miss Lin. He quickly scanned the room after moving aside the roof tile. His face was full of disgust when he confirmed that the woman was Lin Xianzi. They were conversing. You said that you'd help me avenge my son. But she was only struck 5 times by a military rod. True, but she's gotten a high fever just from that. She's not far from death now. Don't worry. I'll make life a living hell for her. You actually want to have her for yourself, right? I've seen the way you look at her. What? Are you jealous? If you want, I can help you get her. Just make Long Hong hate her. In fact, make every man around her hate her. Can you do that for me? Of course I can. All I need to do is play with her like how I play with you, and those men will soon abandon her. Women, right? All you need to do is to give them a little bit of training and they'll turn from a saint into a lust-filled slave. Isn't that true? Yes. Then serve me well first. What a disgusting pair. Yu Quan snorted scornfully and quickly went to report his findings to Bai Xiangxiu. He was sure that Bai Xiangxiu would no longer take her side after this. Bai Xiangxiu awoke when she felt someone enter her room. She noticed that her maid had fallen asleep while lying on a table. Her acupoints must have been struck again. Who is it? Me. Yu Quan? Not that little rascal. By rascal, he meant Yu Shu. He then asked, has your fever gotten better? Yes it has. Is something the matter? You and Long Han will fight again if you don't leave before he returns. Yes. I came here to tell you that Lin Qianzi is currently in bed with Chen Tao. They're trying to come up with a plan to gift you to Chen Tao. Yu Quan told Bai Xiangxiu everything that he'd overheard. Bai Xiangxiu gnashed her teeth in anger. She glanced at Yu Quan. Go back to where they are right now. When you get there, if they're still doing it, light their house on fire. But make sure to burn their clothes first. Yu Quan felt that her plan was far more evil than just killing them. I will personally bring my guards with me to take a look, Long Hong said. No one knew how long Long Hong had been standing at the door. He was looking at Yu Quan calmly, but he couldn't hide the fury in his eyes. Somebody was planning to do his woman harm. There was no way he wouldn't be furious. Yu Quan exchanged a glance with Long Hong and left the room without saying anything. Bai Xiangxiu was a little surprised by their interaction. These two are acting strange. Why did they leave without saying anything? However, she was certain that misfortune was about to befall Lin Qianzi. Bai Xiangxiu was incredibly happy that the female lead was about to be punished. After all, she'd been incredibly irritating thus far. She lay back down and waited for punishment to descend. Things were progressing smoothly for Long Hong and Yu Quan. Yu Quan was an expert in martial arts. He quietly leapt onto the roof while holding onto a torch. It seemed like they were still going at it. So, he quickly slipped into the house through a window and knocked out two of Chen Tao's guards. He noticed two sets of clothing on the ground after he'd snuck into their room, and immediately set them on fire. Then he lit the curtains and the bed curtains. After he was done, he slipped right back out the window and left. All done. Now, time to watch them scurry for clothes. I didn't even spare a single piece of cloth. They probably won't be able to cover themselves up since everything's on fire. Since there was nothing left for them to use, they'd be forced to run out in their birthday suit. Long Hong and the patrolling troops arrived just in the nick of time to add to the drama. Feigning to notice signs of fire within the house, Long Hong yelled, "Guard Captain Chen's room is on fire. Why isn't anyone helping?" Chen Tao's guards couldn't allow others to barge into his room, but they couldn't allow Guard Captain Chen to burn to death either. Maybe they'd soon find their way out. After a few moments, the two who didn't wish to burn to death finally ran out from the room, each of them clutching a scrap of cloth that could barely cover up their extremities. They were incredibly bedraggled. Long Hong had seen everything. He laughed softly, "Guard Captain Chen. What a beautiful mood you're in." Long Heng's subordinates all whistled upon seeing Lin Qianzi's body. "Miss Lin. You have a great figure." They all began to laugh raucously as they catcalled. Lin Qianzi was so embarrassed that she hid herself in a dark corner, refusing to come out. Men weren't able to resist taking glances at her seductive body. After all, this was an army camp that was filled with only men. And because of that, nobody was giving her a cloak to cover herself with. More and more people had begun to come for a look. Yu Quan was responsible for the now burgeoning crowd. He'd been running around, telling people to come and have a look. Lin Qianzi was on the verge of tears. Chen Tao could only say, "Why is everyone just standing there? Give me your cloaks, quickly." "Understood, Guard Captain Chen." Long Hong retorted. "Guard Captain Chen, why are you in such a hurry to cover yourself up? Wouldn't Miss Lin be unsatisfied by your abilities?" The crowd burst into laughter. Chen Tao felt thoroughly humiliated. Although it was normal for men to make these kind of jokes at each other, Long Hong was obviously taking a jab at him. Guard Captain Chen was extremely cross, but his biggest priority right now was to find something to cover himself up with. Long Hong didn't hold back either. "Guard Captain Chen, what's the punishment for seducing another man's wife?" Guard Captain Chen replied. "What if I say that she was the one who willingly climbed into my bed?" "We'd have to seek Miss Lin's opinion then." Long Hong moved his gaze to Lin Qianzi but quickly looked away in disgust. It was like he was looking at something utterly repulsive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, Miss Lin's Husband. Chapter 217, Miss Lin's Husband. Lin Xianzi shook her head and said frantically, "No, I didn't. It's not what it seems." But the men around her only laughed uproariously as they unabashedly leered at her body from tip to sole. Lin Xianzi was so flustered and angry, but she was sure this had something to do with Bai Xiangxiu. "I won't let her get away with this." Someone finally gave her a shirt to wrap herself up with, but it was only a shirt. No one paid any more attention to her, they even stayed far away from her, as if she was some terrifying beast. When she got back to her room, she gave full vent to her embarrassment and rage, smashing everything she could get her hands on. She was a vaunted noble lady. It was all because of that woman that she was like this now. "I'm going to kill her, I definitely have to kill her." Bai Xiangxiu spent a long time muffling her laughter in her blankets after she received the news. Although her fever had abated, the wounds on her but still hurt greatly. Long Hong didn't bring up the matter of her going back to the capital anymore. Although Bai Xiangxiu didn't leave the city, someone else decided to make a visit. But, when he arrived, everyone in Tranquil City had the most interesting expressions on their faces. Ji Zhangshu felt that everyone was looking at him weirdly as he wound his way through the city. He'd immediately rushed over when he received news that his wife Lin Xianzi had been rescued after being captured by the enemy. He wanted to bring her back. Although he knew that her child wasn't his, he still held it in for the sake of a cousin he'd been obsessed with since youth. His entire family had seemed to be against them after the two had gotten married. They hated his Miss Lin and thought of all sorts of ways to torment her. Lin Xianzi, on the other hand, spent her days crying instead and never once showed him a friendly expression. He felt that his patience was just about worn out. Although the two had gotten married, they had spent very little time together. He wanted to take her back and properly live out their lives this time. He didn't want her to come in contact with those people anymore. It was all because of those men that she had lost her way and become stranger and stranger. As odd gazes followed him into the military camp, he quickly found Long Hung. How he'd envied the man before because he was her fiancé. But what was with the look in his eyes now? "Thank you very much for rescuing my wife. I'm here to take her away." Then take her away." Long Hong waved his hand and had someone bring Lin Xianzi over. Bai Xiangxiu took this opportunity to walk over and speak to Ji Zhangshu. "Sir Ji, there are some things I'd like to speak to you about." Ji Zhangshu had recognized Bai Xiangxiu immediately. She wasn't exactly easily forgettable. "What is it?" "I'd like to speak of Miss Lin's story before she arrives. You can then decide if you want to take her with you or not." Ji Zhangshu frowned, having no idea what this woman wanted to say. Long Hong watched off on the side, a hint of a smile playing about his lips. Bai Xiangxiu was the most familiar with Lin Xianzi's story, so she talked at length about how she'd fallen for Luo Yunjing after being captured by him, then how she'd fallen in with Duan Yuning and how she'd been used by him. In the end, she hadn't even known who the father of her child was, and had thrown her child to his death. Of course, Bai Xiangxiu also spoke of how she'd given her body to Chen Tao to try and get revenge for her child. All those present can stand as witnesses. If you don't believe them either, Commander Lu would have the same story to tell you. She didn't have to go into detail of what had happened to Lin Xianzi in the enemy camp after so many days. "I originally tried to persuade her not to run, but you have indulged her far too much. Why didn't you marry her if you liked her? Look at all the trouble she's stirred up. I can tell you now that the Emperor will find out of Lin Xianzi's actions that placed her desire for personal revenge over her nation sooner or later. At that point, your entire family may be implicated in the ensuing strife. Lin Xianzi's only way out lay in the Ji family now. Where could she go if Ji Zhangshu didn't want her? Bai Xiangxiu couldn't let her stay anymore, she might cause trouble for Long Hung. How can this be? How did she turn into this?" Ji Zhangshu looked around at those present. Prince Li, Sir Song of a noble family, and some of Long Heng's men. He suddenly understood the meaning of the odd gazes. That was pity and contempt. What man could accept this? Lin Xianzi happened to walk in at that precise moment. She felt particularly close to Ji Zhangshu. In her mind, he'd been the one who'd cared about her the most since they both were young. He would understand and take care of her even when her parents wouldn't. However, he actually subconsciously moved aside when she flung herself at him. He didn't say anything but, "Get your things and let's go." He still had to bring her back after all. Minister Lin was waiting for him to return safely with her. Yet Lin Xianzi was in no hurry to pack her things. She slowly walked over to Bai Xiangxiu, but saw Long Hung standing behind her before even speaking. "Bai Xiangxiu, you killed my son. I'll have my revenge." "You killed your own son, you can't have forgotten that, can you?" I'm sure everyone in the enemy camp will remember even if you've forgotten that little tidbit. Bai Xiangxiu didn't shrink back at all and stared right at Lin Qianzi with a dismissive smile. Is the White Lotus female lead about to become the Black Lotus? She was rather curious just how much ability Lin Qianzi would have after this transformation. Bai Xiangxiu had actually already thought of what the female lead could do. Isn't it just her usual tricks of using the men who are madly in love with you? But out of all the men you've met, you've heard Luo Yunjiang, Duan Yuning's dead, and this cousin of yours doesn't look like he'll let you off easily when you return. Who are you going to use in the future? Male supporting character the Emperor? They hadn't even met yet. Lin Qianzi snorted and turned around to pack her things. She was still very happy to be able to return to the capital. Her cousin was waiting for her in the carriage when she was done, but sent a servant to help her into the carriage. How odd, why is his attitude so different? He used to take care of me so carefully before. Is it because of the child? Alright, he still wasn't very understanding of the child, so she had to make a proper explanation. She immediately started her explanation after climbing into the carriage. Cousin, I'm sorry, I know you love the child very much so, but Bai Xiangxiu was the one who killed him. She threw our child to the ground herself. Is that so? Ji Zhangshu frowned, not knowing if what she said was true or not. What was the scene then? Then? Lin Qianzi grew a bit confused. She remembered that she'd grabbed her child, but things had gone a bit hazy after that. They discovered me and tried with all their might to take my child back. And then? Why did they want to take your child? Ji Zhangshu had heard everything from Bai Xiangxiu, so knew the secret Lin Qianzi had been concealing from him all along, that regarding the origins of her child. I don't know why they wanted my child. I don't know. Lin Qianzi didn't want her cousin to misunderstand anything, because she was already very happy that he'd come to save her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Divorce Papers. Chapter 118, Divorce Papers. Ji Zhangshu didn't try to interrogate her any further. He'd already been convinced of everything by Bai Xiangxiu and Long Heng. Thus, the journey back to the capital was filled with silence. Lin Qianzi found the situation very strange. He would normally be begging for some action between the sheets by now. She even took the initiative and tried to seduce him in an attempt to reassure him on the way home, but her attempts all failed. He didn't even want to touch her and acted very coldly towards her. That woman must have told him something. I'm sure of it. She tried asking if that was the case, to which Ji Zhangshu replied, she only told me the truth. There's no need to worry if you've done nothing wrong. Lin Qianzi's face turned ashen almost immediately. She grabbed Ji Zhangshu's arm. No. No. I've done nothing wrong. Please don't listen to their lies. Ji Zhangshu yanked his arm away and left the room without saying anything. The husband and wife slept in different rooms for the rest of the journey back. Upon arriving, Ji Zhangshu brought Miss Lin back to the Lin Manor instead of his home. Much to everyone's surprise, he brought divorce papers with him, and personally handed them over to Minister Lin. Minister Lin was extremely furious. What is the meaning of this? Miss Lin came into contact with enemy soldiers and even gave birth to an enemy spy's child. The Ji family no longer wants to accept her into our family. I've come to sever our relationship and bring an end to our marriage. Ji Zhangshu was in a lot of agony. After all, he'd been in love with his cousin ever since childhood. Lin Qianzi received a heavy blow. Don't speak nonsense. Duan Yuning isn't the father of that child. Commander Lu only suspected that he was the father and wanted to take him away from me. Didn't you say you didn't mind who the father of the child was? And that you'd treat him as if your own? Ji Zhangshu was enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that you'd slept with Commander Lu's younger brother, why would he even? Some things are better left unspoken. Minister Lin, I'd rather die than bring her home to the Ji family. Minister Lin had always felt a little guilty for bringing Ji Zhangshu into this. He was very aware of his daughter's shortcomings. There was nothing he could do now that Ji Zhangshu had said such things, but how was his daughter supposed to stand her ground in the future if someone divorced her? Dear son-in-law, why don't we talk about this later? Go home and give yourself some time to calm down first. There's no need. I've already handed the divorce papers to you. I will send someone to return the dowry tomorrow, but... Ji Zhangshu, how can you do this to me? You were the one who agreed to this marriage in the first place. Why are you backing out now? It's not as if you didn't know that I was abducted by that scoundrel. That is true, yes. But is that the reason why you decided to climb into the bed of your teacher? Slap. Miss Lin lost her temper and slapped Ji Zhangshu hard. His entire cheek started to swell, but he didn't take it to heart, walking out with a disheartened look on his face. Minister Lin had never expected that he'd talk to his daughter like that either. He yelled angrily, "I don't want a son-in-law like you either. Throw him out with a thrashing." And so, a rumor began to spread around the capital, saying that Ji Zhangshu had been beaten up in Minister Lin's manner. He had to walk home with all sorts of bruises and swelling on his face, and even fell severely ill after returning home. All sorts of rumors began to swirl around the capital and refused to die down. Bai Xiangxiu had no idea that such things were happening in the capital. Long Hung had already sent a letter back to the princely manor, explaining that Bai Xiangxiu had come to Tranquil City to aid him in the war effort. He also mentioned that Prince Rong had accepted Bai Xiangxiu as his godsister on account of her wits and kindness. Bai Xiangxiu would go back to the capital after she was done recuperating from her illness in Tranquil City. Yes, Prince Rong had indeed accepted Bai Xiangxiu as his godsister. It was how he'd thought to help her. Bai Xiangxiu didn't really think too much of it, but Long Hong knew very well that Prince Rong was very fond of her. That position made it possible for the emperor bestow the position of princess consort on Bai Xiangxiu. Moreover, her family background was actually somewhat decent and she had a very talented brother too. Long Hung hadn't wanted Bai Xiangxiu to stay in Tranquil City, but something unimaginable happened. Commander Lu suddenly started using some sort of strange weapon. None of the soldiers knew how he'd managed to come up with such a weapon. It was an explosive thing that could knock out a lot of people when detonated in a crowd. Bai Xiangxiu immediately identified the weapon as dynamite. When they interrogated some of the enemy soldiers, they admitted that it was indeed dynamite. She was somewhat speechless. Was she supposed to face off against a transmigrator now that Yaya the reincarnator was gone? She understood that dynamite wasn't something that could be found in this world, and deduced that a transmigrator must be on the enemy side. Many of the captives were interrogated, but none of them knew the identity of the person who had invented the dynamite. And because they had such a lethal weapon on their hands, their army was gradually becoming stronger and stronger. In fact, they were planning to retake Tranquil City. Your mother. They actually brought such a terrifying weapon to the battlefield? It's a good thing that the other side isn't too well versed in weapon making. This particular one isn't too successful. It only maims and doesn't cause death, so it's probably more scary than it is lethal. However, it was still something that could scare horses and disrupt Long Hang's troop formations. Do you know how to deal with this weapon? Long Hong looked at Bai Xiangxiu. Even if she knows what it is, it doesn't mean that she knows how to deal with it, right? Moreover, this was something that was much more complicated than just a formation. It would be incredibly easy to take over the entire country if the weapon was just a little more powerful, let alone just Tranquil City. Bai Xiangxiu waved her hands. I need some sleep. I have to get some sleep. She was going to contact Warrior in her sleep. She'd realized that it wasn't impossible to return to the modern world after she'd lost consciousness when she gave birth. She'd only decided to stay here because she couldn't let go of her loved ones. Warrior had powers that could connect her with all the cacti in the world throughout history. The cactus might be able to help her find the recipe to make dynamite. Prince Rong was shocked when he saw the look on Bai Xiangxiu's face when she left the room. It seems like she might really have a clue on how to defeat this weapon. Have I really read too few books? Everyone in the room looked at Prince Rong after he spoke those words, likely because everyone had the same exact thought as him. They'd perused books for almost all their lives, but they still weren't as smart as a girl as young as her. They probably all needed to read more books. Bai Xiangxiu took out her fragrance sachet when she arrived in her room. Inside lay a small paper package. She carefully unwrapped it layer by layer to reveal some cactus spines. She'd brought them with her in case of an emergency. She'd never thought that she would actually need to use them. She poured all the spines from the sachet into her hand so she could form a connection with Warrior. She even went as far as to prick herself with one. Since she'd arrived in this world after pricking herself on a cactus, she might be able to quickly contact Warrior by doing that. However, she found it very difficult to fall asleep due to her anxiety. She scooted over to the other side when Long Hung returned so that he could sleep beside her. No one questioned her presence now that Prince Rong had become her godbrother. And since everyone knew that she was recuperating from an illness, no one really cared if Long Hong was sleeping in the same room as her either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Manufacturing Gunpowder. Chapter 219, Manufacturing Gunpowder. Long Hong wanted to get intimate with her after washing up. After all, They hadn't done anything recently because they were too disgusted by Lin Qianzi. However, right now, Bai Xiangxiu was giving him the cold shoulder. She was trying her best to fall asleep while hugging her sachet. Long Hung didn't try to interrupt her when he saw this. He laid down on the bed and went to sleep. The war effort was his priority now. By right, he shouldn't have removed his armor, but he wanted some intimacy with her tonight as he would be sleeping in the army camp from tomorrow onwards. However, the other person wasn't giving him face. How could he possibly fall asleep when such thoughts coursed through his mind? He immediately flipped the still awake Bai Xiangxiu over and rained kisses down on her. Bai Xiangxiu was in a daze as she was eaten up. She had no idea what was up with this man. Unfortunately, the author had a rule that any amorous activity would instantly confine her to bed for 3 days. Long Heng's vigor was so much so that Bai Xiangxiu quickly fainted dead away. After all, for all her strengths, she was still in a weak and feeble female supporting character's body. Fortunately, she was finally able to speak to Warrior after she fainted. Warrior looked a little like a collection of green flames, just hovering in mid-air. Its voice seemed to have matured, now sounding a tad like a young man. Mistress! Mistress! Warrior misses you so much! Warrior exclaimed joyfully. I missed Warrior too. I never imagined that I could contact you even with such distance between us. That's because Mistress used her blood to form a connection. We would lose this connection if the spines in your hand rot or disappear. Warrior had also learned some human speech. It no longer used part of its body to describe its spines. The human and plant soon got down to business after some chit-chat. Bai Xiangxiu hoped that Warrior would be able to help her find the formula, but Warrior actually brought her to some manufacturing plant in some unknown dynasty. Invisible to the workers, she carefully watched them toil away. She overheard conversations about materials, and took a long close look at the tools they used to create the finished product. She also saw the power of the completed product. She didn't think that Warrior would have such an ability. She turned her head around and saw a cactus sitting on top of a table in the corner. Am I traveling through time and space to plagiarize? Bai Xiangxiu didn't have much time to think about all that. She paid full attention to the workers as she was worried that she might forget. She memorized the entire manufacturing process after an entire night's sleep. It was more distinct than any note she might have made. She was elated. She wanted to conduct an experiment first thing after getting out of bed. Which resulted in... Bam! Bai Xiangxiu's legs immediately gave way at the knees, causing her to fall in a heap. She was hammering the floor out of frustration while pulling at her clothes. How can I forget about the author's can't get out of bed for 3 days rule? This is agony. I can't even feel my legs anymore. My joints are in so much pain. Oh dear. Madam, how did you fall down? Maid Xiaomei immediately came to help her up. Her face was all red when she realized that the madam was naked. Looking exhausted, Bai Xiangxiu lay back onto the bed and said, quickly hand me a brush and paper. I need to write down the formula. I need to write it down before I forget. The maid immediately ran off to grab the things she needed. Bai Xiangxiu wrote down the complete formula, and also the list of required ingredients. She handed them over to Xiaomei. Have someone prepare these ingredients. But you must warn them not to mix these ingredients together. Understood. But who should I ask to prepare these things? Hand the ingredients over to the general. Tell him that I'm not feeling well and that he should have someone to prepare the ingredients first. Understood. The maid ran off to complete the errand. After a while, she came back to inform Bai Xiangxiu that the general was already preparing the ingredients. Xiaomei also whispered, the general asks if you want to take a hot bath. He has already ordered Shuer to prepare the bath for you. Does madam want to take a bath? Yes, Bai Xiangxiu blushed. There really was a possibility that she wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 days if she skipped the bath. How was she supposed to deal with the incoming enemy if she was bedridden? She had to be a step faster than the enemy's research. They would be in grave danger if the other transmigrator were to complete their research and produce an incredibly deadly weapon. She decided that this was no time to be lazy after she realized the magnitude of her responsibility. It was time for her to get to work. Bai Xiangxiu cursed Long Hung under her breath as she let the hot water soothe away the aches until she could finally get up to put on her clothes. The food wasn't very good as they were in a war zone. A bowl of porridge was the staple around here. Long Hong was a responsible man. His meals were exactly the same as his soldiers. Naturally, his concubine would have to eat the same meal as well. Long Hong was very impressed by this point. He would have sent her back if she had complained otherwise. Firecrackers were exploding after they were done with their meal. Who would play with firecrackers at this time? Something bad must be happening. Bai Xiangxiu felt her heart sink and immediately ran out from her room. She saw multiple fire arrows soar through the air and explode when they landed in the city. Damn! It's a sneak attack. However, what kind of stupid sneak attack is this supposed to be? These tiny sparks are nothing compared to the firepower of artillery I've so often seen in war films. It seems like they have yet to complete their weapon. That's why they're using arrows to shoot them into the city. The firepower is still quite weak and hasn't changed much since the last time. Bai Xiangxiu murmured while she walked towards the arrow barrage, hoping that she could get a clear picture. Madam! Madam! You shouldn't walk up to the arrows like that. You could get injured. You're right. Bai Xiangxiu went back to her room to grab an umbrella. This should do it. Xiaomei was speechless. How can an umbrella possibly shield you from the terrifying rain of fire? But from Bai Xiangxiu's point of view, it was basically just firecrackers raining from the sky, only with rather different circumstances. People were only panicking because they'd never seen something like this. She, however, was unafraid. She went out while holding an umbrella over her head and then witnessed an arrow explode in front of her. The explosion was surprisingly powerful and blew a big hole in the horse trough it landed in. This weapon was capable of maiming someone, if not outright killing them. It seemed that the enemy had figured out how to increase the firepower. She decided to seek shelter and brought the maid with her to cower in a dark corner. Don't run out into the open. Stay here and stay vigilant. The soldiers emerged from cover after a while to put out the fires. The rain of arrows had stopped, likely because Long Hong had gone out to chase after the enemy soldiers. This sudden attack was definitely a tactic to intimidate them and stop Long Hong from continuing his pursuit. However, their scare tactics were not as effective as it seemed. It was at this moment when a staunch-looking shadow crept up behind her. She slowly lifted her head to see Long Hong in a full suit of armor. She reached her hand towards him and smiled. Good afternoon. Didn't you go out to chase after the enemy? Why would I personally go to battle when there's only a dozen of them? Why did you come out? Long Hong tried to suppress his concerns because his subordinates were just behind him. He didn't want them to think that he was a henpecked husband. Deep in his heart, he was actually thinking, how did she get out from her room? Last I checked this morning, she was still as weak as a newborn kitten. I just wanted to see the strength of their explosives with my own eyes, so I can try to create a stronger explosive than theirs. Oh? Long Heng's heart filled with warmth. She was doing it for me after all. Long Heng's subordinates had the same thoughts as well. It wasn't easy for a woman to do so many things. Most importantly, was she really capable of reproducing such a dangerous weapon? It was fortunate that Long Hong had decided to keep her around. Unfortunately, while Bai Xiangxiu might sound mighty, her legs were much less so. Her legs went soft when she tried to get up and nearly caused her to fall. You shouldn't have come out if you haven't recovered from your illness. Long Hong could feel his face burn as he spoke. The first thing he saw when he ducked his head was Bai Xiangxiu rolling her eyes at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Gunpowder Bombs. Chapter 220, Gunpowder Bombs. Long Hong could feel his heart go soft at the sight, quickly helped the madam back to her room. No need. Bring me to the workshop. The place where you stored the materials. Men, escort the madam to the workshop. Understood. These soldiers were filled with respect for Bai Xiangxiu. After all, she was still trying to create the bombs despite her illness. Bai Xiangxiu felt very embarrassed when she saw the reverence in their eyes. This was all their general's fault, all right? She'd been nearly split into half by him. Her embarrassment didn't stop the soldiers from escorting her to a slightly remote location. This was actually by her request. If the worst happened, she would rather she be the only fatality in the explosion. Honestly, there was no need for her to make a powerful explosive. The enemy's explosives were not that strong either. Her hands would be stained with a lot of blood if the explosives were to be used for the wrong purposes. With about a dozen people carefully watching over her, she prepared the ingredients and the required utensils from memory. It had taken her the whole day just to prepare all that. After toiling tirelessly, she dragged her exhausted body back to her room, only to find Long Hong and many others also coming up with their own countermeasures. They were trying out a metal shield, made specially to shield them from the explosives. Cavalry would be temporarily removed from the battlefields. They would go on an all-out assault with soldiers who were equipped with those hopefully blast-proof shields. That is a good idea too. My husband is surprisingly clever. Bai Xiangxiu learned more about the manufacturing process in her dreams that night. She also continued to insist that she'd learned it all from books. Long Hong didn't have time to suspect anything because he knew that Commander Lu would soon assemble a team for another ambush. There was nothing much Long Hong could do about it. Because of their unique weapons, Long Hong was worried that he might fall into the enemy's trap if he led his soldiers into battle. Bai Xiangxiu would really have to do her part well in order to break the deadlock. She was being extremely careful as every ingredient was rather special. The slightest miscalculation or slip could lead to disaster. It was fortunate that she'd seen the manufacturing process with her own eyes. By the end, she'd successfully created 10 bombs with ease. These bombs were like hand grenades, or rather ball firecrackers that children in modern times played with. Her bombs were quieter than those firecrackers, but much more powerful. Why don't you let me do it? Long Hong had seen the way Bai Xiangxiu was shaking, and was afraid that she'd hurt herself. Bai Xiangxiu was looking a little bedraggled at the moment. Her experiments had caused her long silky hair to be burnt right up to her waist. While it might not have sullied her beauty in any way, Long Hong still felt extremely apologetic. However, she didn't seem to mind it one bit. She smiled gently when she saw Long Hong standing in front of her, holding a metal shield. Song Jiaoyue and Yu Kuang didn't leave the scene, they were simply too engrossed in whether her experiment had succeeded or not. Bai Xiangxiu took one of the bombs and threw it at a small tree, immediately shrinking behind a shield. Her movements were very swift. It didn't take very long before she'd crouched into a ball. She actually seemed quite playful. Song Jiaoyue shook his head with a smile. This lady is hilariously eccentric. Boom! His face immediately turned ghastly white. Song Jiaoyue instinctively raised his hands to cover his face with his sleeves and quietly took back everything cute he'd ever thought about the bombs. So dangerous, Yu Kuang's reaction was even faster than his. He'd already retreated almost 10 steps away. She'd been fiddling with such a dangerous thing this entire time? Song Jiaoyue was still white with horror. Success! It's a success! Bai Xiangxiu leapt into Long Heng's embrace in her excitement. The soldiers all turned their heads to look away. The scene before their eyes was very heartwarming but was also rather embarrassing too. Ouch! It hurts! Bai Xiangxiu's impulsivity had brought her great pain. After all, Long Hong was in a full suit of armor. Long Hong was somewhat speechless as he helped her up. This thing is way too dangerous. You should teach someone else how to make it and manufacture it outside the city. Someone else? Long Hong, it's better if I do it myself. You? I just don't want the formula to land in the wrong hands. It's unimaginable what they could do with it. Bai Xiangxiu was right. If a weapon as powerful as this were to land in the wrong hands, it could fill many people's hearts with desire, and plunge this world into chaos. All right. As you wish. 100 of these should be enough for us to deal a significant blow to the enemy and make them think twice before attacking us again. Bai Xiangxiu understood the meaning behind Long Heng's words. He was worried that she'd be in danger. Bai Xiangxiu was still curious about one thing. Was there really another transmigrator helping the enemy? If that were the case, what was that person like? Long Hong used a few days to scout the location of the enemy camp and headed into battle, bringing Bai Xiangxiu's bombs along with him. He also left behind a brigade of shielded soldiers to protect Tranquil City. Bai Xiangxiu was quite worried. This wasn't just a 1 or 2 days skirmish. It was fortunate that Song Jiaoyue and Yu Kuang had gone with him as well. They were both hot-blooded men and wouldn't sit around to watch their country lose a war they could fight in. Before anyone had realized, autumn had crept across the fields. The weather had gotten colder and the leaves were turning yellow. I wonder how Shaolin is right now. He's probably spoken his first words by now, right? Bai Xiangxiu suddenly felt a sharp pain on her neck while she was still caught up in her thoughts. Somebody's ambushing me. Unfortunately, Bai Xiangxiu realized that fact would be too late. She tumbled to the floor in a dead faint. Who's kidnapping me? Bai Xiangxiu was still conscious even though she'd fainted. She could talk with Huaer in her sleep as long as she'd formed a connection with Huaer beforehand. 2 men. They can fly around. Fly? How far am I now from Tranquil City? Which direction are they taking me? Who's behind this? Mistress, talk slowly. Huaer has to try to sense it one by one. Alright, take your time. Just do it before I wake up. They're flying south. You're now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles away from the city. Also, there's nobody but you behind them, but... Bai Xiangxiu was a little speechless. She'd meant who's behind this, not who's behind them. To think that she'd just praised her for being a little more knowledgeable. She suddenly heard a loud splash. It was almost like she'd taken a cold shower. What happened? Mistress, someone is pouring water for me. Oh. By the way, I meant behind dash by Xiang awoke before she could finish talking because someone had thrown her roughly onto the ground. She couldn't help but grimace in pain. It almost felt like her bones had fractured. You're awake? A stone-cold voice asked. Bai Xiangxiu didn't trying to pretend. She slowly got up and retorted. Why did you throw me? Even a dead person would wake up if they were thrown like dash. The person grabbed Bai Xiangxiu's hair before she could finish speaking and threw her onto a wooden bed. The man slowly inched towards her while undressing themselves. Your mother. Am I about to be raped? Who are you? Don't you know that I'm Prince Li's concubine? She had no doubt that these men already knew her identity. For what other reason would they kidnap her? A concubine. You're nothing but a toy for men. That man's voice sounded very cold and ruthless. He didn't even give her a chance to retort. He used one hand to grab hold of Bai Xiangxiu, who was trying to escape, and slapped her twice across the face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, Black Devil's Snare. Chapter 221, Black Devil's Snare. Bai Xiangxiu's mind blanked out after she was struck. She even forgot to put up a fight as her legs turned into jelly. However, she immediately snapped out of it when a chill brushed her face. She yanked her right hand free and slapped the man across the face. Unfortunately, the man easily evaded her. He laughed contemptuously. Very good. I like playing with aggressive women like you. Let's see how far I need to go to tame you after we're done. Bai Xiangxiu was extremely revolted by him. She'd sooner die than allow this man to touch her. And so, she decided to put up a life or death struggle by kicking and flailing around. Unexpectedly, it worked. The man stopped trying to force himself onto her. You clearly value your chastity very much. I can let you go, but only if you tell me the formula for your fire powder bombs. All right. I'll tell you everything. Just get off me. The man stood up. Write down the formula. Bai Xiangxiu nodded. She saw a table in a corner of the room. A paper and brush were placed neatly on it. He must have prepared this beforehand. She sat down and began to write down the formula while holding her head in one hand. I wonder what he'll do to me after I'm done writing. Fortunately, the man was actually someone with a brain. I'll only know if your formula is real after manufacturing and testing it. So, you'll have to stay here for now. Don't even think about trying to escape. There's someone keeping watch on the outside. Then go, but take extreme caution. It might explode if you get the formula wrong by even a hair. She hadn't gone easy on the formula. She was sure that they would lose more than just a few people if they really tried to manufacture the bomb using the formula she'd just given to them. Bai Xiangxiu slumped listlessly in a chair after she saw the man leave the room. She kept racking her head for a way to escape. She opened the window and noticed that the land outside was incredibly barren. However, there was a man dressed entirely in black standing right outside. Please shut the window. I will show you no mercy if you try to look outside again. The servant is exactly like the master. Bai Xiangxiu glared at him, but accidentally noticed a very special plant hiding in a dark corner. Her heart raced upon seeing it, but she didn't give any of her surprise away. She grabbed the arm of the man in black and said, well, I can be very well behaved if you want me to, but hand that flower over to me so I can plant it in a pot. Otherwise, I'll give you no peace at all. The man in black didn't have much of a choice after that ultimatum. He quickly found a wooden pot nearby and walked over to the plant. He was just about to dig up some mud when Bai Xiangxiu quickly interrupted him. Don't dig from over there. Dig around the flower. And be gentle. Don't harm the roots. The man in black could only move according to her instructions. This woman was simply too important to the plan. He wouldn't be able to take the punishment if anything happened to her. Moreover, her face was now all swollen and her eyes bloodshot from the beating. She really did seem enchanting and rather pitiable in that state. Wasn't it just a flower? There's nothing to lose in giving in to that tiny request. The man in black quickly potted the flower and threw it onto the table by the window. That done, he shut the window and continued to stand guard outside. Bai Xiangxiu was certain that he wasn't the only guard outside. But she didn't have time to bother with any of that. Now that she could closely examine it, this flower was definitely that flower of legend. She'd never imagined that she'd run across it here. But it did make a sort of twisted sense. She was no longer in the Central Plains, so its existence here wasn't entirely unwarranted. But this was the Black Devil's snare. The flower legends were made of. She was absolutely certain that this little flower was the flower of mythical fame. Bai Xiangxiu was extremely excited. This flower would be her way out. Only, the way out was going to have to be a wee bit violent. But what choice did she have? This was self-preservation. But first things first, she covered a bowl with a piece of cloth and brought it down hard. The bowl shattered with a muffled crack. She gingerly picked up one of the sharper shards and ran it across her palm. It didn't long for blood to well up from under the cut, spilling over like a fountain. Bai Xiangxiu allowed her blood to drip onto the Black Devil's snare, watering it with her own warm blood. The legends spoke of a ritual where watering the Black Devil's snare with one's own blood would persuade the Black Devil's snare to respond to her call and grant a single wish. Peace and quiet reigned for the next 2 days, but Bai Xiangxiu diligently watered the Black Devil's snare with her blood. Did that man die from the explosion? No, that's impossible. Bai Xiangxiu was depressed. The Black Devil's snare had yet to take root, so there wasn't much of an effect yet. Someone finally showed up on the 4th day. The man stalked in, visibly furious. Without a word, he slapped Bai Xiangxiu across the face, sending her staggering across the room. Stupid bitch. You've cost me my men. The formula doesn't even work. 3 dead, 5 more injured, those were my men, you miserable bitch. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't ever be able to put aside my rage. Just as he started to furiously advance on her, Bai Xiangxiu yelled out. I wish that every single person will faint when they get close to me for 1 whole day, starting right now. The Black Devil's snare was a flower with tranquilizing and hallucinatory properties. Therefore, the man who was beating her up immediately fainted and fell onto the ground right after she made her wish. Bai Xiangxiu heaved a sigh of relief. Legends are definitely not to be trifled with. It was at this moment when somebody tried to enter the room. They'd obviously heard the commotion inside. However, that person also fainted immediately after setting foot into the room. This is amazing. It wasn't a waste to feed the plant her blood after all. Bai Xiangxiu quickly scrambled to her feet. She had to escape before it was too late. She wasn't sure whether her hastily called out time frame would actually be taken into consideration. But before she escaped, she had to know who the person behind her kidnapping was. She reached down and pulled off the man's mask, only to realize he was actually Chen Tao, the city guard captain. Such a greedy man. He even wants the formula to my bombs. I won't be able to forgive myself if I don't get some payback. Bai Xiangxiu took out one of her bombs that she'd wrapped with cotton and carefully placed it inside Chen Tao's purse. You desperately wanted this thing, right? Well, I'll gift you one then. She didn't linger for even a second after she was done. She immediately hugged the Black Devil snare and ran towards the city. But something depressed her greatly once she was out on the road. She wanted to hitch a ride with one of the carriages passing by, but all the coachmen fainted when he came too close to her. It was fortunate that she'd specifically wished for people to faint and not horses too. At least the horses were still standing. She finally moved the men aside after a great deal of pulling and climbed aboard the horse carriage, gently snapping the reins. The horses immediately broke into a sprint and nearly fell into a ditch that was just in front of them. It was fortunate that Bai Xiangxiu was a bit familiar with taking the reins of a carriage. After all, she'd made her way to Tranquil City in a horse carriage. She quickly rode back towards the city after gaining back control of the carriage. However, the city gates were already closed when she arrived. Due to the ongoing war, the city gates were only open for 2 hours each day. Not good. I will be in big trouble if Chen Tao catches up. Since she had no way of entering, she could only wave her hands at the soldiers on top of the city walls and yell, "Soldiers on the city wall, listen up. I'm Princely Long Hang's concubine? Doesn't that sound a little derogatory? I'm Princely Long Hang's wife. Open the gates, quickly. There are enemies that are after me." "All right, we heard you. We will report this immediately." The soldiers on the city wall had been informed that the madam had been abducted, but they'd never thought she'd show up at their doorstep all by herself. And relatively unharmed at that. But why was she riding on a horse carriage that was carrying so many dead men? And why was there a weird potted flower beside her? This madam from the princely manor was always full of surprises. Bai Xiangxiu breathed a sigh of relief. She'd finally made it back. It was a sort of relief that one could only feel after making it out of a life or death situation alive. She no longer wanted to move a muscle as she leaned back on the horse carriage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, Defected to the Enemy, Qin Tao's Family. Chapter 222, Defected to the Enemy, Qin Tao's Family. A figure jumped down from the wall before the city gates were even opened. It's Yu Kuang. Bai Xiangxiu waved to greet him. As expected from a man from the Wulin. He's always in the lead. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She was definitely safe now that he'd come to get her. However, her happiness had come a tad too early. Thump! Yu Kuang suddenly dived for the ground just when he came within 10 steps from her. Crap! I forgot that I have the Black Devil's snare right beside me. Bai Xiangxiu quickly yelled upon seeing the arrival of Long Hong and Song Jiaoyue, "Don't come near me." But Long Hong frowned. Did they apply some kind of drug on you? Why else would Yu Kuang suddenly fall to the ground like that? Or maybe, she's in danger as well? No, they didn't. You don't have to worry, this is just a result of me trying to defend myself. You must not come within 10 steps of me. By the way, can I sleep outside the city for tonight? I don't want people to pass out after I enter the city. How can there be such a potent drug? I'll explain everything later. What shall we do with him? Men, take good care of that man. I'll be keeping my wife company on the outskirts of the city for a night. Long Hong commanded as he pointed at Yu Kuang. He looked towards Bai Xiangxiu and said, "Walk half a mile forward. There's an abandoned farmhouse there." The entire family had already moved to the city due to the war. Understood, Bai Xiangxiu could not bear to part with the Black Devil's snare. She held the plant in her arms, walked around the horse carriage and began to walk according to Long Heng's directions. Long Hong followed a little behind Bai Xiangxiu. They held a long-distance conversation. He first noticed that the plant was a little too heavy for Bai Xiangxiu to carry. "Let me help you carry that." "You can't. This isn't something you can touch. Why did you disappear all of a sudden? Who abducted you?" "It's Chen Tao. He abducted me in order to obtain the formula for the fire powder." "Did you give it to him?" "I only gave him a fake one." "Then why didn't he pursue you?" "He didn't pursue probably because he's still unconscious. Or maybe it's because he knows that I've returned." Truth was, Chen Tao's men had already caught up with her. Long Hong had sensed their presence for a while now, but he was secretly on guard. He wouldn't allow them to harm Bai Xiangxiu if they really did try to attack her. However, they left soon after they noticed Long Hong, as they were likely extremely afraid of him. Long Hong smiled coldly to himself. Chen Tao is such a base and shameless person. It seems that I'll have to pay him a visit tomorrow. But his utmost priority at the moment was Bai Xiangxiu's safety. He never thought that she would land into so much trouble just because she came to help him. However, why did he have to protect her from such a distance? He couldn't even hand over the chicken that he'd painstakingly cooked for her. He had to leave it and stay 10 steps away so that Bai Xiangxiu could walk up to tea and start nibbling away. "Sure, that flower of yours seems really unique." "Yes. It's a Black Devil's snare. It grants one wish to a person if they water it with their blood. It granted me a wish after I watered it for 4 days, and I wished for everyone to faint immediately when they approached me for an entire day." "Blood? Don't you faint at the sight of blood?" "I don't faint anymore. I've gotten used to it." "Sure, you wouldn't have to suffer so much if it wasn't for me." He used to think that she was very weak and feeble when they were in the manor, but he now realized that she was actually very strong and resilient. She was like the Black Devil's snare. It seemed elegant and vacuous, but was actually incredibly useful when the time came. The wound on your hand, he finally noticed that there were many cuts and lacerations on her palms. The wounds are almost all healed. Long Hong tossed some wound ointment right next to her. "Have a good night's rest after applying the medicine. I will watch over you through the night." Bai Xiangxiu was very sleepy indeed. She felt very safe even though Long Hong was only keeping watch from afar. The next day, Bai Xiangxiu realized that she was lying in Long Heng's arms when she woke up. They'd already returned to the city. "The flower. I've had one of the servants to help take it back. It's being potted just outside right now." "Thank you. I need to report what Chen Tao did to you to Prince Rong." "Go on. Why does it feel like we're an old couple that's been married for a long time? When did this suddenly occur?" Chen Tao had unexpectedly decided to defect to the enemy side in order to escape punishment for his previous actions. The enemy had begun to spread the news of his defection to try and terrorize the citizens. If the city guard captain had already surrendered to the enemy, wouldn't that mean that their side was about to lose the war? Long Hong laughed scornfully. The enemy seemed to have forgotten how he'd chased them away every time. He'd only come back this time to assemble the troops so that he could muster his strength for an all-out assault and take over their capital. However, there was no way that Long Hong could have predicted this turn of events. Chen Tao had brought his closest subordinates and defected to the enemy, but had left his family behind. His mother, wife, and 2 children were now imprisoned. Long Hong was incredibly furious, so much so that he actually slammed his hands on the table in public to release his anger. Chen Tao is such a coward. He actually abandoned his family so that he could live? What are we supposed to do with them? Kill them? Surely you jest. They're weak women and children. What good will it do if you killed them? They've done nothing wrong, right? Bai Xiangxiu said while serving Long Hong some tea. Her brows were scrunched together. You're against killing them? But the rules state that everyone in a deserter's family must be executed without exceptions. Prince Rong also thinks that we should do this according to the court's laws. But it feels wrong to murder the innocent and the weak. Am I right? Yes, Long Hong discussed almost everything with Bai Xiangxiu now. While she might not be a genius, she was still someone with a wide range of knowledge. Even someone like Prince Rong sang her praises. Then change the children's surnames and have the woman remarry. Long Hong stared at her with surprise written all over his face. Wasn't a woman supposed to never have a second husband? However, this was a really good way for them to cut off all connections with Chen Tao. What's wrong? Isn't it a good idea? I understand that the woman might not agree, but is she really willing to watch her children die just so they can remain dedicated and wait for a traitor? You really come up with all sorts of weird plans, but this might work well. Long Hong said as he pinched her cheeks, go to sleep. I'll discuss it with Prince Rong. Prince Rong hadn't intended to let them live in the first place, but this was actually quite a good plan. Putting a massive green hat on top of Chen Tao's head would be incredibly humiliating. Soon after, back at the enemy camp, Commander Lu was having a conversation with a furious man as they retreated back to their country. How can you possibly put up with such a humiliating thing? They've sullied your wife by giving her to somebody else. Of course I can't. Chen Tao yelled through gritted teeth. But what I can't stand the most is that woman by his side. I would have gotten the formula for the bombs already if she wasn't such a sly fox. Didn't she give you a formula? Let me have a look. A soldier beside Commander Lu thrust a hand out to Chen Tao. He looked young, and seemed very elegant and refined. This, Chen Tao hesitated. It wasn't something that should be handed over to a mere soldier, even if it was a fake. Hand it over. Chen Tao handed over the paper to the soldier after some hesitation. Something seemed a little off with that person, but Chen Tao just couldn't quite put his finger on it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, Duel between 2 transmigrators. Chapter 223, Duel between 2 transmigrators. The little soldier smirked when he saw the contents on the paper. It's just someone who came from the same world as I. He seems capable enough, but there's no need for you to worry, I will help you to the best of my abilities. Just remember to fulfill your side of the deal. Of course I will. It's just that this formula. It's fake, but also real at the same time. Some of the ingredients have been removed, but it can still explode. However, the gunpowder has become very volatile and will go off easily as a result. Then how can we make this into a better weapon? It depends on how many people you are willing to let me borrow for research. Some sacrifice is needed to win the war. Take as many people as you need as long as you succeed. All right. You're Chen Tao, right? Since you've used this formula before, you will be in charge of the research. The soldier crumbled the paper into a ball and threw it onto the floor. His face was filled with confidence and arrogance. Chen Tao gritted his teeth. He never thought that he'd be commanded by a low-ranked soldier when he decided to defect to their side. Unfortunately, Commander Lu seemed to trust that soldier a lot and allowed him to take Chen Tao away. Chen Tao slowly came to realize that the low-ranked soldier was actually a woman. She wasn't very beautiful, but still atypical nonetheless. She sacrificed life after life to find the perfect ratio of ingredients to manufacture gunpowder. The gunpowder exploded prematurely if the ratio wasn't perfect, killing the workers that were manufacturing it. She would only look very disappointed and coldly say, "Go get me 2 more people with steady hands." We shall start again. Chen Tao was speechless. This woman was even more manly and cruel than most other men. Worse still, she actually visited Commander Lu's tent on her own accord. She exited the camp only after the two was done with their business together. She beckoned Chen Tao over with her finger when she saw him on her way back. "Come with me. I wish to know more about that woman." Chen Tao frowned. "I don't think that's a good idea." It would have been fine if she was a man, but unfortunately she wasn't. She didn't seem to mind though. She replied as though she couldn't care less. "It's not like I will eat you. Just come in." Chen Tao had no choice but to enter her tent. She took off her headpiece and revealed long, luscious hair with varying length. She perched jauntily on a chair. "Tell me about that woman." Chen Tao could feel his throat constrict. Even though she wasn't a stunning beauty and was already more than 25 years old, she exuded elegance and had truly youthful. Most skin importantly, she had a kind of alluring charm which no woman in this world possessed. But since she was the commander's woman, he had no choice but to bury his desires and tell her everything he knew about Bai Xiangxiu. After he was done, the woman suddenly swiped her slightly curled hair and laughed. "I see. So only her soul transmigrated here. She sounds like a woman without her own opinions. Shouldn't be that difficult to deal with. So what if she has watched Water Margin before and has a bit of knowledge about gunpowder? Why would I be afraid of her?" Commander Lu suddenly entered the tent while they were in the middle of their talk. Chen Tao immediately stood up and greeted him. "General." Commander Lu wasn't just a general, he was also a prince. Life would be difficult if Chen Tao ever so slightly offended him. "Get out." It was quite obvious that this general was jealous. Chen Tao had no choice but to leave. He knew very well that this was a woman he couldn't afford to offend. Belittling her would be a grave mistake after Bai Xiangxiu had taught him a lesson. However, he did hear things that he shouldn't have heard. He was thoroughly shocked by her boldness. "My dear, are you jealous? Don't be mad. I was only trying to learn about the enemy. He's still a man after all. How can you let him enter your tent? You should act sensibly next time." "Fine. You're so petty. Why won't you let me sleep in your tent then?" "Because it's an army camp and people will come in at any time. Didn't you say that you wanted some freedom? It is only fair that I get as much freedom as you, right? You're a man. You will have all sorts of women throwing themselves at you if you're allowed to have freedom. Stop letting your imagination run wild." "Ah Yun, you said that she is also someone from your world? Is everyone from your world very knowledgeable?" "Of course. Our world is entirely different from your." Chen Tao could no longer hear the rest of their conversation and he wasn't too interested in eavesdropping either. The fact remains that both of these women were indeed very special and atypical. Long Hong and his army assembled Tranquil City at dawn, calling roll and about to march off to battle. Bai Xiangxiu was a little distressed when she was sending him off. She was worried that enemy's bomb maker had something up their sleeves. It wouldn't be a problem if that person was of ordinary origins, as Long Hang would definitely be in a world of trouble if that person was very knowledgeable. Judging by how the transmigrator had immediately invented gunpowder, Bai Xiangxiu was certain that he'd read a lot of transmigration novels. There was no point in dwelling on her worries. There was no way Long Hong would allow her to go with him. Even remaining at Tranquil City was all due to Prince Rong's help. Long Hong quickly invaded deep into enemy territory in one go, beating them back after consecutive battles. Just as mid-autumn was about to arrive, the enemy came up with a new strategy as well. They took a page out of Earth's history books and besieged Wei to rescue Zhao by attacking Long Hang's weakness, Tranquil City. This tactic was one of attacking something else the enemy held dearly when they were too strong to attack directly. Bai Xiangxiu rolled her eyes at their decision. Are they going to siege Tranquil City with less than 1,000 men by causing a commotion? And is that supposed to help save their country from imminent doom? She would have been scared and would ask for assistance if there was only a few men in the city, but such was not the case as Yu Kuang was here. He left the city for a few days and came back with a group of people from the Wolin that wanted to help with national matters. These people jumped high and low, showing excellent mastery of Qingdong, especially the White Cloud Mountain disciples. Any one of them would likely be worth 100 men. The Wolin men went out to scout and size the enemy up. The smoke and dust behind the enemy's ranks was nothing but a deceptive trick. They numbered only roughly 1,000. Their cavalry was using tree branches to kick up dust to make their army seem bigger than they really were. Yu Kuang and many others had a habit of consulting Bai Xiangxiu with such matters ever since she'd helped defeat the chain horses formation. According to what Song Jiayue had said, it was because she had all sorts of ingenious ideas. Prince Rong thought the same as well. And so, everyone gathered inside a room to hold a meeting and discuss whether they should send Long Hung a letter to tell him about this. I don't think we need to send him a letter. This is just a trap. They only sent 1,000 men here in hopes that His Highness will retreat to defend the city. This will greatly affect the momentum of their invasion. His Highness will surely face great turmoil if the enemy station some men to ambush them in the middle of their journey. In fact, they could even risk total annihilation. I see your point, Prince Rong said while nodding. Then how are we supposed to deal with them? While 1,000 men wasn't too large of a number, they can still take down an entire city at a quick pace. It would be an enormous problem if they were not defeated quickly. Bai Xiangxiu was speechless. Was she supposed to be helping with these military matters as well? She was just a female supporting character. And cannon fodder at that too. Why were they being all formal and serious with the meeting? Why don't we come up with a way to thwart their attack before thinking about anything else? Men. Assemble the troops to thwart their attack. Prince Rong issued the order while waving his hand. He was the only one that could take charge in Tranquil City. Even though Long Hung had left some of his trusted lieutenants behind, they still had to report to Prince Rong. They'd realized by now that Prince Rong was now relying entirely on his newly acquired godsister, as he was clueless in military matters. He would always seek her opinion on things and was very thorough when he consulted her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Sinister, Schemes Within Schemes. Chapter 224, Sinister, Schemes Within Schemes. Bai Xiangxiu continued to furrow her brows. The motive of their plan was simply too obvious. In fact, she was certain that their transmigrator was the mastermind behind this. She didn't know why, but her instincts told her their actual target was her. However, she had no proof of that. She couldn't help but feel that something was up when she heard the sounds of battle. She suddenly stood up. Sir Song, can you accompany me in handing out some of the bombs that I've just made? I can't help but feel that the enemy is up to something. It was almost like there was a pair of eyes staring at her from behind, just waiting to swallow her whole. It was a very indescribably awful feeling. Song Jiaoyue didn't know why she was so worried, but he still decided to accede to her wishes. After all, he would be leaving soon. He had his own responsibilities as one of the Song family. He couldn't possibly be as unrestrained as Yu Kuang and live on his own terms. His heart ached when such thoughts passed through his mind. However, he was careful not to have any expectations despite the heartache. He knew she would never be his. He would have suffered even more if there was even a whisper of hope remaining. He might even have done something that he'd regret for the rest of his life. But since there were no expectations, all that remained was regret and melancholy. Matters finally progressed when they finished preparing. A group of archers suddenly rushed out from the 1,000-strong army even as they were pushed back. The archers all had fire arrows in their hands, and their firepower was now several magnitudes stronger than last time. These fire arrows volleyed towards Tranquil City like a rain of fire, causing tremendous damage. Under the wrath of the bombardment, Prince Rong ordered, "Hurry! Go request reinforcements from the general. We can't. He will fall into their trap if he comes to our rescue. We have to save ourselves." "I'm sure we can." Bai Xiangxiu knew that it would be a daunting task. It was obvious that the enemy was only creating a diversion to instigate a reaction and see how they would react. Their plan would be a success if Long Hong really tried to come rescue them. Most likely, an ambush capable of wiping out the entire army was hidden somewhere along his path. But if Long Hong really chose to not come to the rescue, the ambush could turn their attention to take down Tranquil City. Without any reinforcements, a place to return and recover, or even any communication from the backlines, Long Hong and the rest of his army would surely die besieged on all sides. It was at this moment that Bai Xiangxiu finally realized that the enemy must have also noticed her presence. The enemy troops were arranged in a layered formation, and their numbers had been swelled from 1,000 to 5,000 because the enemy transmigrator had likely figured out that she wouldn't call for reinforcements from Long Hong. It seemed that this had been their actual plan all along. They had only been waiting to see if Long Hong was informed of their invasion before they began their sneak attack. Even though Long Hong had left some of his shield troops behind, the enemy's bombs were very effective at causing chaos amongst the ranks. "Yu Kuang, since you're adept at Qinggong, can you help me out with something?" Bai Xiangxiu asked. Yu Kuang nodded his head. "Speak your mind. Lead the soldiers down the secret tunnels and bring some of the bombs." "Wait. The tunnels." Bai Xiangxiu's voice suddenly turned into an agitated yell. "Why did I forget about Guard Captain Chen? He knows about the secret tunnels. Song Jiaoyue also realized the significance of the tunnels. I will take some men there. My men can head directly into the tunnels from the city walls, Yu Kuang added. All right. Then head for the tunnels with your men directly from the city walls. Try to throw the bombs into where the enemy is gathered the thickest and take out as many of them as you can. The new bombs she'd manufactured this time were much more powerful. She warned, remind your men to throw the bombs from afar. They must be at least 10 steps away. Do you hear me? Understood. Yu Kuang went to grab some bombs from the soldiers and led the men from White Cloud Mountain and some other soldiers that wanted to help into battle. They weren't afraid to use the bombs as they'd seen how others had used it before. Bai Xiangxiu paid no heed to the danger after forming a rescue team and seeing to all the arrangements. She went down to the tunnels herself to see how things were going. She made it there safely, all thanks to the skilled bodyguards that Prince Rome had assigned to protect her. The enemy had sent a team of highly skilled soldiers down the secret tunnels. In fact, the one leading them was the guard captain Chen Tao himself. She gnashed her teeth upon setting her eyes on him. This was a man who defected to the enemy's side for the sake of power and even abandoned his own family. I can understand just a little why you might be willing to abandon your wife, but you're even your mother as well? The most important question was, why hadn't the bomb she'd left behind in his money pouch killed him yet? She looked at his waist almost instinctively and noticed that the pouch was still there. Can it be that he'd never once opened the money pouch after he'd defected? Isn't this proof that... Sir Song, Bai Xiangxiu quickly called out when she noticed that Song Jiaoyue was about to charge at them. Song Jiaoyue furrowed his brows. Why did this woman keep running towards danger? He immediately squeezed through the crowd and ran up to her. Why are you here? There's something I have to tell you. Notice the money pouch on Chen Tao's waist? Try hitting that pouch later when there's nobody around him. There's a surprise waiting for you, You, what surprise waiting for me? That's definitely scary, alright? What's a woman doing down here anyway? This is a battlefield. How can a woman possibly bear to be in such a place, when even a man like me who practices martial arts is feeling a little unaccustomed? Just as Song Jiaoyue was caught up in his thoughts, Chen Tao suddenly yelled, You stupid woman. I'm going to kill you. Su Yun had told him that he could spare anyone but her. He sent his troops all charging towards Bai Xiangxiu with a wave of his hand. Song Jiaoyue quickly pulled Bai Xiangxiu away from the danger and placed her on a rooftop. After that, he jumped back down to join the fight. Bai Xiangxiu was speechless. Why had he brought her to such a high place? How was she supposed to hide up here? She quickly hid behind a chimney and watched Song Jiaoyue fight. He fought and retreated at the same time, making sure no one would be able to get past him and get to her. He received multiple wounds in a blink of an eye as he fought a rearguard battle against multiple skilled enemies. Bai Xiangxiu was worried, come up and attack them with concealed weapons instead. Song Jiaoyue was resigned. What use could a concealed weapon possibly have if they knew about its existence? However, he still threw his concealed weapons when he found a suitable opportunity as he was quite confident of his abilities. The pursuers paid no heed to his concealed weapons and continued their chase. It was at this moment that Song Jiaoyue suddenly jumped up high and flung a metal bead at Chen Tao's pouch. Human nature was such that they could part with just about anything, except money. Therefore, Chen Tao had carried his pouch with him the entire time. Unfortunately, he could never have imagined that this pouch of his would one day be the cause of his death. Boom! There was an enormous explosion. Sounds of horror from the crowd was soon followed by blood spraying everywhere. Someone had already jumped to protect her when she was just about to cower with her arms in front of her head. She knew exactly who this man was, and couldn't help but feel a little touched by his actions. Even though they could no longer be together, she had to admit that this man was truly reliable. The novel hadn't lied to her. The male supporting character was indeed a very good man, but this man was not hers to keep. She had a man of her own. Even though her man didn't treat her as tenderly, nor was as considerate as Song Jiaoyue, and was even outright overbearing sometimes, he was actually an extremely good man in his own right as well. A slightly cold sensation touched her lips while she was still caught up in her thoughts. It felt soft and gentle with a hint of blood. Advanced chapters on Patreon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, Chen Tao's Death. Chapter 225, Chen Tao's Death. She was stunned for a moment until Song Jiaoyue fell down beside her with a thud. Sir Song, she discovered that he had sustained a heavy wound on his back. It looked to be a very long cut caused by a sharp blade. The fresh blood kept flowing. Bai Xiangxiu quickly held his head up and lightly probed to see whether he was still breathing. Only upon finding that he was still breathing did she relax. However, her heart still thumped wildly, as she was scared that he would never wake up ever again. Someone come! Hurry up to save Sir Song! Someone jumped up after her shout, coming over to quickly take Song Jiaoyue downstairs. As they descended the stairs, they saw the gravely injured enemy soldiers. Amongst them, Chen Tao had the heaviest injuries. One of his legs was in tatters from the explosion. The grave injuries had made him pass out, and because of this unexpected attack, all of the enemy soldiers who had come with him had been captured, resulting in few casualties. A soldier asked, "Madam Bai, how are we to handle these people?" Sir Song had led them here, but was unconscious. They could only ask Madam Bai. In their eyes, Madam Bai was a very smart woman as she always helped them with so much. Take them away and lock them up. Treat the ones with injuries. Don't let them die, otherwise we won't be able to get anything out of them. What about him? Everyone despised traitors, so the soldier kicked Chen Tao's leg as he spoke. Take care of his wounds too and send him to Prince Rong's residence. I wish to ask him about some matters. Understood. As a result, Chen Tao was sent to Prince Rong's residence. She then went to check on Song Jiaoyue's condition. His wounds were severe, but they didn't seem to be fatal. He quickly came to when the physician bound his wounds. He was coming for you, so be careful, Song Jiaoyue said as he pulled Bai Xiangxiu close. Yes, I'll be careful. You should get better first. There's no need to worry about other things. Song Jiaoyue had only woken up for a moment due to his agitated emotions, so he quickly fell back into slumber again. Bai Xiangxiu then went to Prince Rong's residence. She wanted to find out more about the other transmigrators' circumstances. Chen Tao didn't take long to wake up, but was thrown unceremoniously onto the ground. Bai Xiangxiu glared at him and coldly said, I only have one thing to ask you. Who amongst you made the bomb? Is it a female or a male? What does he or she look like? I want to see my wife and mother. Your current situation isn't looking too good. Prince Rong struck the table as he continued, on the other hand, we can make you die slowly. I only want to see them. When the time comes, I will tell you whatever you want to know. Chen Tao glanced at her. The women from that world were all very scary. She was from that place, and that woman was also from that place. Prince Rong nodded and gave his consent. Bai Xiangxiu had someone bring in Chen Tao's wife. Chen Tao became very emotional as soon as he saw his wife. Never once had he thought about how important she was to him. Mother of my child. My husband, is it really you? She looked at him, almost as if looking at someone she didn't know. Wife, where's my mother? After you betrayed the country, mother couldn't bear the gossip of the neighbors and the servants, so she died from illness. What? She died from sickness? Chen Tao's heart spasmed with pain. He had never thought that his mother would die like that. Actually, she was angered to death by you. The lady still remembered the bitterness she'd faced after he had betrayed their nation, and what kinds of attacks they had suffered. After Chen Tao's mother had died from her anger, Chen Tao's children had cried as they asked their mother why people called them little traitors. Wife, help me take care of our children. I will. They're all surnamed Wu now. She kept her eyes on him even as they glistened with tears. Chen Tao's leg had begun to bleed again. His wife didn't wish for him to suffer and fell to her knees. Madam Bai, please save him. Even though he has done many evils, he is still my husband, and the father of my children. Bai Xiangxiu glanced at Prince Rong. The physician he had brought here was also kneeling. It's not that we won't save him, but that we have no way of saving him. The lower half of his body had been completely savaged by the bomb. Even if they wanted to save him, they could no longer do so. He isn't worth your pleading. Why do you still want to help a man who abandoned you? Bai Xiangxiu sighed. Even though she couldn't overlook everything that had happened, she felt that it wasn't worth the lady's efforts. What do cold-hearted women like you even know about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? One teaches women not to respect their husbands, while the other uses the lives of others to experiment with their bombs. Chen Tao was near delirious. Women? Are you saying that the person who helped that commander was a woman? Bai Xiangxiu frowned. She might have been happy to find someone from the same world as her if it had been a man. But according to novels, women who usually transmigrated were assassins, special agents, whatnot or another. And according to what he had said, this was no ordinary woman. That's right, she doesn't care about anyone's life. She's an extremely cold woman, but you're very different from her. He lightly coughed but quickly spewed out a mouthful of blood. What's her name? Sue? Su Yun, he couldn't hold on after saying this name and slowly drifted into unconsciousness. Wait a second. What does the Su Yun you speak of look like? Is she about 25 or 26 years old? Does she look like a daughter of an affluent family? Bai Xiangxiu wanted to ask many questions, but she couldn't get anything more out of him. Prince Rong instructed Bai Xiangxiu to move him to a room, allowing Chen Tao to spend time alone with his wife until evening came around. Prince Rong thought it strange that his godsister knew of this Su Yun's origin, but when he asked her for specifics, her face became puckered like she tasted bitter melon, no, as if she tasted the most bitter gold thread herb. Your Highness, may this concubine withdraw? My head hurts. It didn't just hurt a bit, it hurt quite a lot. Even though there were many people with the same name in the world, only Su Yun could accomplish something like this, unless it wasn't some sort of assassin or secret agent instead. Su Yun came from true wealth. In the past, Bai Xiangxiu's family had done gardening work for a rich villa. She tagged along with her family and met the prideful, ruthless young Miss Su Yun. At that time, she thought, if this person was to time travel to the ancient era, she would definitely become the female lead, because she's really too strong. There was only one flaw: she had a serious princess syndrome. She would immediately pursue someone that she fell in love with, bashing her target over the head with money and her body. Bai Xiangxiu had a sharp-looking co-worker at that time who just turned 21. He was a poor child who had to make a living without having graduated from university. But Su Yun had fancied him. And at the time, that boy and Bai Xiangxiu had been a bit close. Bai Xiangxiu had been subject to her mockery and ridicule for this reason alone. Su Yun would often make cracks about how Bai Xiangxiu's perfume was too cheap or wonder if she needed to gift Bai Xiangxiu some free samples from department stores. That or Bai Xiangxiu's clothes were too old and ragged, and whether Su Yun needed to find some old castaways for her. The Bai Xiangxiu at that time had been only average looking, so she'd been thoroughly defeated. As for the sharp-looking lad, Su Yun had successfully slept with him in the end. Bai Xiangxiu had been taking care of the lawn at the time, beneath a window just outside their room. Though she obviously saw Bai Xiangxiu, Su Yun didn't tone her activities down any. In fact, she purposely made her sounds much louder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, Princess Syndrome is also an illness. Chapter 226, Princess Syndrome is also an illness. As a result, Bai Xiangxiu had a very bad impression of her at the time. Su Yun had even showed off her new young and cute boyfriend when the two girls met next. Back then, Bai Xiangxiu hadn't shown her any face. Princess Syndrome is also an illness. You need to be cured. After that straightforward outburst, she'd turned around and left. Bai Xiangxiu heard later on that the boy had quit. Someone else then said that they saw him driving a very luxurious sports car on the road. After that, she only heard that they'd broken up, but couldn't be bothered to find out why. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't be bothered with someone who was so afflicted with the princess syndrome. She had indeed had a crush on the boy and had never thought that things would end with such heartbreak. This should have been confined to her previous life, but as fate would have it, their paths would cross again in this new world. At the same time, Bai Xiangxiu couldn't really confirm if they were the same people. She'd have to wait to really know for sure. She had suddenly begun to miss the modern times for some reason. However, this wasn't the right time for her to be all sentimental. There was a battle still raging around her. It lasted all the way until sundown and was incredibly gruesome. Bai Xiangxiu had come to realize how cruel and brutal war was in reality, but she still maintained her cool. She began to worry about the soldiers' meals whilst they were still out there fighting. She ordered servants to steam cornbread and had those who could run quickly deliver the food to the soldiers. She did the same chores as the workers too. The people truly believed that they were in good hands when they saw the general's wife doing the same dangerous yet heartwarming chores with them. Some of the soldiers were indeed so hungry that they could no longer move. Wave after wave of attacks from the enemy were driving fear and despair deep within their hearts. But all of a sudden, a very beautiful woman approached them and handed them a warm piece of cornbread. Cornbread didn't taste particularly good, but it imparted warmth into their stomachs. The most important thing now was to win the war. The battle had been going on for almost a full day and night now. The enemy had lost their original objective when Bai Xiangxiu's bombs and the resilient soldiers had thwarted their assault. Bai Xiangxiu immediately went back into the gunpowder manufacturing room after she was done delivering cornbread. Slowly but surely, Bai Xiangxiu created bombs one by one. She was able to make about 100 bombs in one night. 100 bombs with roughly the same power as grenades might not make a difference in a modern battlefield. But in the battlefields of old, that kind of firepower seemed enough to defy the heavens. Besieging a city and defending a city were two entirely different things. Yu Kuang and the men from the Wulin would attack any enemies who tried to group together. The enemy was unable to catch them because they kept jumping high and low. These Qingdong masters chucked the bombs wherever the enemy clumped up. Every single bomb maimed dozens of people. The enemy soon began to fear them. Their numbers were quickly dwindling and the bomb-making machine by Xiang was still going strong. Upon their last assault's failure, they declared defeat and retreated at daybreak. Prince Rong broke into a cold sweat. If he'd panicked and sent the letter to Long Hong last night, their losses wouldn't just have been limited to Tranquil City. In fact, they may have even lost half the country. Their victory was all thanks to Bai Xiangxiu. He'd definitely made the right choice in taking her as his godsister. It almost felt like years had passed since he had last seen sunrise. It was at this moment when someone came to report, "Your Highness, there's an emergency. The general's wife has fainted. Summon a doctor quickly to go have a look. The doctors are all busy. Then have a maid to take care of her for now. I can have a look. I learned a bit of medicine when I was still in the mountains," Yu Kuang's voice echoed from nearby. He was now entirely drenched in blood, making him look a little demonic and evil. He no longer looked like a celestial being from the heavens. This battle had changed many people, including the Wulin men who were often arrogant and uncontrollable. They were now much more obedient compared to when they first arrived. They'd realized how insignificant an individual was during a battle. In a war, their personal strength no longer mattered, as none of them were as powerful as the gods. Prince Rong was no longer as strict as he was in the capital and allowed Yu Kuang to do as he pleased. Yu Kuang changed his clothes and went inside by Xiangxiu's room, only to see her fast asleep in bed. Rules and etiquette weren't so strictly enforced here like they were in the city. Her personal maid hadn't even let down the bed curtains. Yu Kuang reached for her hand to take her pulse. Even with his scant medical knowledge, he could tell that she'd fainted because of fatigue. "The madam has fainted due to fatigue. Feed her something nutritious when she wakes up later." The maid looked like she was put in a difficult spot. "What nutritious food?" "The madam has already given out all of the nutritious food to the soldiers." "I'll find some for her then." Yu Kuang then placed Bai Xiangxiu's arm back under the blanket. Maybe most of his feelings for her came from his time as Yushu, but he was now beginning to realize that he himself was finding it difficult to take his eyes off her. This was a woman worthy of his respect. He couldn't help but admire her bravery for what she'd done for both her country and her husband. Yu Kuang went into the mountains to hunt a chicken, having the servants brew a bowl of chicken stew. He made some for Song Jiaoyue as well, even though he didn't really like the man all that much. But since he was injured, Yu Kuang decided to make some for him as well. Bai Xiangxiu was fed some chicken soup when she woke up. The poultry smell was a little too overwhelming for her as it had been a long time since she had some meat. She forced herself to drink a couple of mouthfuls before asking, "Where did this chicken come from?" "Hero, you hunted this chicken for you. He said that you needed some supplements because your body is very weak. He even made some for Sir Song as well, but how is Sir Song doing?" "He's awake now. His injuries are a little heavy, but he should be fine." "That's good news." Her lips were sealed about everything else. There was no way she could tell anyone about what had happened behind the chimney. She gently touched her lips. "Was that a misunderstanding on my part? Or did he do it on purpose?" Unfortunately, she would probably never get to know the answer to that question. Her priority right now was to get some well-needed rest. When she could finally get out of bed, she received an unexpected letter from Long Hung. She opened it to look at the contents, only to find out that Long Hung was currently facing all sorts of weird obstacles hindering his progress. These obstacles were frightening and incredibly strange. They couldn't keep up at all and needed her help. Bai Xiangxiu's mouth twitched. "This is all thanks to my fellow human from the modern world. However, isn't using suicide bombers a little too sadistic? I really have to tip my hat to her for coming up with such a thing." Bai Xiangxiu went to report this to Prince Rong. After that, she changed into men's clothing and departed to catch up to Long Hung. Long Hung was in total shambles. He'd never fought someone with so many despicable tricks up their sleeves. The enemy was being incredibly illogical. They'd often hide inside their camps and chose not to fight. And when they finally did decide to fight, they'd always have a new trick to play. In the beginning, the enemy's cavalry suddenly rushed out to do battle, but then retreated almost as quickly as they came. When Long Hang's soldiers decided to pursue, they all stepped on some kind of poison caltrops. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, Lieutenant, the enemy's female general. Chapter 227, Lieutenant, the enemy's female general. Long Hong immediately ordered his men to withdraw. They were successful, but it took a very long time to cleanse themselves of the poison. Fortunately, not too many of them were injured and the poison wasn't really lethal, so their numbers remained constant. Surprisingly, the presence of the poison caltrops was actually a good thing for Long Hong. The caltrops were located in sandy ground between the two armies and was very difficult to see with the naked eye. So, it wasn't just Long Hang's side that was unfortunate enough to run into trouble due to the caltrops, but also the enemy. Because of the caltrops, many of the suicide bombers had exploded prematurely, greatly reducing the casualties on Long Hang's side. However, this also meant that the enemy was successfully holding off Long Hang's troops. Since Long Hong could no longer attack them easily, the enemy had decided to hunker down, calling for more reinforcements and rations. This problem had caused Long Hong no end of headaches, which was why he wanted to ask for Bai Xiangxiu's help. Her head is full of mysterious and strange ideas. She will surely be a great help. With her new horse riding skills, Bai Xiangxiu decided to travel light and set off on her journey. Accompanying her were a few bodyguards, Yu Kuang, and a couple of his men. Unfortunately, they were met with an ambush halfway through their journey. Ha ha ha. Lieutenant Su was right. A pretty lady really is traveling through this road. Kill her. Lieutenant Su said that we must kill the prettiest girl and that she was definitely a woman dressed like a man. Bai Xiangxiu was speechless. That woman is really smart. But did she ever consider that I might make it out due to a sheer difference in strength? Most of the people on Bai Xiangxiu's side were from the Wulin. Their battle prowess absolutely dominated the enemy soldiers who'd grown up on the battlefield. The enemy was absolutely trampled once the fight broke out. Yu Kuang didn't even have to move. All he did was stand beside Bai Xiangxiu, protecting her with a cold glint in his eye. It didn't take long before the enemies were all defeated. I guess even the most intelligent plan requires proper partners to carry out successfully. By the time the dust settled, every enemy was either dead or seriously injured. 6 were taken captive and was brought to Long Hang's camp. There was no yearning and desire in Long Hang's eyes when he saw Bai Xiangxiu. He was here for business, not tomfoolery. Bai Xiangxiu rather felt at ease when he was like this. Does this mean that the two of us are now on the same level as a normal married couple? Long Hong had been her master in the past, her everything. Even though Long Hong respected her, he'd never tell her anything related to work. But that had changed now. Long Hong had a lot of trust in her. He immediately asked, "Are you injured?" When she arrived. "Not at all. Come in. Let's talk about what they've done. I can make neither head nor tail of all this. Let's also talk about the ambush earlier today." Bai Xiangxiu also told him about the surprise attack on Tranquil City and mentioned how the city had managed to thwart the attack when everyone in the city had reached one in heart and mind. Long Hong was dumbfounded. He would have held her hands to thank her if there wasn't a crowd around them. The army with him would have had no place to return to if Tranquil City had fallen. Without backup or support, only death would await them even if they were able to take over the enemy's capital. Yu Kuang and Song Jiaoyue's help was very much appreciated despite his ill feelings towards them. When Bai Xiangxiu was done, Long Hong began to talk about his side of the story. Bai Xiangxiu summarized it at the end of their conversation. Everything they've done up to today are nothing but little tricks. And from my experience today, I can tell that every strategy they've concocted is nothing when faced with a difference of absolute power in martial arts. Long Hang's mouth twitched. He'd realized all this as well, but he hadn't dared make his move as the enemy genuinely seemed to have endless tricks to deal with them. Transmigrated women, especially those who loved reading novels, would all gain some basic knowledge from all the reading they'd done. However, Bai Xiangxiu knew that real life was more than just stories in novels. It was much harder to make things work in reality. For example, the poisonous caltrop formation was also something from a popular web novel that she'd read in the past. In the novel, the transmigrator had used this method to wipe out an entire army. But in reality, there was no way anyone would continue marching through a field of poison caltrops, unless they were idiots. Long Hong was obviously not an idiot and had quickly ordered a retreat. Next were the suicide bombers. This was something from the same book as well. The female lead in that book conquered a city using that method, but it came at the cost of over 100 criminals. Unfortunately, her previous trick with the caltrops had hindered the success of the suicide bombers. After all, why would a novelist write about how one was supposed to carefully handle the poisonous caltrops? However, Bai Xiangxiu knew precisely how to deal with it. There were definitely magnets in this world. She'd heard of their existence from a local blacksmith. The caltrops would be easily dealt with if she could get her hands on some. But there was no way she was going to clear away the caltrops. What if the enemy suddenly attacked? The enemy was definitely capable of doing such a thing. They'd already begun to make their move, even though she just arrived and was getting up to speed. A very disciplined soldier ran into the tent with a report, "Your Highness, the enemy is taunting us into battle." The one leading them is their lieutenant, whom, judging from her voice, is probably a woman. Bai Xiangxiu had so shocked that she stood there with a blank look on her face for almost half a minute. Is that woman trying to join the battle? That's amazing. Bai Xiangxiu decided that she would definitely have to see her in person. She wanted to know what sort of person would so arrogant to the point that she had no fear in joining a battle filled with so many ancient experts. Ready the men. We will go into battle. Long Hong was the commander-in-chief. He wasn't going to back out from this battle when he'd been thoroughly irritated. I want to go as well. Let me dress up as a soldier and follow you. Stop fooling around, Long Hong whispered. I've heard about that person from Chen Tao. I want to see what kind of shenanigans she has up her sleeves. Fine then. Long Hong reluctantly agreed. He gave her a soldier's light armor to wear and a long pike to wield. However, it wasn't easy for a woman to keep up with an army of men, so Yu Kuang had to change into soldier's garb to take her around. Fighting for the country was Long Hang's priority right now instead of his personal feelings, so he had no choice but to entrust Bai Xiangxiu to Yu Kuang. Men were much simpler creatures than women. They were often very focused when dealing with things and could see things very clearly. Anyone with a rational mind would know to never mix national matters with personal matters. Yu Kuang was a very rational person indeed, and was someone meant for doing big things. And so, Long Hong and his army began their march into battle. They stopped when they arrived at the Poison Caltrip formation. A beautiful woman in men's clothing was already standing there when they arrived. She was indeed a sight to behold when she was standing amongst a crowd of men, but she was almost dwarfed by Long Hang's majesty when he stood at the opposite of her. Long Hong was obviously much more eye-catching of the two, because in a battlefield, a man's strong and robust stature was always much more outstanding than a person that looked neither like a man nor a woman. Bai Xiangxiu's legs turned into jelly when she saw the enemy's lieutenant. She would have impeded the pace of the soldiers behind her if Yu Kuang hadn't pulled her along. It really is that Su Yun. I can't believe that she's transmigrated to this world in body and soul. Putting that aside, why is she looking at my husband like she discovered some treasure? Is she planning to steal him away? Su Yun was actually very surprised. She'd heard rumors that the enemy general was a very handsome man, and she wasn't disappointed when she saw him with her own eyes. He was exactly the kind of man that modern women would like. As a mature woman, there was no way those sissy-looking little boys would catch her eye. Only someone with character and looks like Long Hong could attract a flock of women. He was truly a man amongst men. As I thought. One has to come to the olden days to find real men like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Surprise. An arrogant female transmigrator. Chapter 228, Surprise. An arrogant female transmigrator. Bai Xiangxiu covered her face. She felt like the present and the past were melding together. You are the Long Hang they speak of? I heard your concubine is a person of great talent. Is she here? No. You certainly cherish your words like gold. Either way, I am here today to represent Commander Lu for negotiations. As long as you are willing to retreat, the two countries can sign a peace treaty and we can put an end to this war. How does that sound? Ha! We signed a treaty a year ago. Long Hang's tone was filled with contempt. He didn't have a favorable impression of the woman in front of him. Her gaze was far too predatory. He might have found it acceptable if a man had looked at him this way, but it was far too unconventional coming from a woman. It won't be broken this time. I can guarantee that. What are you using as a guarantee? Commander Lu's sincerity. And what is your relationship with Commander Lu? Snort. There were already some soldiers behind them who couldn't hold in their laughter. However, Su Yun completely disregarded it. I am the lieutenant and hold an official position in the army. If you do not trust me, we can send a permanent hostage to live in your country. Ha! Sorry. I, Long Hong, am only responsible for fighting. Negotiating is not my job. Being brave with no plan will only cause tremendous damage to your country. I'm sure many of your soldiers wish to return home and reunite with their wives and children. Yes, they all wish to reunite with their wives and children. But my officers and soldiers are fully aware of the principle that without our country, we are without homes. In order to protect their homes, they would rather risk their lives and shed blood. Rather than see their loved ones become the slaves of a vanquished nation, they would rather fight to the last. Damn! Bai Xiangxiu was surprised. She hadn't realized her husband was so eloquent with his words. It was so hot. The soldiers behind him raised their fists as they responded in unison to Long Heng's words, "We won't be slaves of a vanquished nation. We won't be slaves of a vanquished nation. General Long, you're too extreme. We don't want to conquer your country. We just want to maintain a peaceful relationship. To be frank, it was your country who started it this time. If you hadn't killed one of our princes, we wouldn't be at war right now." It appeared that Su Yun wanted the soldiers and officers to be at odds with Long Heng, but he remained unmoved. Surely this lady jests. A prince of a former enemy country deliberately pretending to be an ordinary citizen of my country? No one would believe that his motives were pure. All right. Bai Xiangxiu had to admit that she'd underestimated Long Heng. Although his personality was very serious, the way he justified his reasoning was very on point, particularly when it came to national matters. What if he did so simply for a beautiful woman? Su Yun was not willing to back down either. She insisted on making Duan Yunying sound very pure. Oh? If there are beauties like yourself in your country, why did he need to travel from distant lands for our women? Who says love is something that can be so clearly explained? Su Yun didn't mind exposing her female identity to everyone present. In fact, she gave off a feeling of looking down on everyone present. This type of woman was extremely powerful and attractive. Bai Xiangxiu was beginning to feel inferior because she knew that she would never be able to achieve Su Yan's level. What a pity that I'm not here to discuss love and emotions with you then. In a battlefield, either you die or I die. You are dismissed. This general does not want to fight a woman as an opponent. Then general, by all means, come on over. Su Yan only laughed. She was sure he wouldn't come over. Yet, Long Heng's spear was at her throat in the blink of an eye. Warm blood rolled down her neck and she instantly felt terrified. She didn't understand how he'd suddenly bridged the distance. But when she slightly tilted her head down, she noticed the ground was covered with an iron panel. When did he prepare this? What was the point of him rushing up here alone? While she stood frozen in thought, a few soldiers from the opposition charged forward while pushing a strange case. They were walking very slowly, but it was obvious that all the poisonous caltrops were being attracted to it. It was a magnet. So it's actually a magnet. This must have been your wife's idea? Su Yun was surprisingly unafraid. She was quite confident that Long Heng wouldn't hurt her and lifted a finger to push his weapon aside. Fine. I will withdraw. But next time, I expect you to use your real abilities to fight. Who says there will be another next time in the battlefield? Indeed, Long Heng didn't hurt her, but he ferociously struck the horse she was riding. The horse was instantly spooked and violently fled to the left, running like a gust of wind. Long Heng laughed coldly. Charge. Seriously? You didn't say you were actually going to fight before. Bai Xiangxiu was startled. They'd talked about fighting if they found the magnet, but were they really going to go on the offensive after clearing just 3 paths? But Long Heng wanted to fight. The enemy was caught on the back foot since they were unprepared. In addition, their field commander Su Yun seemed to have abandoned them, shrieking with fear. So surprisingly, Long Heng thoroughly taught them a lesson in battle. A group of people were assigned to hunt down Su Yun afterwards. Since this group included Yu Kuang and some more of his men from the Wulin, it was extremely easy for them to overtake the enemy and seize the injured Su Yun from them. Bai Xiangxiu didn't expect Su Yun to be captured so quickly. Personally, she thought Su Yun must have suffered a huge blow from all this. Yet, after her injuries were treated, Su Yun was rather composed as she watched Long Heng and the male disguised Bai Xiangxiu make their way to see her. Su Yun completely disregarded Bai Xiangxiu, who had her hair covering half of her face. She only looked at Long Heng and stated, "General Long is quite bold. Thank you for the compliment. What is your name? Who are you?" Long Heng's voice was frosted steel as he sat down. He was simple and direct. "What if I told you I'm not from this country? I only wish to find a place called home." "Is that so?" Smart. If it had been the White Lotus Flower Lin Xianzi, she definitely would have righteously defied Long Heng, but would change as soon as she slept with him. However, Su Yun was different. Although Bai Xiangxiu didn't know what kind of princess Su Yun was, she knew that Su Yun would have wanted to leave a long while ago if the man wasn't someone with ability. So, the man who'd commanded the enemy troops to save Su Yun when her horse was running loose should have been Commander Lu. Although there was a large distance between them and Bai Xiangxiu couldn't see clearly, she was quite convinced it was Commander Lu's face. But in comparison, Long Hong was better than Commander Lu. So had she switched her target to Long Hong now? Since I am in your hands, General Long will surely not release me because of how valuable I could be to you. General Long is a smart person, so naturally, he will not allow a person of value to leave, right? Su Yun smiled slightly. Her eyes were filled with confidence as she exuded an enchanting glow. She was indeed very attractive, but she was different from Yaya. Her confidence came from her demeanor and personality, not from using her body to lure others. Bai Xiangxiu was nervous because Su Yun was clearly on a higher level than anyone else she's met before. She had lost to the latter once before, so deep down, she was a bit scarred. Su Yun hadn't initially wanted to make her motives this clear. But at this moment, she couldn't help but tuck her hand under Long Heng's arm. She acted like a pitiful white lotus flower as she gazed up at him. Long Heng thought that this was odd and assumed she was feeling unwell. You may go rest. No. I want to stay and keep you company. Her voice was very coquettish. So much so, in fact, it caused Long Heng's entire body to stiffen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, White Lotus vs. Princess Syndrome. Chapter 229, White Lotus vs. Princess Syndrome. So you're that concubine that I've heard so much about? Su Yun wasn't as knowledgeable about concubines of the olden days as Bai Xiangxiu. She thought that a concubine was no different than a modern world's mistress, so her voice was naturally filled with contempt. Bai Xiangxiu answered with her head down, almost like she was shy. Su Yun furrowed her brows. Is this really a woman who had her soul transmigrate over? Why are you blushing? Su Yun couldn't help but ask. However, the other person only seemed to instinctively touch her cheeks and asked in a confused manner, Am I really blushing? Su Yun replied, Why do you know how to manufacture gunpowder? I've read about it in some books. Books? You're telling me that you've learned it from books? Yes. But the ratio, Ratio? What's a ratio? I can't communicate with you. How did you know how much of each ingredient you needed to use? It's all written in the book? Bai Xiangxiu decided to follow through with her act to the end. There was no way Su Yun could recognize her since only her soul had transmigrated to this world. Moreover, she hadn't done nothing out of the ordinary up to this point, so she wasn't too worried that Su Yun would realize who she really was. What kind of book is it? Can I have a look? Woman. Don't overstep your boundaries, Long Hong snapped. He didn't want her to continue questioning Bai Xiangxiu. Why don't you stay a few days since you've already come? Stop thinking about unrelated things. Does General Long really not need my assistance? What if I tell you a way to take down their main army camp? He will definitely agree. After all, isn't he here to do just that? Once he agrees to my help, I'll be able to find a foothold here. If this concubine really was a woman from the olden times, Su Yan wanted to see if she could get a thrill from stealing that concubine's man right out of the lady's arms. I, Long Hong, do not need your help, nor do I see them as a worthy enemy. He turned around and left, one hand pulling Bai Xiangxiu along. He couldn't help but frown. He'd seen all kinds of women, but he'd never seen one as bold and arrogant as her. It wouldn't be much of a loss even if he didn't receive her help. After making some arrangements for Bai Xiangxiu, he turned his attention back to trying to take down the enemy. However, he had to first make suitable preparations to deal with the enemy's poison and parasites. Long Hong was actually quite experienced in dealing with both of these. He wasn't too skilled in them, but he had some subordinates who were. Many of those subordinates were from Shu County. The army easily came up with many countermeasures with the help of the Shu County citizens that Quan had brought over to help. Bai Xiangxiu had decided not to leave her tent as she had no interest in dealing with Su Yun at all. Everything would be fine as long as her husband ignored that woman. It'd be even better if she kept herself out of sight so that Su Yun wouldn't cause problems for her. Bai Xiangxiu could tell that Su Yun's princess syndrome had flared up again just from the look in her eyes. Su Yun's thoughts always became extremely twisted whenever she saw a man that she liked but the man didn't return her feelings. What a classic case of princess syndrome. Bai Xiangxiu thought to herself as she tidied Long Heng's tent. Men are men after all. They're all the same, whether from the olden times or from modern times. Their rooms are always a mess if nobody picks up after them. Aren't they afraid that they might trip on the things laying around on the floor or something? Bai Xiangxiu suddenly felt a presence behind her as she was putting things away. She turned to look, but her acupoints were struck before she could utter a single word. In fact, she didn't even manage to make a single sound. Commander Lu loomed above her, wearing a soldier's uniform from Long Heng's army. Ask whatever you need to ask quickly. I'll wait for you outside, Commander Lu said to Su Yun beside him. All right. I didn't expect Commander Lu would personally come to save her. It seems that his feelings for her are genuine. Su Yun had brushed Bai Xiangxiu's hair aside while the latter was still caught up in her own thoughts, allowing Bai Xiangxiu to look upon her adversary clearly. You truly are very beautiful. You can talk now, but you better not shout. I can cut up your pretty face whenever I feel like it. What do you want from me? It was almost like a white lotus flower had possessed Bai Xiangxiu's body. Her entire body trembled like a leaf as tears streamed down her face. Most female transmigrators hated white lotus characters very much. Bai Xiangxiu guessed that Su Yun probably felt very much the same. Hey! Why are you crying before I've even said anything? Don't act like you're some kind of newborn kitten. Tell me, did you transmigrate into this world? I'm not a patient person. If you did, then come with me. What's the point of being a concubine to another man? Then, what are you going to do? Nothing. You might as well surround yourself with men if you've transmigrated here. Make them your chess pieces and have them worship you. Make use of them when you feel like it and kick them away when you're tired of them. There's a lot of men here anyways. Just wave your hand and a bunch of them will come running to you. That doesn't sound like a good thing to do, Dot. What's not good about it? Isn't looking at high-quality men the entire point of transmigrating into the past? Why would you willingly be owned by them? There's all sorts of men around here. You need to taste them one by one to really take in their flavor. This, Bai Xiangxiu's face was full of horror. Dearest Missy, aren't you quite a player? You're planning on fooling around even in the olden times as well? Color me thoroughly impressed. Wipe that look of horror off your face. Why are men allowed to fool around with women but not the other way round? But how are you different from the prostitutes in brothels if you sleep around like that? Slap. Bai Xiangxiu suffered a slap to her face. Su Yun laughed derisively and continued. Those women are being played by men. They have no choice. But Big Sister here is the one playing with men instead. Oh. So you're just a higher-class prostitute than them, Bai Xiangxiu said, nodding as if she'd finally understood. There are men with good hearts here as well. Why would they treat you with sincerity when you don't treat them the same way? Who said that women must treat men with sincerity? Men will make you the center of their world if you have the capability. Hurry up and tell me. Did you transmigrate into this world? I didn't. But that book did say it had come from a different kind of world. It said that it had come from a peaceful world, and that everything they'd learned were now obsolete, so they wrote it down in a book. Oh? And have you brought the book here? I read it when I was young. The book is long gone by now. Your memory is impressive. This concubine is from a family of scholars. My memory is naturally a little better than most. If that's the case, then you have no choice but to come with me. Su Yun immediately began to drag Bai Xiangxiu away. Since Bai Xiangxiu wasn't a transmigrator, Su Yun had no choice but to bring Bai Xiangxiu back to the camp and interrogate her thoroughly to get the formula. Conquering nations would be as easy as flipping one's hand over if she could mass-produce gunpowder. Long Hong would then wallow in regret for not begging for her help. Bai Xiangxiu was now genuinely afraid to call for help. She knew very well that Su Yun was a ruthless person. She'd never hesitate to kill if she felt like it. Out of nowhere, a sword tore a hole in the tent's wall. A figure dashed towards Su Yun wielding a sword. She was quick to react and evaded the attack almost instantly. But by doing so, she also tossed Bai Xiangxiu aside. Su Yun received quite a shock when she saw the rescuer's face. She'd never imagined that there would be someone who looked so much like a celestial being in the enemy camp. However, she also knew that now was not the time to gawk at him. She quickly ran out of the tent and escaped with Commander Lu. Yu Kuang wanted to chase after them, but he quickly realized that Bai Xiangxiu was still lying on the floor and wasn't moving. Moreover, her face had drained of all color as she grit her teeth in great pain. He hesitated a little before running to her side and releasing her acupoints. What's wrong? My stomach, it hurts. The last chapter was translated by Grace, who's also translating the very cute mystery supernatural girlfriend. Please check it out after this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, Yu Kuang slowly warming up. Chapter 230, Yu Kuang slowly warming up. What? Stomach pain? Despite his age, Yu Kuang was still innocent about these kinds of things. He still had an innocent body after all, despite his age. How would he know the significance of a stomachache to a woman? In his mind, even though she'd fallen, there was no way she could have suffered heavy injuries from such a fall. Don't move. I will summon Long Hong. Carry me to the bed. Something feels wrong. Bai Xiangxiu no longer moved an inch as a possible reason flashed through her mind. Yu Kuang had no choice but to carry her onto the bed, only to have Long Hong enter the tent at that precise moment. He glared at Yu Kuang furiously, but the latter didn't seem to realize that this was a situation that called for an explanation. Danger seemed to be escalating. Stop glaring at each other. Go summon a doctor now. If you go any later, it might come at the cost of a life. I'm going to be so pissed if it really is what I think it is. How long has it been since I last gave birth? Long Hong, do you have to be so efficient? This is going to be hell if my life is going to be like this. Long Hong quickly ordered someone to summon the doctor when he heard the term cost of a life. He thought that they'd done something to her. The doctor took Bai Xiangxiu's pulse for a long time without saying a word. She suddenly felt that there might be another explanation for all this. Could this be due to a very intense greeting of that time of the month instead? The doctor looked at Long Hong while Bai Xiangxiu was still caught up in her thoughts. He hesitated for a bit before saying, "General. This young sir here, his pulse is a little odd." How could this kind of pulse come from a man? Was his skill deteriorating because he'd been treating battle wounds for such a long time without making any diagnoses? Bai Xiangxiu immediately caught his drift. I'm actually a woman. Woman, why didn't you tell me that earlier? I was almost frightened to death. The doctor didn't know her true identity, so his tone became a bit resigned as relief flooded him. What's wrong? Long Hong noticed that their choice of words was a little unusual, which was why he immediately asked. Why don't we send this gentleman outside first? Yu Kuang furrowed his brows but still left the room. This made Long Hong and Bai Xiangxiu even more nervous. They genuinely thought that something was wrong. This madam's pulse indicates that her pain is due to the accumulation of yin energy from the cold weather, which was why her menstrual period has come late. All she needs is some medicine to boost her blood flow and qi. Color immediately returned to Long Hang's face after he heard what the doctor had said. Unfortunately, there's only medicine for wounds in the army camp. So, we will have to travel to Tranquil City to get her medicine. I will go, Yu Kuang interrupted from the outside. He could hear the doctor very clearly even though the doctor had kept his voice low. Long Hong frowned. This wasn't something that he should let another man intervene with, but he didn't have a choice. He had very important matters to deal with right now. The couple looked at each other in the eye, only to see the speechlessness in each other's faces. Yu Kuang immediately left for Tranquil City after the doctor wrote down the prescription. It would take him quite some time. They were a ways away from Tranquil City. Are you feeling better now? Long Hong asked carefully while holding her hand as he sat beside her. Bai Xiangxiu felt very aggrieved. She held up Long Hang's hand and bit down hard. I was so frightened. I thought. A gentle smile emerged on Long Hang's face. You thought what? I thought I was pregnant and lost the child when I fell. I was so frightened to death at that time. I didn't even dare move an inch. I'm so relieved that I was only panicking over nothing. Bai Xiangxiu suddenly felt chills radiate from someone beside her. It was at this moment that she finally noticed the ugly look on Long Hang's face. Your Highness? What's wrong with him? Long Hong had suddenly grabbed her hands and held them tightly. It seemed that he finally realized how precarious of a situation Bai Xiangxiu had been in just now. It was hard to say how things could have truly ended. If she'd been pregnant, then the fall she had taken just now would have. You best remember this. I, Long Hong, will surely take revenge for this. You're thinking about taking revenge for me? Go ahead. Let me tell you something. Commander Lu was actually the one who came to rescue Su Yun. This was basically a chance bestowed by the heavens. Wouldn't it be such a waste if they were to do nothing with that knowledge? It was him? Long Hong bounded to his feet. The enemy's commander-in-chief had shown up. Long Hong would be able to get twice the results with half the effort if he were to attack the enemy right now. A hint of happiness and excitement appeared in his eyes. Go on, I'm fine. All right. I will take revenge for you and our child. What child? Don't speak nonsense. Bai Xiangxiu rolled her eyes at him. She had been doing this a lot lately to the hero who was admired by thousands. The hero wasn't even slightly angered by it either. In fact, he even gave her a kiss to alleviate her anger and left the tent. Men meant for big things were always like this. Even though Bai Xiangxiu wished that he'd stay around and accompany her at a time like this, she was consoled by the fact that he'd dispatched a lot of soldiers to surround and guard her tent. He rallied the troops and left for battle in roughly 7 minutes. Long Hung was furious that they'd tried to harm Bai Xiangxiu. Their relationship was now much more than just skin deep. It was a sort of relationship that had seeped deep inside their hearts. He likely wouldn't be able to control himself if anything happened to her. His anger influenced the soldiers as well. They all knew that Bai Xiangxiu was here to help with the war effort, but the general's face was almost ashen when he'd come out of the tent. They figured that the enemy must have done something to the madam. Long Hung had a habit of boosting his soldiers' morale before a battle. He'd speak eloquently about how they were protecting the country and stopping the enemy from ever threatening their own nation. This time, however, his speech contained nothing but words of murder and pillage. There wasn't even the slightest bit of mercy. Like a cold-blooded god of war, he commanded his men to form ranks. Soldiers were easily influenced by their commander's mood. Moreover, the soldiers also respected the madam very much. So it came to no surprise that they were thirsty for revenge as well. And so, the entire army began their march, empowered by their newly found rage. Bai Xiangxiu was currently resting on her bed after she changed her sanitary pad. She had no idea that some people had the misconception that she was dead, and that they were marching angrily in hopes to avenge her. Even Bai Xiangxiu was stirred by their battle cry. It seemed loud enough to rouse the heavens. Why am I being all excited for? I can't even get up. This menstrual period of hers was incredibly ferocious. Yu Kuang soon came back with a variety of medicines. He handed over the medicine to Bai Xiangxiu and marveled as he watched her gulp it down. Are you feeling better now? Pfff. Bai Xiangxiu almost spat out all the medicine in her mouth. She coughed a few times as her cheeks flushed red. Feeling better? She was still quite shy when it came to that topic. Song Jiaoyue's wounds have gotten better and he's gone back to the capital. I see, that's good news. Life in Tranquil City does not suit him. Yes. But it doesn't suit you either. Yu Kuang gently tucked her hair behind her ears. The gesture looked incredibly affectionate. However, he immediately withdrew his hand when he realized what he'd done. He didn't seem to understand why his heart felt so much pain. Is that so? But I've no choice. A wife should follow her husband. All she wanted was for him to return home safely and reunite with their son. I thought for a moment there that you'd lost a child. Yu Kuang couldn't be blamed for harboring such thoughts because Bai Xiangxiu had thought the same as well. Her actions had caused Yu Kuang to greatly misunderstand things. It was such a series of unfortunate events. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, An Unexpected Enormous Bungle. Chapter 231, An Unexpected Enormous Bungle. That was a misunderstanding. Bai Xiangxiu, have you ever thought about giving birth to a son for me? Smack, the medicine bowl had somehow smacked straight onto Yu Kuang's head. He caught the falling bowl with his hand and flashed a cute smile. It's already extremely late, so go scare others with that kind of nonsense. You only speak loudly like this when you're by my side, but you're always cautious when you're by his side. Doesn't that kind of life make you tired? So Yu Kuang could indeed feel that. She continued to lie there, staring straight up. I've gotten used to it. And it's gotten a lot better. His temperament has also warmed considerably, and he is very good to me. Don't you like people like Song Jiaoyue? What nonsense. I was only admiring him, get it? He said it himself. We drank too much wine once, and he said that the original person in your heart was him, but it was a pity he did not cherish it. That was also something of the past. I'm very happy right now. I will be the happiest woman in the world as long as nothing happens to Long Hung. Is it because you have a child with him? Of course not. Bai Xiangxiu became nervous. Why was Yu Kuang speaking such ambiguous words today? However, Yu Kuang looked into the distance, a faraway look in his eyes as he said, I grew up in White Cloud Mountain. Even from my earliest days, I've never cared about anything else besides martial arts. I knew I had a responsibility to bring the White Cloud Mountain to its greatest height, and in order to do that I even sealed my own heart. Thus, Yushu was born, right? I do not know, but when I am Yushu, I am truly happy, because he could do things that I would forever be afraid of doing. He really misses you. I can feel it on the eve of every full moon. He's only a child. Bai Xiangxiu didn't want to delve too deep into this topic, but Yu Kuang had already gotten a full head start. He spoke of Yushu's feelings and then of his. Even he himself didn't know that he was such a talkative person. He wasn't just looking for a chat, he had a rather peculiar feeling of wanting to protect Bai Xiangxiu but being unable to draw close to her. His heart had been unclear in the past, but when he began to open up, he naturally spoke his mind. I also feel differently about you. I will do my best to help you get whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you are Long Hang's concubine or someone else's wife. I only want to be good to you, because you really are too cruel to yourself. He reached out to touch Bai Xiangxiu's face. She looked a bit perplexed, but then again, she had also sustained injuries. Yu Kuang, I think it would be best if you leave now. I need to get some rest. This wasn't good. Right now, it almost seemed like he was about to declare his love for her. It had been only Yushu in the past, but it seemed that Yu Kuang had developed these feelings for her. She really didn't understand these men. She'd been so ugly lately that even she couldn't bear to look at herself. It was up and down mountains and hills every day, growing steadily darker beneath the sun. Shouldn't men who like beautiful women run far, far away under these circumstances? Why were they all flocking to her instead? If I was the one by your side, I could allow you to be as free as you'd like your entire life, with no restrictions whatsoever. Please leave, Bai Xiangxiu tugged on the quilt, deciding she didn't want to hear his words. But no matter how she tried to sleep, her thoughts kept her awake, running through her head like a herd of galloping horses. After all, Yu Kuang was an excellent person. He was a vaunted Wulin Alliance head, but here he was protecting a little concubine like her. His feelings were never destined to be reciprocated. She could only hope that he would give up soon and go find a woman who was worth his love and protection. As her period had been particularly fierce for the past few days, she found herself in a drowsy state of mind all day. It didn't get much better even when she drank some medicine. However, Long Hang's troops were advancing quickly. They were remaking camp every 2 days as they advanced a few kilometers every day. Bai Xiangxiu ran through a few mental calculations. They had breached 3 or 4 enemy camps thus far. According to this speed, they would be at the enemy headquarters soon. Even Long Hang felt it strange why his own soldiers and officers were this gung-ho. It seemed like each battle was one fought on the line of life and death. It wasn't until one day when Bai Xiangxiu walked out of the tent and stretched, basking in the sunlight, that she saw all of the patrolling soldiers pass by with looks of terror. She touched her face and asked, baffled, "What's the matter?" A little soldier somewhat emotionally said, "Madam Bai, you're still alive, Ah. I was never dead. What does this mean?" It was almost as if she'd come back from the dead. The soldier immediately felt that he had said something wrong and scratched his head. "I heard everyone say that you'd been assassinated by the enemy. I didn't think that you were safe and sound. Everyone will stop worrying now." He. Long Hang immediately understood. It turned out they thought that his wife was dead, which was why they all looked at him with such strict expressions. It would also explain the fervent style of battle he'd been seeing lately whenever they engaged the enemy. They thought they were avenging the death of his wife. As he kneaded his forehead, he reflected that for some reason, his luck was always terrific when Bai Xiangxiu was with him. Everything would always turn out for the better. For example, this unexpected mishap had actually expanded his nation's territory by several thousand kilometers. It really was a wonder. I came out of the tent before when we set up camp. Did you all not see me? Oh, we were too focused on killing the enemy and didn't notice what was behind us. So, I was randomly dead for so many days? Bai Xiangxiu glanced at Long Hang, at a complete loss for words. However, Long Hang suddenly frowned. "Why are you up and about when your injuries haven't healed yet? Go back and rest." Injuries, Bai Xiangxiu subconsciously clutched at the corner of her dress. Did her monthly period count as an injury? Yes, I will have my revenge on them for daring to be so violent towards a weak girl like you. Sure enough, the little soldier nodded sagely when he finished. The group of patrolling soldiers then walked off. Bai Xiangxiu forced a smile. "Aren't you being too devious? This wasn't quite how one encouraged another person. They really respect you." Long Hang felt a bit proud. His little wife was unexpectedly a great help. Yes, they are very cute. What nonsense. How can you call a group of rough, burly men cute? He really didn't know what to say to her. They couldn't engage in any intimate gestures either with so many pairs of eyes on them. He could only urge her back into her tent to rest. Bai Xiangxiu began to ask about the situation of the state soldiers. Long Hang pointed out their location on the map he had drawn. "Most of the enemy troops will be left behind after we cross this mountain. There are poisonous fog, various vipers, and fierce beasts protecting the outskirts. It will be a bit difficult to charge through them. It's almost like a tropical rainforest, she nodded as she absorbed Long Heng's explanation. She began to think quickly, because this forest was extremely vast, it would take them around 5 days to travel through it. The most crucial thing was that it was extremely dangerous inside. If one wasn't careful, the army could be completely wiped out. No wonder their scattered troops could provoke us with such impunity before. It turns out that they had every confidence in this layer of natural protection. Xiang pointed at the map as she spoke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, Disfigurement, Gone Missing. Chapter 232, Disfigurement, Gone Missing. I'll find a way. They aren't that big of a hindrance if they don't have that Suyun woman to help them. There really is nothing else for me to fear. Long Heng had been studying this area for many years as he'd always wanted to take down their headquarters. In the end, something good really had come out from all his effort. What? Why wouldn't she help them anymore? There's no way she won't help them, right? Didn't they save her life? It's obvious that she will put in her full effort to help Commander Lu defeat us so that she can gloat at Long Heng for not accepting her help. This is a woman with princess syndrome we're talking about here. She received an injury while she was running away, Long Heng replied unhurriedly. An injury? Where was she hurt? Her face. PFF. Who injured her? Me. Sai, can't you just tell me everything at one go? Xiang was anxious to hear the rest of the story, but Long Heng just had to choose this moment to treat his words like gold. Long Heng found it hilarious when she got all flustered. He began to describe how he'd given chase to Commander Lu and Su Yun after he destroyed the enemy camp. The two had escaped together on horseback. Long Heng had then given furious chase. Commander Lu was no match for him at all, and the commander actually tossed the woman at him to block a spear when he realized he was losing. Su Yun reacted quickly and was able to avoid being struck on her vital points, but her face had been marked by the blade. However, she was quite ruthless and took her revenge as she jumped off the horse, slashing Commander Lu with a knife and severing the tendons on his heel. Long Heng didn't pay any attention to that woman and was only focused on killing Commander Lu. Unfortunately, someone ended up coming to their rescue. Commander Lu managed to escape, but Su Yun was probably disfigured for life. That doesn't sound right. You probably could have held back, so you did it on purpose, didn't you? Yes, I did. You're so smart. Long Heng gently pinched Xiang's cheeks and flopped onto the bed to rest with his limbs all sprawled out. He was being very casual. There wasn't even a little bit of pretentiousness. Xiang suddenly realized that Su Yun had been dumb to think that she could conquer Long Heng. After all, Long Heng was a domineering CEO type of man that specialized in curing princess syndromes. Su Yun would probably never forgive him for disfiguring her. I will raise the surrounding smaller camps to the ground tomorrow. Then, the capital is open for capture. I see. Then you better get some rest. Accompany me. Long Heng took Xiang in his arms and whispered in her ear, these past days have been very hard on you. I will definitely make it up to you when we return. Who needs rewards? All I need to be content is to see you and Shaolin safe and happy. Long Heng nestled her in his arms, falling asleep while breathing in her fragrance. Xiang didn't disrupt him either. Long Heng was showing her his most genuine side right now. She snuggled deeper into his embrace and wrapped her arms around him as she went to sleep. When she woke up again, Xiang found that Long Heng was already awake, but he was still holding her tightly in his arms. Why didn't you recapture Su Yun? She's still quite capable of many things, Xiang asked with a seemingly casual tone. Long Heng laughed, first of all, she's just a woman. Are you looking down on women? Xiang pouted to show her dissatisfaction. Long Heng laughed and pinched her cheeks again. That's not what I'm trying to say. She would definitely be a great general if she were a man. She certainly has the confidence, and she has a certain way of presenting herself. These kinds of people are rare, but one also cannot rely on them. Oh? Her thoughts are too complex. She would never be able to stay loyal. That's true. But what if she was a man? Nobody should ever trust a person who defects that easily. Moreover, I really dislike the way she looks at me. I'm a man, not prey. I can never become another woman's prey. Except for you, of course. Ah, what are you doing? Let me go. You're heavy. What if someone suddenly barges in? Don't worry about it. Aren't you a bold woman now? Why did you suddenly become so timid again? Long Hong lifted her onto his belly and looked up at her. He seemed very amused when he saw the awkward look on her face, which was why he gently lifted her legs in order to tease her further. How am I bold? I've always been timid. So timid that you'd beat up the citizens of Shu County? They were the ones who struck first, alright? I thought that they were bandits. Oh. So you seduced the enemy strategist because you were timid as well? I just didn't want him to call the guards, so I had no choice but to seduce him. Are you mad at me? What about lying to me? Did you do that because of your timidness? When did I ever lie to you? While she was running away, Suyun told me that you have another identity and that everything you've said before was all a lie. So Suyun still believes that I'm a transmigrator. That's probably why she told Long Hung that. Then do you trust me or her more? You, of course. I was only joking. No one would believe anything she says. Alright, I need to leave, but you should get some rest. It seems he's going to launch a sneak attack on their headquarters tonight. Bai Xiangxiu really thought that the 1,000-year nation would soon be conquered, but something unexpected occurred in the middle of the night. An emperor's emissary arrived at camp. It seemed he had traveled night and day to make it this fast, riding hard the entire way. In his possession was a gold token and an order. To be more specific, it was a return order, commanding Long Hong to return to the capital with all haste. Bai Xiangxiu was so furious that she desperately wanted to beat up the emissary. He's clearly here to cause trouble. Look at the timing, showing up with the order to return just when we're about to win. Moreover, this was a return order via a gold token. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but compare this moment with what had happened to Yu Fei, a very famous general who'd been framed by treacherous court officials. Long Hong was already on his way to battle with his men, but immediately returned upon receiving news that the emperor's emissary had come. He knelt down when he saw the imperial edict. He jerked his head upwards upon hearing the return order. Bai Xiangxiu could almost see the unwillingness, rage and struggle in Long Hang's beautiful eyes from her position inside the tent. Emissary, you might already know that the enemy nation is already backed into a corner with no way out. If you give me a month's time, no. Even half a month's time would suffice to wipe the country off the map forever. It's not that I don't want to give you time. It's just that the emperor wants you back in the capital immediately. The emissary had never imagined that Prince Li was capable of producing such results. He couldn't help but tremble a little inside as he was afraid of offending the prince. This place was Prince Li's domain after all, he could kill almost anyone if he wished to. A quick horse galloped into the camp while things stood at a standstill between Long Hong and the emissary. The man on the horse was holding another gold token in his hand, which allowed him to ride a horse into the camp. Long Hong, receive this edict. His Majesty summons you to the capital. There must not be any delay. They even brought out another gold token? Bai Xiangxiu could tell that something bad must have occurred in the capital. Why else would they want Long Hong to return so badly? If this was anything like Yu Fei, Long Hong would surely lose his command if he brought only a few men with him back to the capital. Moreover, his family was in the emperor's hands. Killing them would be as easy as taking candy from a child. But he'd be going against an imperial edict if he chose not to return. The old madam and Shaolin would probably suffer an even worse fate if he chose not to return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, 15 gold tokens in exchange for a life. Chapter 233, 15 gold tokens in exchange for a life. Long Hong had initially intended on using some delay tactics to postpone his trip to the capital. He needed at least 10 days to conquer the enemy nation. Unfortunately, his plans went up in smoke as each day passed. The number of gold tokens kept increasing for every day he spent on the battlefield. Bai Xiangxiu had never seen Long Hong look so frustrated before. He took his helmet off and ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. He didn't allow anyone to enter his tent as he just brooded inside. They've broken the record. 2 more tokens have arrived, putting our total at 15 tokens. Shaolin will surely be in danger if Long Hong doesn't return soon. On the verge of tears, Bai Xiangxiu gritted her teeth and said, "You stay here. I will go back. I have to go back and save my son. He was in my womb for 10 months. I'd be a monster if I didn't do something to save him. Let's go back together." Long Hong stood up abruptly. It was obvious that there had been an enormous change in the imperial court, considering how abnormal this situation was. "No, you can't. Only death awaits you if you return. They might suddenly brand you a criminal with some trumped-up charge. They might even punish you in secret. It's impossible for Shaolin to come out of this unscathed even if they were to let us live. I know. But they won't let our family go if I don't return. We might as well go back and face them together as a family. I still have tens of thousands of men if they ever decide to be ruthless. Whoa. Is he planning to rebel? I guess that makes sense, since Long Hong is not Yufei. Yufei would never do such a thing since he was a loyal subject, but Long Hong had always been at odds with the current emperor. He probably wouldn't be too conflicted about it if he were forced to rebel. Bai Xiangxiu decided that she would follow the wishes of her husband. He had already made his mind. Long Hong left the tent, calling for his lieutenants. He needed to plan the army's next couple of moves, and needed his officers' counsel. His men didn't agree with his decision to return either, but Long Heng acted all patriotic and loyal to the country, which actually turned public opinion against the emperor. They questioned the emissaries if something had happened at court, but the emissaries all answered in the negative. Then why was the emperor so desperate for Long Hong to return if nothing had truly happened? There was definitely a conspiracy afoot here. But since Long Hong was a loyal subject, he had no choice but to return. He'd received unfair treatment in the past which had already fostered unhappiness in his subordinates. They'd never go down without a fight now that it seemed to be happening all over again. However, Long Hong yanked on their leashes and told them to sit down and endure for now. He packed up his things and left with Bai Xiangxiu. But before he left, he wrote a letter and handed it to his most trusted lieutenant. My life is not important, but I must save my mother and my son. If anything happens to me, promise me that you'll help if you hear that I'm being detained in secret. I promise. General, we will definitely help you. Long Hong gave his lieutenants a deep bow before he left. He rode on the same horse as Bai Xiangxiu and quickly made for the capital, bringing along Yu Kuang, those from the Jianghu, and some of his trusted subordinates. Song Jiaoyue was waiting for them outside the capital, looking more than slightly disheveled. He must have suffered a lot in order to try and save Long Hong and Bai Xiangxiu. He had gotten much thinner since the last time they'd seen each other. He received Long Hong and his party in a barren desert not far from the capital. He shouted, "You cannot come back. His Majesty has used 15 gold tokens as exchange for your life. Your entire family's life." Bai Xiangxiu nearly fell from the horse. Does he mean something has happened to Shaolin? Long Hong quickly helped her regain her balance and found a place that was sheltered from the wind to inquire for more details. Bai Xiangxiu was relieved when she heard that her son was still safe and sound. He was only being surveilled in the palace along with the old madam. They would definitely be used as hostages to control Long Hang as soon as he arrived in the capital. Long Hong nodded, I understand, but I still have to return. What about the others in the princely manor? Bai Xiangxiu asked. They're all fine. The public believes that his emperor has only invited the old madam and the little prince to the palace because he cares for them. Long Hong coldly asked, he has been plotting against me for a long time, but why did he only decide to make his move now? I'm not sure about the details, but I did find something very strange. Song Jiaoyue looked at them for a moment and frowned. What's strange? Bai Xiangxiu asked. Miss Lin has entered the palace and is now known as Noble Lady Qian. PFF. Bai Xiangxiu almost coughed out blood. She finally understood what was going on. Lin Xianzi was behind all this because she wanted revenge. Isn't her target just me? Since when did she start targeting Long Hong and everyone in the household instead? It seemed that the truth would only be revealed when they returned to the capital. Do the two of you really plan on going back? But we must return separately. Long Hong looked at Bai Xiangxiu and continued, all of you change into commoner's clothes and enter the city after I do. I will be leading my men into the city first. Long Hong, Bai Xiangxiu had grown used to calling Long Hong by his name. While it might be disrespectful to call someone by their given name in the olden days, Long Hong felt that her tone was quite gentle when she spoke his name and never really paid it any heed. Sure, you know why I'm doing this. I don't want to let them capture us all in one fell swoop, and this is the only way to prevent that from happening. Moreover, things will take turn for the better. Trust me on this. I trust you. Is the male lead about to go against the female lead? This sounds dangerous. It was worth a shot despite the danger. Moreover, she didn't think that Long Han would be so easily taken down. Isn't it just returning to the city via separate ways? Bai Xiangxiu turned to Song Jiaoyue after Long Han left and said, Sir Song, why don't you return to the city first? I don't wish to involve the Song family in this matter. You? He didn't ask you to protect me because he knows that you are responsible for the Song family as well. I know that. But what's the harm in escorting you back to the city? If Song Jiaoyue had the Song family to consider, then Yu Kuang had the well-being of White Cloud Mountain to consider as well. So, she immediately turned to Yu Kuang, "You better go as well. You might be implicated too if Long Hong were to fail. You should know that I'm not afraid. But I am. Don't be. I will always be by your side to protect you. As for the others from White Cloud Mountain, I will have them go back." Yu Kuang continued, "Long Hong was only protecting and defending his nation. He has done nothing wrong. None of the men from the Wulin would ever approve if he is wrongly imprisoned." I understand. Long Hong hadn't done anything wrong at all. Everyone that had fought by his side knew that, but none of the high officials and nobles in the city did. All they had done was blindly follow the emperor's orders. The truth didn't even matter to them. In the end, no one took their leave of the entourage. In fact, their numbers had just swelled instead. They were all hot-blooded people who had come from all over the country to plead mercy for Long Hong after they'd gotten wind of what had happened. They'd met a group on their way to the city who'd been bad-mouthing Long Hong and said that he deserved punishment for climbing above the emperor's head. These hot-blooded men thought that they were talking rubbish. How could this group of idiots possibly live such a carefree and comfortable life if it weren't for Long Hong's iron defense of the nation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, Entering the Capital in Disguise. Chapter 234, Entering the Capital in Disguise. The two groups actually began to fight right outside the capital. Song Jiaoyue had no choice but to interfere and break up the fight, revealing his identity in the process. Once they recognized Long Hong's wife, the men insisted on escorting Bai Xiangxiu back to the capital. They just wanted to help Long Hong in any way they can. In any case, many hands made for light work. Bai Xiangxiu decided to head back to the capital with the accompaniment of these people. However, they would surely be at the center of attention considering how large their group was. So they decided to disguise themselves as they entered the city. There was one major issue that they'd yet to address, and that was Bai Xiangxiu's outstanding appearance. Nobody would have batted an eye if a common beauty decided to enter the city gates, but Bai Xiangxiu was the city's top beauty. She would surely be the center of attention if she entered the city looking like this. "Then I'll disfigure myself," Bai Xiangxiu said ruthlessly. However, everyone else quickly vetoed the idea. They were all trying to save her husband. How would they explain to Long Hong why his wife had become ugly after they'd saved him? I will disfigure myself with makeup. Judging from the expressions on their faces, they probably thought I was going to cut my face with a knife. Bai Xiangxiu would never do that even if her life depended on it. One had to understand that a knife to the face was actually very painful. This suddenly reminded her of Su Yun. She was a woman that was as proud as a peacock. I bet she's incredibly furious at Long Hong for ruining her face. With her abilities, there's no doubt that she will eventually stage a comeback. It's almost like there's a tiger in front of Long Hong and a wolf behind. However, Su Yun probably won't be able to create too much trouble for now. She still isn't too familiar with this world. Bai Xiangxiu consoled herself mentally while putting on makeup to disfigure herself. Yu Kuang helped her out. As a man from the Jianghu, he knew how to make it look more realistic and believable. It didn't take long before a very horrifying birthmark was drawn on her outstanding face, but that was not all they did. They also thickened her eyebrows and even made her lips seem chapped. She genuinely looked like a different person. Bai Xiangxiu was speechless. She was sure that she would frighten a few people with her current appearance. Surprisingly, that didn't happen. The others were just incredibly astonished by how she'd managed to turn such a beautiful face into something like that. Bai Xiangxiu touched her face and smiled awkwardly. "Do I look very ugly?" "No. You're very beautiful." Bai Xiangxiu's looks didn't really matter to Song Jiaoyue. To him, her beauty was beyond her outer appearance and came from deep within her. Bai Xiangxiu found her question very silly. "Let us depart. We will enter the capital separately." She was dressed as an ugly woman as she carried a basket of eggs into the city as though she was about to sell them. However, Song Jiaoyue entered the city on his horse with his head held high. There was no need for him to disguise himself. Some of the others were dressed like farmers, while the rest were dressed as beggars. It wasn't hard for them to collectively sneak into the capital as they were all very capable. They all went their own way to do some work before they gathered at one of Song Jiaoyue's houses. Bai Xiangxiu had been busy sending out feelers and realized that nobody in the city knew that Long Hong was already back. He was clearly being arrested in secret. "Where should we begin with our plan to rescue Long Hong?" Bai Xiangxiu asked. First of all, we need to know why he was summoned back to the capital. Someone could be pulling the strings from behind, but it might be the emperor's own intentions too, Song Jiaoyue took the lead in explaining, as he was much more familiar with the inner workings of the court. I'm afraid that means we have to enter the palace. But how are we supposed to do that? Is there someone you know who's in the palace right now? Long Hang's trusted aide asked. We do. The old madam is in the palace, but we can't get in touch with her. It's simply impossible, Song Jiaoyue replied with his brows furrowed. I have a plan. Sir Song, I have to return to the princely manor. What plan? It's a secret, Bai Xiangxiu winked and returned to the princely manor under the silent protection of Song Jiaoyue and her ugly appearance. She reluctantly crawled into the manor via the hole that she'd used last time. Song Jiaoyue had gotten used to it by now. There was just so many sides to her, dumbfounding him each time. How many women could have led such an exciting life during the olden days? Back then, women mostly lived deep in the rear courts. Their sole purpose in life was fulfilling the needs of their men while slowly growing old, and eventually dying. But Bai Xiangxiu was different. Despite her weak and feeble outer appearance, she was doing things that only the tough and strong-willed would be able to do. Bai Xiangxiu was being extremely cautious even after she slipped into her own courtyard. The servants were being a little more lackadaisical as none of their masters were at home. It didn't take her too much effort to arrive at Apricot Garden since everyone only treated her as just another servant when they saw her. She was even carrying something as part of her disguise. She waltzed into her own room and picked up wire. However, Xiaoshi was already standing by the door with a shoe in her hand when Bai Xiangxiu turned around. She immediately shouted, "Someone is stealing a plant." Bai Xiangxiu immediately covered her mouth and said, "It's me. Don't call for help." Madam. Xiao? Why do you look like this now? Yes. I'm here to retrieve Huara for something. Don't raise a commotion over this. But, where are you going? And when will you be back? I'll explain everything to you at a later date. Xiaoshi, be good and stay put in the manor. You don't have to worry about anything. Xiao Wan was left behind in Shu County as well. Hopefully, she'll be able to come back when things have settled down and we can go back to our previously peaceful lives. Xiaoshi wants to follow you. Xiaoshi will follow you no matter where you're going. Be good. Things will settle down soon, but I can't take Xiaoshi with me before that happens. Bai Xiangxiu was worried that even more people would learn of her return, so she quickly warned Xiaoshi. Don't mention to anyone that I'm back. All right? Xiaoshi could only nod as tears slowly welled up in her eyes. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that Madame Xiu was about to do something very important. Bai Xiangxiu patted Xiaoshi's head and crawled out of the manor through the hole, bringing Huara with her. Song Jiaoyue was about to collapse. Bai Xiangxiu seemed like she had a plan just now, but all she took from the manor was just this random potted plant. Bai Xiangxiu immediately shut herself into her room when they returned to the house and finally came out after half a day. She took out a fragrance pouch that seemed like it was newly made. Sir Song, can you make sure this gets to the old madam in the palace? I will find a way, but I'm afraid that I can only do this once. I'm afraid that I can't help you if you want her to reply, Song Jiaoyue frowned. Even if the old madam knew something, it would be impossible to get her message out of the palace. I don't need a reply. As long as she talks about her findings in a place with nobody around, I can immediately know of it. Oh? You? It's a secret. Bai Xiangxiu stuck out her tongue in a rather playful manner and refused to tell him anything else. Nobody would believe her anyways. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, Changes in the Female Lead. Chapter 235, Changes in the Female Lead. Song Jiaoyue and the others didn't remain idle while Bai Xiangxiu was off. Song Jiaoyue had first sought out Ji Zhangshu because the woman who had entered the palace to become a concubine had originally been his. Ji Zhangshu had likely had a chance to meet with her before she entered the palace. When they found him at All Leisure Tavern, it seemed that Ji Zhangshu had been stripped of his official position, and the Ji family was in decline. It was evident that this was blatant revenge for something. The man had ended up drinking himself into a stupor by the time they'd arrived. One of Long Hang's trusted aides dragged him into an alley. The thick smell of alcohol made Bai Xiangxiu furrow her brows, wake him up. There was no way to ask him anything when he was like this. Ji Zhangshu was sober enough after a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head. He was startled at the sight of Bai Xiangxiu. Only after he saw Song Jiaoyue behind her did he remark, "So it's you too. Ah, have you come to mock me? Who has time for that kind of thing?" I only want to ask you what's going on with Lin Qianzi. Bai Xiangxiu had actually always had a bad impression of this Ji Zhengshu. He had been unconditionally good to the female lead in the novel, but he was rather cowardly. Besides plotting a few small schemes behind people's backs, he didn't dare do anything else against any of the other supporting male characters. Furthermore, he didn't dare fight them for the female lead. Well, even if he wanted to, his martial arts weren't capable enough. Besides the fact that he had read many books, there wasn't anything special about him. But, how should this be worded? His feelings towards the female lead were true, and for that reason alone, he was a better man than Duan Yunying. She's very good. Now, she's a noble lady and has gained the emperor's favor. Ji Zhengshu slumped dispiritedly on the ground. He seemed to have nothing to do with that woman, but a deep sadness welled up in his eyes. What did she do to you before she left? Or do you know why she's with the emperor now? You want to ask how she seduced the emperor? Cough, yes, Bai Xiangxiu coughed softly. Speaking of this in front of the ex-husband was a bit embarrassing, and she hadn't thought that he would bring it up first. I don't know how she gained the emperor's favor, but she came to see me before entering the palace. She'd completely changed by then. Her former self was fresh, pure and adorable, so weak and delicate that it seemed she could be blown away by the wind in an instant. But now, she applies a lot of makeup and is so beautiful that one cannot take their eyes off her. However, she will never be the person that she used to be. Oh? Can one person actually change that quickly? From her words, it seems that someone is teaching her how to do these things. That's how she gained the emperor's favor. What else did she say? She didn't mention who it was, but her words were quite cold. Men are all extremely lowly. If women are sincere to them, men will abandon them ruthlessly. But if women keep a hold of their hearts, then the only person hurt will be the men. I didn't know that when I fell in love with her, she saw it as a base, pathetic crime. Bai Xiangxiu closed her eyes. There's only one person who would teach her that. The very same person who told me the same in the past. Who is it? Su Yun. What? That woman actually came to the capital? Song Jiaoyue wrinkled his brow. He had only heard of the monster-like woman with an unending series of tricks up her sleeves. However, he didn't know that Long Hung had ruined her appearance and forced her to flee from the battlefield. Can this be a political play to throw the court into chaos and give the enemy country the chance to make a comeback? This worried some. No, this is purely motivated by revenge. The last battle with her, the enemy commander used her as a shield against Long Hung. As a result, her face was ruined, but she managed to escape. What? Then how did she find Lin Qianzi? Perhaps it wasn't the woman herself. But only she could say something like that, discounting a woman who had been hurt by a man. Bai Xiangxiu could not determine whether this mysterious new player was Su Yun based solely upon these words. But if it was in fact her, Bai Xiangxiu would have been even more careful. Ji Zhengshu could see that they wanted to deal with Lin Qianzi, so he said, she can currently use the emperor to harm others. The emperor was behind the revoking of my family's official position. I have no government position at the moment, but I rather feel that living like this is more freeing. I can drink whenever I want, and can ignore everyone else's eyes. Bai Xiangxiu felt this man had really lost his will to fight. Why must you be so miserable for a person who is not worth your love? That's when you truly have no future. And didn't Madame Bai head for the border territory for princely even when criticized by the world? Didn't you choose your actions because of your love? To be willing to go through anything for them? The meaning of his words were not lost on anyone present. Everyone was the same fool for love, so what was the point of laughing at him for being a fool? Everything I do for Long Hung is worth it. He will remember what I do for him and reciprocate. However, Lin Qianzi will never do that. Since she has never placed you in her heart, she won't feel heartbroken no matter how much you sacrifice for her. Why don't you learn from Luo Yunzhang and go about your life? Being like this will only lose face for you and your family. Bai Xiangxiu didn't look back as she left with Song Jiaoyue. Song Jiaoyue waited a beat before reminding her, if we want to know who the person backing Lin Qianzi is, the Lin family will know. But the current Lin family. What's happened to the Lin family? Nothing much. They've merely borrowed the emperor's favor to rise again, that's all. He recounted the events of the Lin family for Bai Xiangxiu. It turned out that Lin Qianzi had ruined her family's name quite thoroughly, causing stacks of petitions censuring Minister Lin to be sent to the emperor. The emperor had wanted to demote Minister Lin, but it was at this time that Lin Qianzi had somehow gained the emperor's favor. He quite favored her, and spoke no more of demoting Minister Lin. The officials at court didn't dare offend him by bringing it up either. The Lin family's current prestige was greater than it had been in the past. Is that so? Now I feel blessed that I'm just a little concubine. If I was Long Heng's main wife, then I would have implicated my entire family. Bai Xiangxiu's analysis was correct. A marriage was a union of families, and if anything happened, both families were usually affected. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to the prince. We will definitely find where he is being confined soon, Song Jiaoyue comforted her. Although she was very strong, in his eyes, she was still a woman in the end. Moreover, they still hadn't found where Long Hong was being imprisoned since entering the capital. His captors had seemingly vanished into thin air. It seemed things had been planned far in advance. Bai Xiangxiu nodded her thanks. When she returned to her room, she sat next to Huayr and asked for news of the old madam and Shaolin. They are doing well. Old madam is currently reading the letter you sent. She finds it odd that she can't just send a letter back out to Mistress so that Mistress will know everything. Also, she's crying, because she has found out that Mistress' husband has been taken. I see, it must be very arduous for her. She had been put under house arrest and now her son had been secretly taken. She's just said, we must all be strong for the little prince. Bai Xiangxiu suddenly felt the old madam to be quite the amazing woman. When Long Heng's father had passed, she had taken the reins to raise her son all by herself. It wasn't as if she was unaware of the filthy happenings of the rear court either. Protecting Long Heng thus far had already been a long and arduous road. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, The Complicated Imperial Harem. Chapter 236, The Complicated Imperial Harem. Deep inside the imperial harem, the old madam had finally understood why she and her grandchild were being held captive within the palace. The emperor was targeting her son because his reputation within the capital had risen to the point where his fame eclipsed the emperor's. The old madam had planned on having Long Heng retire and return command of the army to the emperor upon his return, but the emperor had been one step ahead of her. A mama that the old madam sent out to gather news returned while the old madam walked around the room with her grandson in her arms. The mama whispered. Old madam, Miss Lin. I mean, noble Lady Lin seems to be facing some issues. A few imperial doctors have been summoned, but the problem seems to remain undiagnosed. Have you delivered the fragrance pouch? I have. I've gotten a maid to put it under noble Lady Lin's bed. However, what does concubine show gain by doing this? Just call her madam. The child has done so much for my son already. I owe her that much at least. Understood. What does Madame Xiu stand to gain by doing this? I'm not too sure either, but hopefully we can locate Hanger by following her plans and arrangements. Long Lin reached for the fragrance pouch in the old madam's hand. Bai Xiangxiu had made two, one of which would stay with the old madam. What is it? Do you miss your mommy? The old madam stared at her grandson. After 2 months, hints of majesty were beginning to form between the child's brows, reminding her of Long Heng. Long Lin had looked so similar to Bai Xiangxiu when he was first born that the old madam already felt pity for young women in the future. But regardless, even if the old madam couldn't quite describe the similarities, she was sure that everyone would definitely be able to recognize Long Lin as a descendant of the Long family at first glance. This was the power of a bloodline. Otherwise, why would her heart melt whenever she took a look at him? She was going to protect Long Lin even at the cost of her own life. If she died, no matter, she'd finally get to see that darned husband of hers again anyway. Bai Xiangxiu had her fair share of worries too. She'd been borrowing Huayr's powers to listen in on everyone the whole night and finally grasped a rough idea of what was truly going on. She was incredibly worried after she realized what was happening. This world was really far too chaotic, and the female lead was simultaneously worthy of her pity and a source of pure irritation. The reason? Lin Qianzi was pregnant again. But the kicker was that she was 2 months pregnant, yet it had only been 1 month since she'd entered the palace. The emperor was furious when he found out and had personally fed her medicine for miscarriage to get rid of the child. Bai Xiangxiu had found out about this because of the cactus spines in the fragrance pouch that had been snuck into Lin Qianzi's room. The emperor himself had visited her room that night. Back with Bai Xiangxiu, Huayr mimicked the emperor's tone of voice. Lin Qianzi, 5 imperial doctors have already discerned the truth. Why are you still trying to hide? Are you planning on giving birth to the enemy's child and let him take over our country? No. How could this concubine possibly dare to do such a thing? I just want to keep my child. Moreover, there's a possibility that this isn't Commander Lu's child. He only used me a few times and threw me to his subordinates. But these were not words meant for the emperor's ears. No man could possibly want a woman who had been sullied by so many men. The truth would have to remain a secret forever. Let me be clear, I do not intend to raise another man's child. If you wish to keep it, you will be banished to Cold Palace for as long as you draw breath. However, if you choose to give up the child, you can remain as my beloved concubine. So tell me, what is your choice? No. Please, Your Majesty. Please have mercy on the child. Servants, give me the medicine. Your Majesty, why don't you try letting this servant persuade the noble lady? Bai Xiangxiu was listening in on the conversation. Who's that person? It's a woman. She's wearing a veil over her face, Huayr explained. Wearing a veil? Could it be Su Yun? Go ahead, the emperor responded. The ruler of the nation is listening to the advice of a palace maid? Something is definitely amiss here. While Bai Xiangxiu was caught up in her thoughts, Huayr began to convey the two women's conversation. Noble lady. Why are you so afraid of lacking children when His Majesty dotes on you so? You should view things from his point of view as well. This is an enemy's bastard after all. But there'll always be wood to burn as long as the hills remain green. There will always be new opportunities. Have you perhaps forgotten how you've suffered in the past? I remember. Fine. I'll take the medicine. Very good, then I will personally feed it to you. The last sentence was spoken by the emperor. Bai Xiangxiu had to analyze and guess who was the one speaking as Huayr was the one talking to her. Fortunately, the voices all had different tonalities, which made differentiating them much easier. Chaos soon followed. Complaints about stomachaches, about the doctors, and then something about killing every single one of the doctors. In the end, however, there was only one clear sentence, filled with resentment and despair. Long Hong, I will never forgive the two of you. It hurts, my child. Go to hell. Why are you blaming us when they were the ones who forced you to miscarry your child? Anyway, I don't think there's much more to learn tonight, but I'll try to scout a little in my sleep. Long Hong is definitely being held in a place without cacti. It'll be near impossible to scout out where he's being held captive. Nothing I can do about it, I guess. This world simply has too few cacti. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep since she and Huayr were both exhausted. The next day, Bai Xiangxiu tried to listen in on Lin Qianzi to glean clues on Long Heng's whereabouts. However, Lin Qianzi was currently recuperating and wallowing in grief. She didn't really talk to anyone except her maid and the woman who was quite possibly Su Yun. She didn't have many topics to talk about either, other than how much she hated Long Hong and Bai Xiangxiu. However, Bai Xiangxiu could tell that Su Yun was almost constantly instigating Lin Qianzi's hate towards Long Hong. She fanned the flames of hate until Lin Qianzi hated him to her very bones. What an awful woman. San Jiaoyue also found out from the Lin family that Lin Qianzi had been sent by Minister Lin to a temple for meditation. After a while, she came back with a woman who masked her face with a veil. Apparently, that veiled woman had been rescued from around the area. Her body was riddled with wounds and her face had been disfigured. It's Su Yun after all. It really is the will of the heavens for these two to meet. Bai Xiangxiu knew that out of the two of them, one would never forgive Long Hong, while the other would never forgive herself. The amount of hatred harbored by these two women had driven them crazy, which was why they were using every conceivable method to seduce the emperor, the ultimate boss of this world. After that, they would come up with a plan to deal with Long Hong. I can't believe that the emperor actually listens to them. Is he really in love with Lin Qianzi? If this was true love, why did he force her to miscarry the child? Is he the type that shows his love with abuse? Bai Xiangxiu was depressed. There was always one rule that she'd adhered to when choosing novels. She'd rather have her teeth fall off from reading a super sweet plot than read something with plenty of drama and abuse, especially those with stories that abused both the heart and the body. The kind of story that she hated the most was currently being aired in the palace. She couldn't help but pity Lin Qianzi, even though the cause for all her suffering was no one but herself. Instead of falling of every lie told to her, she could have been enjoying her status as a noble young lady of the capital. The sketch artist won an award this week. Please check it out. 1. This usage is important because it indicates that the old madam has accepted Bai Xiangxiu as the main wife of the household. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, Famous Doctors from All Places Enter the Palace. Chapter 237, Famous Doctors from All Places Enter the Palace. The capital had been quite lively lately. Famous doctors from various places had come, and more continued to come. Even doctors from the enemy countries had been invited, which seemed a bit odd. Who had fallen ill in the palace for them to invite so many famous doctors? Long Hang's trusted aide shook his head. It seems that it's not a serious illness. Apparently these doctors all treat external injuries. Oh? Song Jiaoyue became increasingly curious. Even though he knew the palace had been searching for excellent doctors during this time, he felt it strange that they even invited some doctors from the enemy country. Do any of you know any famous doctors? Or, can any of you have someone place this on his body and take it into the palace with him? Bai Xiangxiu took out a fragrance pouch. The workmanship on it still didn't look like much. Song Jiaoyue frowned with a twitch of his lips. What is this for? This object is very useful. Do you remember when I told you about entering the palace? This was how I discovered what was going on. Oh? This couldn't be possible, right? But when he saw her confidence, he felt that she didn't seem to be lying. All right, Song Jiaoyue conceded. He seemed to unconditionally believe her words now, even if her words were a bit mysterious and fantastical. I can put it on his body, but we have to put some banknotes inside. Long Hang's trusted aide indicated that he didn't have that much money. Bai Xiangxiu immediately took out 2 banknotes from her sleeve and said, "Are 200 silver banknotes enough?" She remembered the concept of a poor home making for rich paths, so had brought much money with her when she left home. Thus, Song Jiaoyue, Yu Kuang and everyone else looked at the pile of banknotes in her hand speechlessly. Did you bring out all the money from the prince's mansion with you? Nope. This is just some pocket money that the prince usually gives me to spend. Song Jiaoyue coughed softly. This old friend of his really did favor this little concubine, actually going as far as to give her so much money. On the other hand, Yu Kuang was thinking, so it turns out she likes money. Should I give her some? This was why they said that public displays of affection had to be limited to the appropriate time, location and audience. Bai Xiangxiu's little display immediately struck the 2 men speechless. Bai Xiangxiu silently put the banknotes back. It seemed that the hearts of men were just as easily hurt as the hearts of women. She would have to keep this in mind in the future. She chuckled and continued, perhaps, we can glean something from those famous doctors. I'll go into my room first. She went into her room to find Huayr and ask about the circumstances in the palace. However, her target still didn't say anything of Long Hung. Where are they keeping him? However, the people in the palace didn't have the intention of harming the old madam in Shaolin yet. In fact, they were treating the 2 very politely and made no movements towards the princely manor either. From this, she could see that nothing had happened to Long Hung because if he died, the emperor would have easily taken care of them by now. It wouldn't be that easy to kill Long Hung either. Firstly, he was a loyal official, especially one who had been crowned with glory for his accomplishments in battle. Discussion was rife about him on the streets after her return to the capital. No one cursed at him, possibly because he had won many battles. Most importantly, he had even exterminated many big and small cities and towns of the enemy nation, even forcing their people back to their old homes. This really boosted morale, so the people were all especially excited. In fact, this almost seemed like the Olympics or some competition with foreigners. No matter how badly the public normally thought of those athletes, public sentiment would completely change as long as they gained glory for their country. No one would believe the emperor if he was to suddenly announce some sort of crime that Long Hung had allegedly committed. But if the emperor was to take action after these times passed, then it would become much easier. They all understood this principle, but they still couldn't find the person they were searching for. As for Bai Xiangxiu, she was waiting for news from Huayr. It finally spoke of what if had gleaned from the fragrance pouch on the 2nd day. It turned out the emperor had invited those famous doctors to help a girl heal the wounds on her face. Huayr quickly told her of the circumstances inside, but it seemed that doctor had been too afraid to speak his thoughts, so they gained limited information. However, Bai Xiangxiu had still grasped the situation a bit more clearly. The emperor asked right after the doctor had entered, "Come look at the wounds on this lady's face. Is there any way to heal them?" Because Bai Xiangxiu had determined that the person speaking was the emperor, Huayr also called him the emperor as it relayed the events of the situation. The doctor assented and walked over. The emperor spoke again after roughly 10 minutes, "Don't worry, I will definitely heal your injuries." "Many thanks to your majesty. I am already very happy that your majesty has summoned all these dermatologists to look at my injuries." Huayr said that this was a woman's voice. After some analysis, Bai Xiangxiu felt the only person who would dare address herself as I in front of the emperor could only be Su Yun. Moreover, the woman had used the more exact term of dermatologist to refer to the doctors. But that wasn't right. Wasn't Lin Qian's the one locating doctors for her? How come the emperor was doing this now? Plus, it was extremely peculiar for the emperor to speak these words to a slave. The current doctor said the wound was very deep and that it would be a bit difficult to help it recover its former appearance. It was likely that a scar would remain for the rest of her life. The emperor heard this, became extremely angry when he heard this. Get out! Get this quack out of here! The doctor was promptly thrown out, leaving Bai Xiangxiu unable to hear anything else because the cactus spines had also been taken out of the room. However, she felt that perhaps the emperor hadn't betted just Lin Xianzi, but also Su Yun. Everyone spoke of the beauty seducing the man, but it was likely that only a transmigrated female could seduce a man completely with destroyed looks. Just when she was about to become resigned from being unable to discover any news of Long Hong, Song Jiaoyue suddenly returned from his home with a very strange expression on his face. He called everyone over before speaking. Last night, a man in black entered my room. His level of martial arts was very powerful and he left after a while. What did he say? Something worth gathering everyone together for was absolutely not simple. He said that Long Hong is imprisoned in the Imperial Justice Dungeons. That place has been abandoned for many years. What? Bai Xiangxiu became excited, but when she thought about it, but calmed down after pacing in a circle. Sir Song, do you think this is a trap? Song Jiaoyue sighed. It was good she had calmed down, otherwise he didn't know how he would have convinced her. There's that possibility. That man's level of martial arts ability was so high that even I could not catch up to him. For this type of a man to bring this type of news, it's a bit suspicious. But, this was such a difficult piece of news to attain. We can't go without confirming this. Bai Xiangxiu pondered this. If this is a trap, it's probably aimed at Long Heng's trusted aide in Song Jiaoyue. Song Jiaoyue in particular actually. If he really does take action, he might be implicated, and when the time comes, the entire Song clan will be done for. Yu Quang spoke up at this moment. What about I'll go? No, if this is a trap, all of you may be lost forever. How would they have possibly sent anyone to Sir Song if all preparations hadn't been made already? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, The Black Devil's Snare appears again. Chapter 238, The Black Devil's Snare appears again. Bai Xiangxiu shook her head. This wasn't the time to be brash. Everyone remained silent for a moment before one of Long Heng's trusted aides spoke up. Let me charge in to take a look. Even if it's a trap, there will only be one death. No one is allowed to die. Bai Xiangxiu stood up straight. If only the Black Devil's Snare was here. I can go in as I'd like and nobody can get in my way. Is that the black flower that you love so much? Yu Quang asked. Yes. It's such a pity that I left it behind in Tranquil City. It won't be there any longer. I've instructed one of my junior disciples to bring the flower here. It should be arriving soon. Ah. Yu Quang, why have I never realized how cute you are? Bai Xiangxiu was jumping for joy and couldn't help but praise him a little. Sweat dripped down Yu Quang's forehead. Was that supposed to be praise? However, he still felt very appreciated, despite knowing that she loved someone else. Song Jiaoyue was shocked when he learned about the abilities of a Black Devil's Snare. He never imagined that a plant could possibly have such magical properties. Newly confident, Bai Xiangxiu outlined her plan. I can freely enter and exit the place as long as I water the plant with my blood. Nobody will be able to stop me. But the effect only works in the area around you. What if there's a trap? Song Jiaoyue furrowed his brows. Just leave the rest to me, Yu Quang quickly interjected. After the details of the plan had been finalized, all that was left was to wait for the Black Devil's Snare. The junior disciple from White Cloud Mountain was the center of attention when he arrived with the flower in his hands. It almost seemed like he was carrying some incredibly important treasure instead of just a flower pot. Bai Xiangxiu grabbed the flower from his hands and put it on a table. She marveled at how amazing the Black Devil's Snare was. It hadn't even wilted the tiniest bit despite having traveled such a long distance. It now had some magical properties since it had already been fed her blood. She reached her hands out towards the flower. The wounds from last time were still there. She gave her hand to Song Jiaoyue and said, "It's a little difficult for me to do it myself. Why don't you help me? Why don't you just let me do it instead?" Song Jiaoyue replied. "We'd better not. The plant has already accepted my blood and fulfilled my wish once. It'd be more secure for me to do it myself." As you wish. Song Jiaoyue never imagined that there would come a day where he'd have to harm her. However, he still raised his knife and gently drew it across her palm. Blood began to drip from her hands. However, something very strange occurred. The droplets of blood that fell on the plant were instantly absorbed the plant. That's strange. It used to absorb the blood like how a normal plant would via soil. Doesn't it seem like it's incredibly thirsty? Will it harm you? It shouldn't. Bai Xiangxiu had a deep trust towards plants. She allowed the blood to flow and only withdrew her hands when her wounds eventually stopped bleeding. Song Jiayue quickly bandaged her wounded hands. How long must you do this? It should take about 2 days. We can use this chance to surveil the place. Alright, leave it to me. I was their original target anyways. Even though Song Jiayue was Long Heng's friend and wouldn't hesitate to help him in his time on need, his enthusiasm right now was almost certainly due to the woman beside him right now. However, he felt a little melancholic when he realized the possibility that they might never meet again after Long Han was rescued. He used the 2 remaining days to sort out everything that he needed to do, while Bai Xiangxiu continued to water the Black Devil's snare. With 2 days of watering, the plant had become quite the eerie-looking flora. It had drunk so much blood, it had turned almost purplish black. Bai Xiangxiu put on some makeup and made her way to the Imperial Justice Dungeons with the potted plant in her hands. She made sure that no innocent party would be implicated before she slowly started to walk towards the Imperial Justice Dungeon's entrance. Song Jiayue and Yu Quang remained 10 steps behind, but even their eyes widened as what seemed like a miracle occurred. Every person who came within 10 steps of her dropped to the ground in a dead faint. It didn't matter if they held any ill intentions or just wanted to ask why she was here, there were no exceptions. Even the 10 guards at the entrance fell at her feet. Song Jiayue and Yu Quang were sweating profusely. This was simply too illogical. It would seem that this harmless-looking woman was not as harmless as she seemed. Song Jiayue's intelligence didn't speak of any ambushes inside, but they soon realized that it truly was a trap when they went deeper into the building. Not only was the place filled with hidden guards, there were experts from the Wulin lying in wait as well. Fortunately, they all fainted dead away before they could even get near Bai Xiangxiu. On the other hand, Yu Quang's men took care of the concealed weapons experts. Unfortunately, Bai Xiangxiu soon found herself very lost. There was nothing they could do about it. This prison was simply too complicated and everyone within 10 feet of her fainted before she could ask for directions. She could only look at Song Jiayue 10 steps away from her and reveal a very helpless look. He had no choice but to point the way for her. This girl is surprisingly muddle-headed at times. Bai Xiangxiu smiled apologetically. She soon arrived at a door in the corner of the prison by following his instructions. There were supposed to be guards in front of the door, but they had been incapacitated by the Black Devil's snare. She opened the door and someone actually charged towards her with a pike in his hands. However, that person soon took a nosedive as soon he passed the 10 steps mark. The guards behind him assumed that she had some sort of hidden weapon and retreated en masse. It'd be fine as long as they didn't attack. After all, there's no way a hidden weapon would work when attacking preemptively, right? Moreover, they were grouped up while she was just one woman. Unfortunately, their numbers didn't matter as they all fainted away as soon as she reached within 10 steps of them. Bai Xiangxiu didn't know where Long Han was, so she had no choice but to search the cells one by one. Finally, she found some of her husband's men. These were all men who had followed Long Han back to the capital. Bai Xiangxiu was filled with joy. She planned on asking them for Long Heng's location, but they all immediately fainted when they saw her. Are you kidding me? This ability is so frustrating. Bai Xiangxiu was truly speechless now. However, this was proof that Long Han was probably being kept here as well. They'd probably released the information to lure Bai Xiangxiu and the rest in, and baited the trap with the real person to make doubly sure. But they'd probably never imagined that Bai Xiangxiu would have such a cheat that would render their trap so useless. In a corner of the hallway, she finally found a flight of stairs leading down. Bai Xiangxiu wanted to go downstairs to take a look. There was a possibility that Long Han was locked in a cell down there. Go hide in one of the empty cells here. Let me do it. Bai Xiangxiu nodded, quickly unlocking a nearby cell with a key she'd found and hiding inside. A moment later, she saw Song Jiayue and Yu Quang's men run past, with Yu Quang taking the lead. Step by step, they walked down the flight of stairs to investigate, only to be attacked by hidden weapons out of nowhere. Yu Quang quickly used his sword to deflect the hidden weapons, but the barrage of attacks almost seemed endless. His swordplay was quick, but it wasn't invincible. Step back. Allow me. One of Long Heng's trusted aides had brought one of the metal shields that they'd previously used in battles. If it were any other person, the shield would have been almost impossible to lift, let alone wield. However, this man was born with unimaginable strength. The pathway was narrow enough for him to use the shield to protect everyone behind him. The hidden weapons were incredibly powerful, but they couldn't penetrate an iron shield. Keep the shield raised and charge to the front. Song Jiayue yelled as everyone took cover behind the shield. The trusted eight roared loudly and charged forward, keeping the shield raised. His strength was so immense that he still managed to pick up speed even while his shield was being battered by the hidden weapons. Leaving the enemies aside for the moment, Song Jiayue and the assault team was incredibly surprised by how powerful he was. It seemed that Long Hong had picked the cream of the crop when he'd assigned men to protect Bai Xiangxiu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, Saving Someone and a Misstep. Chapter 239, Saving Someone and a Misstep. In the past, when Song Jiayue looked at the ice-cold, apathetic face that Long Hong always wore, he felt Long Hong definitely wouldn't be gentle to Bai Xiangxiu. In fact, whenever the couple interacted in public, they didn't put on ridiculous displays of affection either. They usually only spoke of proper business. Bai Xiangxiu was always the clever and sensible sort, so Long Hong seemed to just put in the minimum level of effort. Who knew if Bai Xiangxiu voiced her irritation or anger in private? But now Song Jiayue came to understand the adage that outsiders really couldn't understand the situation between a married couple. For example, even though Long Hong was in danger, he had left his most trusted aides as well as those most versed most martial arts with Bai Xiangxiu. It wasn't likely that he'd expected her to save him, but rather had done so just to ensure her safety. As for Bai Xiangxiu, he had never seen her cry desperately over Long Hong, or act resentful and helpless. Instead, she had remained extremely calm, the entirety of her thoughts focused on saving him. This was where she differed from other women. Song Jiayue remained focused on the present while these thoughts flashed through his mind. He felt he had missed more than a little bit in passing up his opportunity to be with her. Yu Kuang suddenly leaped out with a loud roar. He whipped his arm forward, and a blur escaped his hand. The long arrow cut through the air and sank itself into the man manipulating the concealed weapons. The man's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with a gurgled scream. Once Song Jiayue came to, he too leaped out and engaged the dozen men who were charging at them. As Bai Xiangxiu watched from afar, she noted the concealed weapon frame and began to wonder why it looked so like a modern machine gun. However, its manufacturing method was very strange. Instead of shooting bullets, it shot ordinary pebbles. If it really was to shoot bullets, then all of them would have been pure cannon fodder. Even if it did shoot pebbles, if they hadn't brought a shield, there would still be an extremely high chance of grave injury or death. She didn't dare rush in to search for Long Hong just yet. She couldn't go past her allies without making them faint. So she quietly stood 10 steps behind them and watched. Have you found him? Please hold on a moment, we are still fighting. Yu Kuang took a moment from the scrap to answer Bai Xiangxiu. However, she soon realized something very strange. She had been able to clearly see the other side fighting just now, but how come the light of the scene was growing fainter? She whipped her head around and saw that the only passageway behind them was being blocked. A big rock was soundlessly rolling across the hole until the entire passage was sealed off. They actually came up with this type of a move? Do they want to trap us all here? Right when she was about to remind everyone to watch out, she heard Song Jiayue say, I found him, Bai Xiangxiu almost charged over, but realizing that she would only get in the way, she anxiously asked, how is he doing? Has he been tortured? Is he covered in wounds? Is his mind clear? Is he covered with fresh blood? She was thinking of the distinctive punishments used upon the criminals from those television dramas, alright? She felt her own husband would be tortured that way too. In the end, when all the light gave way to darkness and she could no longer see anything anymore, she heard a voice say, nothing happened. He just went hungry for a few days, and is a bit weak. Oh, that's wonderful. Bai Xiangxiu had just relaxed and sighed in relief when she heard footsteps. She immediately said, don't come over here. I'm still holding the Black Devil's snare. It lasts for 2 hours, so it'll still take a while for its effectiveness to weaken. All right. Everyone, do not move and stay where you are. Long Hong started to take command of the situation the moment he was freed. Song Jiayue struck up a match so that everyone see the circumstances around them. Only their own people were left, but the question now was, how could they get out? Bai Xiangxiu said, I have a way. Whoever takes the item I am about to throw must catch it well. She trembled as she took out a fragrance pouch. Clearly, whatever was in it was very frightening. Yu Kuang stood up and walked out of the crowd. Give it to me. You must be careful. Bai Xiangxiu glanced at Long Hong. He was indeed a bit weak. At the moment, he was focused on gnawing at some beef jerking, putting his all into recovering himself. Even as he temporarily ignored everything around him, his eyes were still bright and clear. As he raised his head to watch Bai Xiangxiu, he flashed her a smile. This smile was very comforting, but revealed traces of disbelief. Perhaps he thought that Bai Xiangxiu saving him was extremely unbelievable. However, he was a reserved person. Especially in crucial moments like this, he would seem 10 times calmer than the average person. Is it one of those gunpowder bombs? Long Hong asked. Yes. Then make a hole in the wall to the right and slip it in. Behind that wall is a garden, so there shouldn't be too many people lying in wait. When Long Hong finished speaking, he stood up. Sure, take 10 or 12 steps back. We're going to take our people with us. He estimated she needed to take 12 steps back from a glance at her small legs. All right. Bai Xiangxiu always listened to Long Heng's orders. Thus, she backed up about 15 steps to allow them to take their people away. They averaged one person each, with Yu Kuang having already put the bombs inside. Are you ready? He glanced at Bai Xiangxiu, as if asking what she would do. No problem, I can walk there myself. Bai Xiangxiu knew that if she walked over right then, her own people would faint, but she did not want to leave the Black Devil's snare here. This type of a strange flower was an uncommon treasure. There was no way she was leaving without it. Long Hong knew what she was thinking and found a weapon with a good heft on the ground. Let us begin. Yu Kuang nodded. Everyone, find a place to hide. He hit the pouch with a sharp pebble and a loud roar ripped out. The explosion took out the entire wall in a split second. No wonder she'd been so careful when she took it out. It turned out its might was much more powerful than before. If this formidable power could be fielded in battle, they would be invincible. But now there was no time to think about any of that. Long Hong and the others rushed out and started fighting with the people outside. A few enemies slowly encircled them, as if they wanted to capture them all in one go. Yet at that precise moment, Bai Xiangxiu decided to make her move. A clear voice rang in Long Heng's ear, take 3 steps back. His heart could not help but become conflicted. When had this little bunny changed into a fierce wolf? Everyone has to give way to her the moment she walks out. His opponent didn't consider Bai Xiangxiu to be a human killing tool. He only saw a very ugly woman walk out. He wanted to grab her, but darkness claimed his eyes as he fell unconscious. Long Hong laughed helplessly, be wary of getting too close to her. Everyone get out of the dungeons. Understood. Most of the rescue party were military personnel, so they conscientiously got in line. Some took up the task of defending against the charging enemies, others had the responsibility of opening the path, whereas yet more protected by Xiangxiu. Everyone retreated in an orderly fashion, but one thing stumped them. Song Jiaoyue said, she has no way to escape over the wall. But what should we do? She had no way to escape, and they had no way to help her. You guys go first. I have a way. Bai Xiangxiu took out another fragrance pouch. After they saw the item in her hand, the corners of their mouths all twitched. Without a word, they leaped over the wall and started to pound dust. They didn't want to be anywhere near the wall if they could help it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, Return Home with Head Held High. Chapter 240, Return Home with Head Held High. Why wouldn't they run? Their lives were on the line. The slightest delay, and they might lose an arm or a leg. Who was going to compensate them if that happened? The enemy had no idea what was going on. Some of them decided to chase after the runners while others decided to surround Bai Xiangxiu. However, the latter group all immediately fainted when they came within 10 steps of her, courtesy of the Black Devil's snare. She decided to use this opportunity to throw the bomb at the wall. Boom! The wall was smashed into smithereens. Bai Xiangxiu hugged the flower pot tightly and ran through the rubble, eventually emerging from the heavy smoke on the side. The thick smoke and dust in the air sent her into paroxysms of coughing. As the smoke began to scatter, a lone enemy charged straight through it. Sword in hand, he was coming straight for her. But to her immense surprise, he crossed the 10 steps barrier without the slightest hint of fainting. Are you kidding me? Right now? The Black Devil's snare had to choose right now to wear off? As she stood frozen, like a deer caught in headlights, the enemy's sword swung down on her head. Just before it could land, another sword intercepted the killing blow, causing a shower of sparks right above her head. She was so frightened that her knees immediately gave way, nearly pitching her head first into the flower pot. Is it not poisonous? Won't you hurt yourself by doing that? Bai Xiangxiu lifted her head to see Long Hong standing over her. I'm fine. Long Hong dispatched the lone swordsman with ease, grabbing the flower in her hand in one easy motion. Let's go. It's time for us to return to the manor. Are we supposed to go home with our heads held high? Won't that just look weird? We're going home. Long Hong walked along the capital street in broad daylight while clasping Bai Xiangxiu's hand. Eventually, they arrived at the princely manor. Endless amounts of assassination attempts happened along the way, but it all stopped when they arrived at the manor's gates. They seemed to be restricted to working in the shadows and didn't dare to do anything to Long Hong in public. Otherwise, they would have attacked Long Hong in his own home in broad daylight already. However, the only people entering the manor was Long Hong and associates. Yu Kuang and Song Jiaoyue didn't follow them inside. Bai Xiangxiu wanted to turn around and say something to them, but she didn't in the end. She immediately headed for Apricot Garden. Her current looks frightened many people along the way, but they soon realized that the ugly woman that they'd met was actually Madame Xiu after she was finished cleaning up. Bai Xiangxiu had already ordered servants to serve Long Heng some porridge after he was done changing. He immediately wolfed down the food after sitting down. Bai Xiangxiu only said, "Don't eat too much. It's been few days since your last meal after all." Even a man made of metal would find it difficult to last as long as him. Is he really doing fine? Long Hong nodded. Don't worry, my body is fine. You seem to have gotten thinner, however. Is that so? It's good to be thin. Bai Xiangxiu immediately thought it was a compliment as she was a girl that couldn't slim down despite many attempts in her life. She even went as far as to caress her face, to show her happiness for being called slim. Long Hong truly felt that Bai Xiangxiu no longer held herself back in front of him. Why was she being so adorable when they were having a meal? Eat? Long Hong knocked on the table so that she would properly have her meal. He was genuinely glad nothing happened to her during this period of time. However, she'd been spending too much time with other men. He was afraid that her heart might stray. Song Jiaoyue and Yu Quan were both remarkable men. Moreover, they'd helped him in Bai Xiangxiu time and time again. This made him feel like he owed them a lot. He would have to repay their favor personally. Bai Xiangxiu, on the other hand, could just stay in manor and be her princess consort. What's the next step? Isn't Long Hong being a little too calm? He's going against the emperor here. He might lose his life if he makes any mistakes. I'll be entering the palace to face the emperor. All you need to do is rest at home. Enter the palace? Is that really a good idea? Sometimes avoidance is not the best strategy. It'll be better if I go against him face to face. I really wish to see how he plans to face me in broad daylight. Maybe he's gotten sick of the dragon throne? Such dominance. Bai Xiangxiu gulped audibly. Her husband was truly amazing. He had foresight that she could never hope to reach, and he was incredibly knowledgeable at politics. Don't worry. They won't be able to do anything to me as long as I remain in the light. I am now a hero after all. It'll be difficult for them to do anything to a hero right now. It's easy to evade a spear in the open, but it's much harder to avoid an arrow in the dark. Especially since they have two dark arrows on their side. Bai Xiangxiu then revealed everything she knew about Lin Qianzi and Su Yun. Long Hong furrowed his brows when he heard everything. He's not the kind of emperor that would be manipulated by women, nor is he the type to go against me to avenge these women. However, how do you know these things? Crap. I can't keep it a secret anymore. Actually, Bai Xiangxiu no longer wanted to keep it a secret either. She pointed at her head. I seem to have developed some supernatural powers quite some time ago. I can actually communicate with Huir. Long Hong didn't say anything. His arms remained crossed and his expression didn't change a single bit. Just like previous, it was difficult to see what he was actually thinking of. Bai Xiangxiu became nervous due to his unwavering gaze. She'd told him the truth, but she still felt a tinge of guilt for some reason. It was the same feeling one had when talking to the police. She just couldn't look at them in the eye. That is. Huir can transmit things that adheres to me as long as a piece of itself is there. It can overhear things around a room as long as its spines are present. Bai Xiangxiu rubbed her hands. She could feel her clammy hands drip with sweat. And then? I delivered some of its spines to the old madam so that she'd put it in Lin Qianzi's room. I even had to get a famous doctor smuggle it into the palace in order to get this information. That's really everything to the story. I've told you everything. Bai Xiangxiu almost wanted to raise her hands and surrender. Her face was covered with sweat. I just have this nagging feeling that you're keeping something else from me. Long Hong stared at Bai Xiangxiu. She seemed to be avoiding his gaze, and he had the growing feeling that he couldn't fully grasp her. Maybe it was because she seemed too clever and vigilant lately. This made him feel a little threatened as she'd become a little too dazzling and he could no longer control her. This gave him a foreboding feeling, even though it was wonderful that she'd become like this. He was actually rather proud of her. Irritated, he stood up and paced around the room a little. He used this moment to refocus his thoughts a little and finally grasped something. Smiling ruefully, he seemed to finally understand the reason for his current mood. He was afraid of losing her. He never imagined that there would come a time where he'd become afraid of losing a woman. Long Heng's breathing finally calmed down. Show her. I'm here. What is your command? The frightened by Xiang immediately stood up. She nearly saluted him like a soldier. Behave and stay in the manor. I will get someone to retrieve your things. What about the old madam and Shaolin? Nothing will happen to them. Trust me. All right. I trust you with all my heart. He was speechless when he saw the tiny woman seemingly try to curry favor with him. He only needed his head and left the room after turning around. Time was of the essence as he had to quickly make his move before the other side had ample time to prepare. Fortunately, he had already planned his move beforehand. He requested a meeting with the emperor while bringing along a few key witnesses and 15 golden tokens. It was now time to put his acting skills to use. He wanted to see how good this emperor was. Was the emperor good enough for him to be thoroughly impressed? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241 Guilty, Returning to the Capital Without Approval. Chapter 241 Guilty, Returning to the Capital Without Approval. The news of Long Heng's return spread throughout the capital within moments. Many congregated around the palace to see this hero of theirs because he'd crushed the enemy and flattened almost every single enemy camp. This was precisely what Long Hong wanted. In the past, he never really cared about other people's opinions of him since he was only focused on his responsibilities as a military man. But he now had to do his share of scheming in order to protect his family. That's odd. Why is Prince Li here when he has almost conquered the enemy nation? Are you blind? Didn't you see the amount of gold tokens in front of him? It's obvious that the emperor has summoned him back for an emergency. But why did the emperor summon him back? Have they decided to stop the war? We're so close to conquering the enemy nation and claiming their land. Who knows? The emperor made a very strange decision indeed. Yes, that is true. Long Hong led the troops on horseback with a gentle smile on his face. The emperor didn't want Long Hong to conquer the enemy nation as he was afraid that Long Hong might suddenly take over the border and proclaim himself as an emperor of that land. With plenty of good generals and large number of soldiers, it wouldn't be difficult for him to march back and snatch the emperor's seat from the current emperor. It was impossible for those women to be able to manipulate him into summoning Long Hong back if he hadn't been considering those things. Morning court would have normally ended by this hour, but the emperor was still meeting with his officials in court. The ministers were all surprised when they saw Long Hong appear. Minister Lin was one who looked the most surprised among the ministers. Like a girl, he covered his mouth with his hand and pretended he was trying to protect the emperor. How insolent! Long Hong! Why did you return to the capital when you should be on the battlefield? Without any signs of panic, Long Hong immediately bowed to the emperor. This loyal subject has returned as ordered by His Majesty. Oh? When did I order your return? The emperor was a man in the prime of his life in his 30s. He'd inherited the royal family's good looks, making him giving him the dignified air of a ruler even without anger. Long Hong replied respectfully. After receiving 15 gold tokens in a row, this loyal subject rushed back to the capital without any delay as I was afraid that I might disrupt your majesty's responsibilities. How can this be? I have never issued any gold tokens to anybody. The emperor responded with a faint smile. He'd ordered the emissaries to secretly destroy the gold tokens so Long Hong wouldn't be able to keep any of them. However, he just received news that Long Hong had brought some gold tokens with him. Did he murder every single one of the emissaries? There wasn't any gold tokens on him when he arrived in the city. Long Hong, you bastard. You're unexpectedly good at getting out of these kinds of situations. I can't believe he managed to escape from even this plot, despite my intricate planning. I've underestimated him. This man will surely become my downfall sooner or later. A cold glint immediately formed on the emperor's face with such thoughts, but there wasn't a hint of anger to be seen. This much was due to the dignity of his identity as the emperor. But this loyal subject has definitely received the gold tokens and royal decree. Does your majesty wish to see them? Oh. Of course. He actually managed to get his hands on the royal decree as well? Didn't I tell them repeatedly to destroy that as well? These people are too unreliable. Fortunately, this problem can easily be solved by denying everything and pin everything on a scapegoat. However, who should be the scapegoat that I pin this on? Long Heng's subordinate presented 15 gold tokens and the royal decree while the emperor was caught up in his own thoughts. The emperor immediately surged to his feet and slammed the table in a fit of anger. I can't believe someone would dare impersonate me and send out a decree in my name. Men! Investigate this. You must definitely get to the bottom of this. Someone impersonated your highness and sent out a fake decree? This subject has mistaken your royal intent and delayed an important military opportunity. Your Majesty, please descend heavy punishment on me. Long Hong played along and acted all surprised. My acting prowess has significantly improved lately. But why is that? How can I blame this on my loyal subject? You may rise. How is the situation there? Will everything be fine there while you are here because of this trickery? No worries, Your Majesty. This subject has already ordered the army to retreat to Tranquil City. They will immediately return to the capital city and be placed under Your Majesty's charge if they don't receive any orders from me within the month. A large army was pressuring the border. This was clearly a threat. These were all soldiers who had spent significant time with Long Hung. They would surely be on Long Heng's side if anything happened to him. It'd be dangerous if they were to return to the capital. Long Hung, you bastard, you actually left a contingency plan as well. The emperor was relieved that he hadn't ordered for Long Heng's assassination. Long Heng's army would never forgive the emperor if Long Hong was murdered and would come demand an explanation. The emperor had no idea what the soldiers would do if Long Heng's crime looked even a little suspicious. While it wouldn't be too difficult to suppress Long Heng's army, the emperor was sure that other ministers would have a lot to say about this. The emperor was truly stuck between a rock and a hard place. He'd offend many people if he chose to get rid of Long Hung. Trouble might brew from the imperial court all the way to the Jianghu. But if he didn't get rid of Long Hong, his popularity with the populace might soon overcome royal authority. It wouldn't be hard for Long Hong to wear the emperor's garb if he wanted to then. Long Hong was truly becoming a thorn in his side. He's already so powerful even though he's so young and hasn't borrowed any power from an advantageous marriage yet. He will surely be a threat to my power and my throne if I don't deal with him soon. I'm sure you are tired from the long journey. There's no need for you to be rushed back into battle now that you've returned. You should get ample rest before deciding if you should go back to the battlefield again. The enemy nation is now weak and powerless. We can consider having them pay tribute so we can lessen the tax paid by our citizens. What is your opinion of that? Your Majesty should be the final decision in these matters. That is true. Now that you've returned, why don't we plan for your marriage as well? The old madam has been incredibly worried about your wedding arrangements. Your Highness, may this subject add something to your conversation? Minister Lin suddenly requested to speak with his fists cupped. Nobody had any idea what he was up to. Long Hong laughed derisively on the inside. These two probably have something up their sleeves. Are they on the same side now? I want to see for myself what plans they have for my marriage. You may speak, Minister Lin, the emperor quickly replied. This subject has a niece as beautiful as a fairy. Moreover, she's 16, the perfect age for marriage. This subject has taken her into my family and educated her well. I've treated her like my own daughter. Since Prince Li is working so hard for the sake of the citizens, the old madam should have someone to help her with the matters of the house as well. Your Majesty, would you give consent for this marriage? There's surely a pair made for each other. Very good. Very good, the emperor clapped as he laughed heartily. Long Hong, what is your opinion of this? I thank Your Majesty and Minister Lin for worrying about my marriage. However, I just worry that I'm not worthy of the Lin family's exceptional daughters. Long Hung accentuated the word exceptional, which made some of the crowd burst into laughter. There wasn't anyone in the world that hasn't heard of the tale of how loose and easy the Lin family daughter was. From the Wulin to the enemy's prince, the Lin daughter had had relations with them all. No one said anything when the emperor had picked up this used good as a concubine. After all, she was just a concubine. However, having such a woman as the main wife would cause a lot of grief and sleepless nights for the man who married her. Minister Lin seemed to have quite a number of daughters. But if his biological daughter was already so uneducated, who could guarantee that his niece wasn't worse? Did you catch Song Jiaoyue's theme song in yesterday's announcement post? XD. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, Marriage Matters, 100 Beatings with Military Rods. Chapter 242, Marriage Matters, 100 Beatings with Military Rods. The emperor's face was now filled with rage. How could the crowd's expressions possibly escape his eyes? How could he possibly not know about Lin Qianzi's reputation? Long Hong was trying to humiliate him in public. Don't belittle yourself, my loyal subject. You've already done so much for our country. Naturally, you deserve only the best. As quick as a flash, the emperor's face returned to a placid smile, seemingly unbothered by Long Heng's words. Long Hong could immediately tell that the emperor was up to something. Why else would he suddenly drop the talk about national matters to talk about marriage? It didn't take long for him to realize what the old fox was up to. They were clearly afraid that he'd take a wife from a powerful family. That would make him an even more powerful foe. Truth be told, if that was his plan, he would have turned this country upside down a long time ago. These aristocrats and government officials were nothing more than a bunch of sloths who knew of little other than food, play, and greed. There was not a single person who knew how to fight. They didn't even want to control the army, which had ultimately caused Long Hong to develop the army in a way where he held a majority of power. It was not like their laziness was the only reason. The royal family was simply too small. The current emperor was a concubine-born son who had wiped out the entire royal family in his pursuit of the dragon throne. The only person left from the royal family was Prince Rong, an honest man who cared little for material gain. Prince Rong was unfamiliar with military matters as he didn't desire power. The power he had from his royal blood was more than enough for him. I wonder how my son is doing. Long Hong knew he couldn't mention his son, as any mention would be a show of weakness. Your Majesty, this subject has a request. Speak. My success in this war is all due to my concubine, Neibai. She helped resolve the siege by coming up with a unique plan. I believe Prince Rong has already reported on it. This subject owes much to her with no way to repay her. Your Majesty, will you give your approval for this subject to make her my main wife? Oh. Her achievements do sound very impressive according to Prince Rong, which is why he taken her as a godsister. However, I'm sure you are familiar with the laws of this matter, correct? The punishment for the unauthorized promotion of a concubine to a main wife is 5,000 taels of silver and 100 beatings of the military rod. And do you accept this? Yes. My loyal subject, I understand that your body is not at its best after your journey back to the capital, but rules have to be adhered to. No matter. I only wish for your Majesty to bestow us with a royal decree. Of course. Men, take Prince Li away to beat him 100 times and bring him back here to receive the royal decree. Long Hong gritted his teeth. It seems he wishes me to receive the royal decree while injured. Not a problem, all the training I've done is not for nothing after all. He snorted derisively inwardly and went to receive his beatings. Even though he was being beaten by a group of eunuchs with little to no strength, 100 rod beatings wasn't something a normal person would be able to bear. Long Hong was able to endure through the beatings with his internal force. He swaggered back out after the beating and knelt in the palace hall with his back ramrod straight, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. Everyone knew that how good Long Hong was in martial arts, but no one ever imagined that he'd be that powerful. He could still walk with fast strides after taking 100 rods. There wasn't even a slight tremble when he spoke. He was truly a hero. Many were impressed, but Minister Lin and the Emperor could only look on while gnashing their teeth. My loyal subject, you may now retrieve the royal decree and get some much-needed rest. The autumn hunting day will be held 3 days from now. Can you accompany me for the hunt? Of course, you must bring the new madam of your household. She's a heroine who is no less than men. 3 days? He wants me to accompany him to the hunt in 3 days? Even though I just received 100 beatings? Long Hong gritted his teeth, naturally. Your Majesty, the person who dared impersonate you must be someone close to you. Please investigate this thoroughly to prevent anything further from developing. I will definitely investigate this matter clearly. Then this subject wishes to be dismissed. I will skin the culprit alive if I ever find them. How can I allow such a traitorous person to live while he's bringing calamity to our nation? Precisely, exactly. They had just been one step away from taking over the enemy nation, but an impostor had suddenly emerged out of nowhere and sent out a fake decree. The old ministers that were present were all furious. The emperor was extremely speechless. None of the ministers truly knew his thoughts. In fact, they were even speaking out for Long Hong. Has it never crossed their minds that Long Hong might lead the army to take down the capital after he's done conquering the enemy nation? A bunch of useless fools. They don't even have the foresight of a woman. However, his failure this time was because he'd belittled a woman a little too much. It was rumored that Neibai had been the one to rescue Long Hung. The emperor had thought that this would be a good chance to get rid of the Song family, but he never imagined that there'd be someone even more formidable behind them. Fine. I want to see for myself how formidable Neibai truly is. I heard she broke into the dungeons after causing a furor in the battlefield. Your Majesty, we still need someone to oversee the process even though we have the imperial decree. Can I escort my mother home for such a thing? The Empress genuinely enjoys the company of the young prince. Why don't we let them spend a couple more days together? I will order someone to escort them to your manor when the time comes. The emperor was worried that Long Hung might do something rash in the heat of the moment. He wanted to take the general down a notch for a moment. After all, the emperor would be the one with the last say on things when Long Hang's limelight finally died down. It is my honor that the empress enjoys the company of my son. If that is the case, this subject will now take my leave. Long Hang then took the imperial decree to the manor. When he arrived at Apricot Garden, he crawled onto the bed and didn't move a muscle. Your Highness, you're back. Why are you injured? Did the bastard emperor punish you? Alright, Bai Xiangxiu was a little too agitated. She'd forgotten that this was a society where the emperor was most powerful. Yi Mama quickly covered Bai Xiangxiu's mouth. She pinched Bai Xiangxiu. Madam Xiu, it's better that you don't speak of such things. We'd better tend to His Highness' wounds first. You may all leave. I only need the madam to help me. Summon a doctor. Bai Xiangxiu quickly requested. She didn't dare to treat his buttocks as she found their condition incredibly horrible. The doctor soon arrived and noticed that Long Hang's pants had stuck to his flesh due to his wounds. They seemed incredibly serious. The fact that he could still manage to walk back home was simply incredible. The doctor used a pair of scissors to cut open Long Hang's pants as Bai Xiangxiu quietly applied medicine on his wounds, tears slowly dripping down her face. Stop crying. My wounds are not that serious, Long Hung said with a pained look on his face. Your flesh has turned into pulp. How can it be not serious? Stop talking and let me concentrate. Long Hong was depressed. Why was he being lectured even though he was wounded? However, her lecture felt surprisingly good and warmed the cockles of his heart. Little beads of tears kept dripping down Bai Xiangxiu's face, but her crying face quickly turned to a frown when she turned her head around and saw how the person on the bed was smiling. She gently pressed down on his forehead and said, Your forehead isn't warm at all. I thought they'd beaten you, silly. Why are you smiling so much when your injuries are so severe? Cough. Nothing. Sweat was dripping down the doctor's forehead. The young couple looked so sweet when they were together. He felt a little guilty just by being in the same room as them. What was he supposed to do if they kicked him out the manor for seeing something he shouldn't have seen? He had a family to feed. It took some effort before they finally finished applying medicine on Long Hang's wounds. He couldn't put on pants for a short period of time, so he lay down on his stomach while wearing only his inner clothing, a thin blanket covering him. After the doctor left, Long Hung handed the imperial decree to Bai Xiangxiu and said, Take a look at this and guess what it is. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, Level Up, Princess Consortly. Chapter 243, Level Up, Princess Consortly. Bai Xiangxiu received it suspiciously. That thing was none other than a royal decree. Even if it was in the military, one would have to wash their hands clean and kneel before receiving it. Yet, he'd given it to her just like that? Oh well, there are no outsiders here anyways. She opened it and took a look. Skipping over the flowery salutations that plagued the beginning of the decree, she saw that the latter part of it stated that she would be made Princess Consortly. It was not easy for a little concubine to get promoted to the position that easily. Unlike the modern era, where a man's mistress would take the position of the main wife after the former wife divorced the man, should a man in ancient times vanquish one's wife for the sake of his concubine, one would be incarcerated for this serious crime. Even after one served jail time, the concubine would still be unable to assume the position of the wife. Fortunately, Long Hung doesn't have a main wife, so there should be no punishment. Wait, that's not right. Did you get punished just for this royal decree? Asked Bai Xiangxiu with her brow furrowed the moment she realized the truth of the situation. Yes, quite a worthwhile trade. You can live in my residence proudly and properly now. Aren't you happy? Well, I'm definitely glad, but you didn't have to get hurt for something like this. And that aside, didn't the emperor cause trouble for you? Bai Xiangxiu felt like crying all of a sudden, but she had just emptied her tear ducts not long ago. She no longer knew whether she needed to shed a tear. Even though it was a joyous matter, she found that she couldn't revel in celebration given Long Hang's injured state. After Long Hang recounted his experiences at the palace, Bai Xianqiu's face flushed red. How can he be so shameless? He has the right not to accept it even if the eyewitness is there. It's his imperial right. Then, what should we do? Do we just accept that we've fallen victim into their ploy? Dissatisfied as Bai Xianqiu was, she knew that there was no other choice. At any rate, he has to come up with a reasonable explanation for this matter. Otherwise, there will be those who aren't satisfied with the resolution even if I don't mind it. Let's just wait and see who he will make the scapegoat next. All right. What about Shaolin and the old madam? They were retained within the palace, possibly out of fear that I'll cause trouble. But don't worry, they'll definitely return in a few more days. I see. For some reason, I feel that the storm won't abate even if we wanted to. Lowering her head, she noted that Long Hang was staring at her oddly with his head slanted. His long ink-colored hair sprawled over the bed looked rather tantalizing. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yeah. Come over here, let me rub it off for you. Not thinking that the serious-looking princely would tease her like that, she stretched her face forward obediently. Come closer. You know I'm injured, right? It's your hand that's injured, not your shoulders, Bai Xianqiu thought with confusion as she continued to draw closer, only to feel a hand press against her head and a warm kiss to the lips. We're already husband and wife, yet you resort to this? What's with the sudden attack, huh? Even so, she didn't shrink back and even reciprocated the kiss passionately. Bai Xianqiu had always been an introverted person, so she was incredibly conservative about such matters. It was as if the shyness of all Eastern women was concentrated within her, so the times when she took the initiative for such matters could be counted on one hand. Having gotten his way, Long Hang pressed on and didn't hold back. But just as he was about to wrap her in a deep, warm embrace, the pain he felt from his wound tearing open caused him to have no choice but to calm down. Pushing her back with haggard breath, he huffed, "You little lass. This prince will be back to deal with you when I recover." Her face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Xianqiu said, "It was you who did it to me first. Why would I have to be dealt with by you?" "Well, you could do the dealing on me if you so prefer." While Long Hang could barely move, he still didn't shy from flirting verbally. However, when Bai Xianqiu patted him lightly a few times, his face fumed with such excruciating pain that one could almost boil water by using his face as a stove. "All right, let's stop fooling around. Summon the supervisor to announce the royal decree. With the recent developments being as volatile as they are, I can quietly elevate your status. My apologies. The celebratory banquet, on the other hand, cannot be rushed. You're still going to host a banquet at a time like this? Very well, just get some rest. I'll talk to Butler Long about this." Though she said that, Bai Xianqiu was incredibly happy as she could formally become the main wife and no longer suffer the disdain of others. Shaolin on the other hand would no longer have to be a concubine-born child. It was still common in an ancient era like this for concubine-born children to be ostracized by others. Long shooting had also been rather busy lately. He understood the situation of the household quite well and also knew that if the emperor decided to kill the prince, the rest of princely manor would not fare well either. However, since nothing of the sort happened yet, he could do not but hold his ground. He didn't even consider escape. Seeing Bai Xianqiu walk over with royal decree in hand, he asked curiously, "Madame Xiu, for what have you come to the front yard?" Bai Xianqiu laughed, "I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to announce this royal decree in front of the rest. After that, hang some red lanterns outside or something, and hire an opera troupe to sing in the courtyard for a day or two." An elaborate show still had to be put on. Otherwise, who would know that she had successfully elevated in rank from a mere concubine to a princess consort? Long Shooting received the decree with an odd look. Upon giving it a brief glance, he smiled, "This one greets Princess Consortly." "Oh? Why does it feel so good to be called that? From today onwards, I'll be the boss. I'll be able to do whatever I want. Rise." Xiao Shi had been following behind her and just realized what had happened. She fell to her knees just when Long Shooting got up. "This one greets the princess consort." "Congratulations, princess consort." She actually burst out in tears afterwards out of sheer joy that her mistress had been promoted after such hardship. "This is a great joyous occasion. We must definitely hold a big banquet to celebrate. His Highness has said that the current situation is unsettled, so we should be prudent in this matter. Just send some gifts to my family and inform them about this. However, caution them to lay low and not come visit recently. I'll send someone to escort them to the manor after things calm down a bit more, but..." "Oh? Aren't you supposed to visit home with the prince?" Even though she was only made consort at a later date, some formalities still had to be observed. It has been tradition since ancient times for a son-in-law to bring one's daughter back to see the parents. You have a point. I guess that'll have to wait. There were so many matters happening as of late, she wasn't sure whether the emperor would act against them once again. More importantly, what would they do if that came to pass? Should they really rebel? Then again, things probably wouldn't get so far. Otherwise, Long Hong wouldn't have begged for her to be made princess consort. Even so, she still had to celebrate in her residence. Having told Long Shooting what to do, Bai Xiangxiu returned to take care of Long Hong. I finally don't have to refer to myself as this concubine from now on. Is that all the benefit you gain? Long Hong mused as he took in a sip of the soup she was feeding him. All she wanted from becoming my consort was so that she wouldn't have to refer to herself as this concubine? Other things aside, isn't she the least bit happy about becoming my wife? However, Bai Xiangxiu had long considered herself to be the wife of Long Hong, no matter how ancient people perceived it. Long Hong, on the other hand, didn't consider concubines to be his wife. Now that she was his rightful wife, he could walk in broad daylight with her and nobody would have the excuse to object to it anymore. No, there are plenty of benefits. I'm just too happy that I couldn't come up with any right now, responded Bai Xiangxiu as she continued the feeding, feeling a sweet tinge of emotion in her heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Being Carried Through the Day. Chapter 244, Being Carried Through the Day. Long Hong didn't lie idle even though he was injured. There was all sorts of matters he had to deal with both in Shu County and the capital. He was busy working all the way until midnight before he finally could go to bed. Next day, Bai Xiangxiu nearly burst with joy as everyone around her hailed her as princess consort. She'd been stressed ever since she'd arrived in this world, and had never imagined that there would come a day where she would feel like she'd made it in this life. Wouldn't it have been better if she'd transmigrated into the body of a princess consort in the first place? However, she'd much prefer becoming anyone other than the female lead. She'd fret herself to death. Ignoring how things have ended up for her, how does the female lead even handle being surrounded and pestered by so many guys? Bai Xiangxiu was already worn out with just Long Hong alone. She'd given birth to a child for him, and had to take care of the household matters as well. After that, she had to manufacture bombs and deal with a bunch of scheming bitches and white lotuses. It was genuinely quite a handful. But she didn't have much of a choice. Her husband was the male lead after all. She was already quite content that he hadn't gotten some mistresses to compete with her. Unfortunately, Long Hong only told Bai Xiangxiu about the autumn hunt after he was done with his matters and temporarily regained his footing in the capital. He also casually mentioned that both the husband and wife were expected to attend. It was an annual event for the emperor, an autumn and spring hunt. Although named a hunt, it functioned more like an outdoor banquet. He'd bring a gaggle of princes, his concubines and senior officials to nurture relationships and enjoy a good time. It was similar to the year-end company parties of modern times. He wants you to go even though you're so seriously injured. He's such a bastard. This was the second time she'd called the emperor a bastard now. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone else around to hear it this time. Long Hong didn't blame her for saying that either. Don't say bad things about the emperor when you're in front of others, but you can even call him a cowardly idiot or whatever you want when you're just with me. Pfff. Bai Xiangxiu burst into laughter. Long Hong sounded so old-fashioned, like he was some loyal subject to the country at first. So, she never expected that he'd add on such a disloyal sentence at the end. Why are you laughing? Are you no longer worried about my condition? Then what should we do about it? Get someone to carry me. Ha! Long Hong had been walking around looking unfazed lately. Wouldn't it be a little inappropriate for him to be carried around? If it was your plan to be carried there all along, why did you walk back 2 days ago so nonchalantly? You're using the wrong words to describe things again. He wanted to make a fool out of me on that day, but I refused to let him get what he wanted. He wants to try to make a fool out of me tomorrow, so I will make a fool out of myself first before he can. I genuinely wish to see how he will order a man around who was carried there to accompany him for the hunt. You have a point. My husband is such a smart man. In the heat of the moment, Bai Xiangxiu lifted up on her tiptoes to kiss Long Hong's cheeks as a reward. Now that they were official husband and wife, the air between them had completely changed even though they already had a child together. This was probably due to the change in attitude for them both. Long Hong could no longer treat Bai Xiangxiu as frivolously as before since they were now officially husband and wife. Treating her like a concubine would be inappropriate. However, Bai Xiangxiu couldn't get used to him being all serious. So, she became the one with the frivolous attitude instead. Long Hong liked being intimate with her, however he was worried that she might not take things seriously this time. We must act circumspectly in this outing, alright? I understand. Don't worry about it. Bai Shangxiu went off to choose her clothes after giving him a peck on the cheek. After all, she would have to walk even though her husband was being carried there. She wouldn't just be walking, she'd have to ride on a horse as well. She'd have to wear women's riding fear to the hunt, but she soon realized that she didn't have such a thing after going through all of her clothes. Xiaoshi suddenly spoke up while she was being a little depressed over that fact. Madam Shi, Princess Consort, Song Manor has sent someone over to deliver a gift. Do we accept it? Yes, and please let Madam Song know I appreciate her generosity. It was still early in the morning, but many were already sending their gifts. Bai Shangxiu accepted all the gifts without exception and acted as though the princely manor was in total harmony like before. None of the outsiders could tell that trouble was actually brewing. Truth be told, not even the servants in the princely manor could tell that something was happening. The capable Long Shooting had made sure of that. The servants still believed that the old madam and the young prince were being kept in the palace because of some fortuitous reasons. Otherwise, the old madam would definitely have come to see her son by now. Most importantly, there was a lot of gifts. Everyone was feeling happy on the inside despite there being no banquet. Hire a few tailors to make you a few set of clothes. You'll need to wear it when you leave the house in the future anyways. Long Hong told Bai Shangxiu while she was still fretting over her clothes. Yeah. I guess you're right. She was now a princess consort. There will definitely be times where she'd have to go out to mingle with others. Women in the olden times also enjoyed going out on holidays on horseback. Riding gear was also quite trendy. Bai Shangxiu immediately had someone summon a tailor and ordered 5 sets of clothing. She told them to make 2 sets by tomorrow as she needed them for the hunt. All of a sudden, it felt like she was shopping with her boyfriend from modern times. She placed the cloth over her body and asked, "Your Highness, why don't you choose a color for me?" "Anything is fine." Long Hong was feeling a little troubled, but he didn't want to disappoint her when she looked so excited. "Anything is not a color." "Oh no. I'm flirting with him in front of other people." However, she soon realized that she wasn't doing anything wrong after putting some thought into it. She was now his wife after all. She looked at Long Hong with a pitiful look on her face which lighted a blaze in his heart. "Woman, just wait until my wounds are healed." But on the surface, all he said peacefully was, "Blue is fine. Blue will match well with this light blue waistband. As for the other, I want it pink with a bright yellow waistband. Can you finish it by tomorrow morning? Try to make it fit my body well. I don't want it to be too loose." "Of course. I will definitely deliver it to the princess consort by tomorrow morning." All he needed to do was hire a few skilled tailors to sew the clothes overnight. It won't take too long with the right amount of hands. Power and authority was definitely the best catalyst to get things done. When she was a concubine, she would even have to ask for permission before she could get someone to make clothes for her. Now that she had been promoted, she no longer needed to care about such things. "Are you happy?" Long Hong could tell how happy she was. The only thing she hadn't done yet was dance around in joy. There was a little skip in her stride and she'd even occasionally hum some sort of odd tune. Long Hong didn't lie idle after entertaining his wife. He was worried that she might act like this tomorrow. She didn't seem demure and dignified at all. However, he didn't dislike it one bit. Bai Shangxiu was very eye-catching when she was being like this. It was almost like light was emanating from her body. Long Hong was incredibly surprised by the fact that she was actually filled with so much vigor. He'd never noticed this fact before. Next day, Bai Shangxiu put on her light blue riding gear after she was done packing up what she needed for the hunt. Her hair was tied up into a bun using an aqua color strap, making her seem extremely elegant. In fact, she even seemed to look like some sort of deity. This was how she preferred to dress up in the first place. She would need to dress up in formal palace wear if she was going to a banquet, but she was now going hunting, which required something light and simple instead. As for Long Hong, he was currently lying down in a horse carriage. There was a sedan chair below the carriage, except it was entirely flat and was padded with something soft. A man could lie down on the sedan chair and it'd be as comfortable as lying on a real bed. The edge of his lips raised slightly to form a sly smile as he slowly scanned the curves on Bai Shangxiu's body. Any more and he could probably engulf Bai Shangxiu with just his gaze. Bai Shangxiu had nowhere to hide from his gaze. She could only say, "What exactly do you want to say to me?" "Happy Valor-Adversary. Volari is 2 years old. Check out our celebrations and get free Volare gear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245, The Playful Newly Appointed Princess Consort. Chapter 245, The Playful Newly Appointed Princess Consort. Long Hong smiled wryly. The corners of his mouth moved only a little. Bai Xiangxiu wouldn't have noticed that smile at all had she not been staring at him. However, that smile sent chills down Bai Xiangxiu's spine. You're probably thinking something amongst the likes of, woman, just wait until I've recovered. Am I right? Bai Xiangxiu whispered. Long Hong was taken aback and immediately caressed his face. Was I that obvious? How does she know? You said that so many times in the past with that same look on your face already. It's so frightening. It was at this moment when Bai Xiangxiu remembered how it always ended up with her not being able to get out of bed for 3 days. It was genuinely torture for body and soul. That's quite clever of you. No need to be anxious, the day will soon come. When did I ever look anxious? Bai Xiangxiu rolled her eyes at him. Unfortunately, a certain prince automatically classified it as flirting instead. The autumn weather today was quite invigorating. The gentle breeze was extremely pleasant when it blew past them. Bai Xiangxiu was looking out at the view through a tiny window in her carriage. At this moment, everything that happened in the battlefield seemed like just a dream. And yet, those were precious memories. She'd never forget about the bravery of the nameless heroes. Their gallant sacrifices would never be forgotten. Do you wish to go back to Tranquil City? The people there are cute. I like that place too. If it were possible, I'd rather go to that city and live out the life of a recluse prince. That's surprising, I thought you'd wish for me to aim for a higher position. Bai Xiangxiu turned around to face Long Hong. That position is a bottomless pit. Once you've jumped into it, you'll forget all about your friends and family. You would abandon us all sooner or later. Me, our son, the old madam, everyone. How naive. Who's naive? I'm certain it'll happen. It doesn't matter if you're from a royal family or a normal family, there's no such thing as family or friends at the face of self-interest. Don't we both know that this is the truth? Bai Xiangxiu stared at Long Hong as she was puzzled by what he'd said. Long Hong gently patted her head and said, many disgusting things have never tried to approach you as you were just a concubine before. But soon, you will soon see them show their true face in front of you. You have no idea how much I wish you could continue to remain ignorant of this fact. What are you trying to say? For some reason, Bai Xiangxiu could see a hint of sadness in Long Heng's eyes. She never thought that he'd actually feel sad over something in life as well. You must know that I don't have anyone else except you, mother and Liner. It's same for you as well. I still have my brother. Only that rascal from your family treats you with sincerity. What did he mean by saying that? Was there something wrong with her warm, scholarly family? Just what did that contempt in Long Heng's eyes mean? This is why I say you're too naive, always thinking that others are kind. If your parents were good, why did they send you into my manor to spend your days in loneliness? I won't say much else, you'll understand soon enough. Bai Xiangxiu seemed to understand something from these words. The old madam had taken in these 4 concubines before Long Hong had returned from the battlefield, and although it had looked like a most glorious affair, but there was a saying that one would rather be the wife of a poor man than the concubine of a rich man. She had been the firstborn of the wife, but she'd been sent in as a concubine. It looked like the parents of the original owner of this body hadn't loved her much. Not to mention, they hadn't come to look in on her after such a long period of time. They'd only sent her some gifts after the little prince had been born, but still hadn't visited her. She'd thought at that time that her family was so thoughtful. They had refrained from visiting her because they hadn't wanted to put her in an awkward position, right? After all, the parents of a concubine weren't typically treated with much respect. Did they just not want to see me? Meh. Maybe Long Heng's just thinking too much. The atmosphere in the carriage chilled for a moment, but thankfully they soon arrived at the pavilion of departing visitors at the east corner of the palace. Everyone was congregated here, with the men leaping astride their horses and the women taking places in carriages as they set out for the hunting grounds of East Mountain. However, trouble brewed here. Long Hong was escorted off the carriage and then laid down on the soft litter. This was when Bai Xiangxiu discovered that her husband really knew how to put on a good act. His face was the picture of weakness as he laid there, and it really looked like he'd been through a great illness. Those around him naturally came to ask about his health and offer words of comfort. The emperor was first delighted and then felt agonized. He was happy that Long Hong had finally eaten a loss at his hands. It looked like he would take at least a month to recover. He was then conflicted because Long Heng's act was pronouncing loud and clear that the emperor was a heartless man who didn't know how to treat others kindly. Long Heng was the sick already, but he'd still forced the general to accompany him. This was blatantly making life difficult for Long Heng. And so the emperor frowned and comforted Long Heng with a few words, saying that he could remain lying there and didn't have to alight. Long Heng naturally agreed. It would be difficult if the emperor wanted to make him come down. He wouldn't joke with his own health. The empress hadn't accompanied them on this outing. The old madam naturally couldn't come if she hadn't, as the old madam was her guest. Those who had come were the emperor's concubines. There were 10 carriages full of them, filled with roughly 17 consorts or girls who had relations with the emperor. Bai Xiangxiu kept shaking her head when she saw the carriages. The emperor was something all right. How did he manage so many women? However, Lin Qianzi was also here. Bai Xiangxiu had gotten word of that yesterday. That woman actually still wanted to get revenge and had thought of many plans. It was a pity that Bai Xiangxiu heard them all, but didn't mention them to Long Heng so that he wouldn't worry. She was waiting for Lin Qianzi to throw herself into disarray. I just don't get it. You're a little girl who's just had an abortion. What's the point in taking the field with your injuries? She also probably doesn't know that she's just cannon fodder for someone else. Someone else is using her in all of this. That person was likely here today as well. Bai Xiangxiu felt that she had to face quite a few enemies today. The emperor first rode in his palanquin and switched to horseback when the retinue exited the capital. He subconsciously flicked a glance at Bai Xiangxiu. It was an unstoppable fact that men loved looking at beauties, not to mention a legendary beauty. There were those who hated her, and those who loved her. Those who hated her wanted her to die, and those who loved her pitied her. They were all of the imperial harem, with some the emperor's new concubines, and others the dowager consorts of the previous emperor. A pale, tender hand suddenly poked out from the carriage just as they were all musing over their thoughts. It was holding a water skin that it flung forcefully to Long Heng. Long Heng caught it and took a sip of water. The married couple were being lovey-dovey towards each other. This very ordinary movement was enough to betray that this woman was a bit playful. She could have ordered the servants hand over the water skin to Long Heng, but she'd chosen to thrown it herself instead, and had thrown his at a very low angle. She'd obviously wanted to tease Long Heng. One had to admit, while those prim and proper ladies might look demure, they weren't as lively as a playful woman. There were very few women like this in the imperial harem. Even the extremely seductive Lin Qianzi was quite a dull character normally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246, The Lady Fights the Evil Concubine. Chapter 246, The Lady Fights the Evil Concubine. The group moved in the direction of the North Mountain, traveling with great pomp and dignity. The royal entourage even boasted of horses with all red fur. Bai Xiangxiu was truly having her eyes open today, but busied herself with setting up camp after entering the mountain. Every household set up camp according to instructions from the palace servants. Because Prince Rong hadn't come, the highest ranked after the emperor was Prince Li. Therefore, their camp was right next to the royal campsite at the second highest position. After them was the Lin family, as they were now royal in-laws. Minister Lin felt quite vindicated now. His own daughter was a noble lady, and he'd heard that it was only a matter of time before the emperor elevated his daughter's position. How would he not be happy about this? When taking another look at Long Heng, he felt that his daughter had been quite correct in not choosing him. Prince Li was just a pawn that the emperor would get rid of at any moment. Look at him now, serving his daughter and son-in-law. The camp was quickly set up and Bai Xiangxiu also put the carriage into order. Everyone was given some breathing space after arriving before setting out again, so she and Long Heng sat in the tent for a while before setting out after hearing the signal. They were to be horseback this time, whether man or woman, with some palace and personal servants following behind with other items. They would also collect any spoils of the hunt and prepare them to be feasted on during lunch. Long Heng couldn't ride at the moment, so he laid on the litter and was carried by 4 people. Elevating a concubine to a wife was usually a matter to be laughed at, but when everyone saw the highly spirited Bai Xiangxiu cutting a sharp figure, they all felt that Prince Li's beating had been worth it. Song Jiaoyue in particular felt that a cat was heavily scratching at his heart, and he was unable to calm his emotions for the longest time. He acutely felt how useless he was, and how he was even less than Yu Kuang. Although the Wulin had liked her as well, he was able to put down the emotional burden he'd taken on his shoulders. He returned to the Wulin once he saw her safely back to the manor and had left with a dashing grace. But what of Song Jiaoyue? He always wanted to see her again and was unable to fully let go of things, but never had any idea what to say when he finally saw her, and could only look at her from afar. Bai Xiangxiu had practiced horse riding at Tranquil City, having been a part of an accelerated class at that. Truthfully, she'd been forced to learn as fast as she could, and now sat both steadily and handsomely on her horse. How would any ordinary woman compare to her? Add to that her clean, neat appearance today and a lovely-looking bow hanging jauntily off her saddle, her beautiful and flawless face evoked admiration and envy no matter how one looked at her. This was most apparent from Lin Xianzi. She was clad pertly in white today, and looked quite pitiful after her miscarriage. That's right, she's the female lead after all, how would she not draw eyeballs when she looks pitiful? But, is it really appropriate to be dressed in all white? Bai Xiangxiu ignored that ferocious glare coming from her and walked side by side with Long Heng's litter. She's probably going to make a move against you, be careful. I know, be at ease. I know very well what she wants to do. Bai Xiangxiu was quite confident. These bugs I've got are so good for eavesdropping, and they're completely natural and without any harmful side effects. Even if they're found, no one will know what they're used for. They'll only think it's a fragrance pouch used to put down a curse. She somehow ended up walking side by side with Lin Xianzi. Bai Xiangxiu subconsciously looked around and noted that there weren't any veiled maids beside the female lead. Did Su Yun not come? What a weird feeling, but it also makes sense, since she's not the sort to go off the deep end in search for revenge. She understands very well how to make use of others. And yet, why did she help Lin Xianzi previously, but not show up today? Congratulations to Consort Li. You've finally gotten what you want, Lin Xianzi spoke with a smile, but it was infused with sarcasm. This is all thanks to the Emperor's favor. Who doesn't know how to speak pretty words? It's just a contest of who can be the most gracious and well-mannered. I've been pretending at this all along. Put. Look at you suffering under the elements just after being elevated. Consort Li is good-natured to not complain. The lady jests. When even a noble lady with such elegance like yourself doesn't complain, what right does someone like this consort have to pick and choose? Besides, the breeze is refreshing today and the scenery a delight to the eyes. It's quite appropriate for playing games. Indeed, it's a bit dull to only ride on horses with such beautiful scenery in front of us. Lin Xianzi urged her horse forward after speaking, arriving next to the emperor and murmuring a few words. The emperor reached out a hand and the convoy immediately came to a halt. A eunuch soon announced in a shrill voice, "The emperor has given orders that it is too uninspiring to walk along thus for the autumn hunt. Therefore, noble Lady Qian has suggested that the ladies of each household can hold a contest. Whoever is the first to bring will receive a jade horse. This horse was offered as tribute from the barbarians and is quite precious. She will also receive one golden fur coat that is a treasure from the late emperor. It's warm in winter and cool in summer." Even Long Heng's eyes narrowed when he heard these two items. Bai Xiangxiu asked quietly, "Are they really good?" "Very good, particularly the golden fur coat. It's impervious to blades and spears. It's really quite a treasure." He took a look at Bai Xiangxiu after speaking and noticed that her eyes were sparkling. "I want it," was written in them. Long Hong coughed lightly, now this was being just a bit too obvious. He couldn't help but remind her, "Be careful of traps." "Of course there will be traps, but I'm well prepared." "Long, Your Highness, do you trust me?" "I do, but I'm worried." However, Long Hong wasn't the sort to voice sweet words, especially when there were so many around him. "I'll be careful, but so do you too." Bai Xiangxiu was able to step forward so boldly because she had such a shield behind her. Thanks to Long Heng's attentions and care, the previously cowardly Bai Xiangxiu had built up her confidence, and even she felt that she was a bit over the top these days. "Well, you only live once. And why would I be like this if they hadn't started things? Will anyone participate?" the eunuch yelled. However, many of the ladies couldn't even sit properly on their horses, much less participate in a contest. "I will." It was the first time that Bai Xiangxiu had spoken so loudly in front of others. Her voice rang surprisingly crisp. There wasn't a hint of hoarseness in it at all. One had to say, her voice really did sound good, even she was lulled by it for a moment. "I guess I don't have to put on an act for the rest of my life." Apparently even the women of olden times can live with their heads held high. No wonder the female lead had grown so out of control in the novel and unsettled an entire city with her antics. She'd realized that she had a man who loved her and who would always stand behind her. This was why she'd been so fearless. And now, that man stood behind Bai Xiangxiu. It was a wonderful feeling. An indescribably stunning woman slowly urged her horse to the front as the crowd watched with astonished eyes. Her clothing fluttered in the wind, the blue color somehow seeming more pure than noble Lady Qian's robes of white. I think you guys will like this next arc, and in the meantime, participate in the Great Chibi Contest. Win a free shirt. 1. In Chinese customs, one wears all white when in mourning. Lin Xianzi is drawing attention to the fact that she's mourning for her child, a child that the emperor didn't father. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247, A Trap, Any Which Way is Fine. Chapter 247, A Trap, Any Which Way is Fine. Bai Xiangxiu walked out proudly, but her expression was abnormally composed and unafraid. Everyone's eyes lit up, as if seeing a rare flower bloom in front of them. Even the emperor, who'd seen countless beauties before, also narrowed his eyes. His heart began pounding fiercely, feeling that he'd spent so many years as a man all for naught. He'd thought that there were no perfect women in this world. Even one as beautiful as Lin Xianzi was completely airhead. He had no idea what she was thinking of. She never smiled, and he'd originally felt that her need of a protector was quite attractive, but as time went on, the emperor felt that she really didn't have much in the way of brains. The only thought she dwelled on every day apart from love and relationships was hate. What man could love a woman who only thought of revenge day in and out? He could tell this was the case even if she didn't speak of it. However, smart women weren't pleasing to the eye. Take Su Yin for instance, she was quick-witted and there was an element of wildness in her nature that made one want to conquer her, but it was one thing to look at her when she was veiled, and another disgusting thing entirely when the veil was taken off. So although the emperor liked her, he didn't spend much time with her. Although it was no matter of great importance in the end, it still weighed on his heart. The emperor had thought that this was all there was to women in this world, but this glimpse of Bai Xiangxiu had caused his belief to crack. The first beauty of the capital, Prince Li's favorite concubine, Song Jiayue's beloved woman, and the item of affection for all men. Smart as a whip, she was a beautiful woman who had managed to rescue her own man. He'd thought the rumors exaggerated, but now he only rued meeting her too late. That flowy blue figure seemed to imprint itself on his heart as soon as it appeared. He couldn't forget her no matter how he tried. Even the eunuch by his side called out to the emperor a few times without receiving a response. It wasn't until she looked over at him with a soulful look that he abruptly came back to himself. Let's begin. 5 women had elected to participate in the competition, all of them young ladies. Some of them were daughters of important officials, others young wives. One particular lady was the young wife of a general that the emperor was cultivating in secret. Her surname was Yu, and she was here to target Bai Xiangxiu, starting up the fires of competition as soon as she arrived. Bai Xiangxiu wasn't afraid of her. She'd be tempered by the fires of the battlefield. Why would she fear a few ladies of the inner residence? When the eunuch called for the race to begin, their 6 steeds charged to the front. They weren't riding that fast since it wasn't a contest of horse riding skills, and it was a surprise that Lin Xianzi had some skills to her name. She didn't fall behind Bai Xiangxiu at all. Bai Xiangxiu waited patiently for her to spring her trap. She didn't want to spend any effort into cornering this prey when they would do it for her. When they'd ridden about 1 kilometer into the forest and out of sight from the crowd, Lin Xianzi suddenly cried out with pain. Everyone crowded around her to ask what happened. She clutched her stomach. Nothing much, I just feel a bit dizzy. You all can go on. Will Princess Consort Li accompany me to the river to wash my face? Here it comes. Bai Xiangxiu didn't say anything, and Lin Xianzi continued, Princess Consort Li, our previous grudges have all dissipated after we've entered the palace, do you still blame me? Madam, you also seized the opportunity, Princess Consort Li, you're being rather inappropriate. Noble Lady Qian is your superior after all, and you are the subject. How can you be so disrespectful to her? Enough, lead the way, noble Lady Qian. Bai Xiangxiu led Lin Xianzi's horse to the riverbank as she spoke. The autumn leaves by the bank made the scene look quite bleak and desolate. The surroundings were a bit slippery, and they weren't wearing any shoes with great traction, so they picked their way carefully to the riverside. Lin Xianzi stooped down and splashed some water with difficulty, but she looked a bit hesitant. She turned to extend a hand piteously at Bai Xiangxiu. Princess Consort Li, can you give me a hand? It'd be bad if I were to fall in. Indeed, what would we do then? Don't you want to fall in and then tattle to the emperor, saying that I pushed you in? You'll have that madam you be your witness and insist on a severe punishment because you have evidence. As for the reason why, you'll claim it's because you used to be Prince Li's fiancé. Ha, it's impressive that you could think of such a brain-dead method. But, I only need to throw a wrench into one part of your plans to expose your juvenile trick as child's play. The reason she knew all this was thanks to Bai Xiangxiu's natural listening device. It had helped her to learn of Lin Xianzi's plot. Otherwise, the lady might really have succeeded. Lin Xianzi could only blame herself for such a shoddy plan. It had far too many flaws. Madame Yu was currently indisposed. Bai Xiangxiu had borrowed one of Long Heng's concealed guards and had him find a rabbit to spook their horses with. As for Lin Xianzi, she was getting ready to plunge into the water. Bai Xiangxiu didn't stop her. She just watched as the noble lady prettily fell into the river. The sight of a little white lotus standing in the waters of autumn really was a charming sight. But, you're flinging yourself into cold water right after a miscarriage. Is something wrong with your brain? Princess Consort Li, what do you mean by this? Lin Xianzi had automatically engaged her White Lotus mode and was looking piteously at Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu stood on the riverbank with her hands crossed, looking down at the woman in the water. She looked around for a moment and confirmed there was no one around before smiling sinisterly. Stop pretending, Miss Lin, no one will see your act no matter how piteous you look. What do you mean? Oh, I mean a lot. I'm going to teach you today what revenge means. Bai Xiangxiu had her own temper as well. How many people would be able to take random, repeated acts of revenge from someone like Lin Xianzi? She jumped straight into the water herself and yanked Lin Xianzi's hair without a second thought, pummeling the latter fiercely while maintaining a death grip on the hair. Lin Xianzi was shocked senseless. She'd never seen a woman so fierce. Bai Xiangxiu was even stronger than a screaming harlot on the streets. She jumped into the water and started hitting Lin Xianzi without a second word, not even allowing the latter to cry out. It wasn't just her, the concealed guard sent to protect Bai Xiangxiu also clenched his but tightly from shock, almost falling down from his place in the tree. He was just a guard, but he was also one of the personal guards who traveled to Tranquil City. He'd always thought that Princess Consort Li was a lofty woman worthy of much respect. She was beautiful, smart, and quite kind-hearted. He'd originally felt that he would have to lay down his life today in order to prevent someone from harming her, but the situation had just turned on its head. She was the one hurting others. That piteous Miss Lin was now looking quite disheveled, her hair in complete disarray as she was held face down in the water, unable to escape the thrashing that his household's princess consort was doling out. The guard clapped his hands in front of his face. This scene was too beautiful to look at. Help! Ah, help! Lin Xianzi had finally remembered how to call for help, but Bai Xiangxiu snorted coldly, keep screaming, no one's going to come even if you scream yourself hoarse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, Beaten Up Good, Putting on a Front. Chapter 248, Beaten Up Good, Putting on a Front. Why does that sentence sound so familiar? She must have heard it from somewhere. The hidden bodyguard asked himself. Hold it. Isn't that what a man says to a woman when he forces himself on her? Can it be that the prince has once forced himself on the princess consort? He didn't continue watching, he was a professional hidden bodyguard, not a pervert. He covered his face with his hands and took some time to come to terms with this scene in front of him. Otherwise, he could never be able to keep up with his house's princess consort. However, wouldn't the woman die if the princess consort kept holding her down and beating her like that? In the end, that woman was a pampered mistress of a household. That's not right. The princess consort is also a pampered mistress of a household. However, the princess consort continued to beat up the other woman for quite some time. The guard wasn't too worried that she might end up dead, but finding a good excuse for the black eye and bruised cheeks would be another matter. Time soon proved that the guard was worried over nothing. When the princess consort climbed ashore, he noticed that there wasn't even one small scrape on the face of the now listless noble Lady Qian. He breathed a sigh of relief. He could now answer to the prince. But what kind of report was he supposed to make? Was he supposed to mention how the princess consort had suddenly turned into a fierce tiger and beat noble Lady Qian to the point where she could not get up? Nobody would ever believe him if he said such a thing. Moreover, he had to consider helping the princess consort save some face. Thus, the hidden bodyguard was at loss on what to do. As for Bai Xiangxiu, she was now straightening her clothes while gasping for air. The strenuous exercise had caused her little face to flush red, making her look like she was brimming with energy. She looked at Lin Xianzi crawling on the ground beside her and laughed, "Noble Lady Qian, please get some rest for now. I will go call for help." Bai Xiangxiu immediately mounted her horse and left. Lin Xianzi knew that it wouldn't bode well for her if Bai Xiangxiu went back before she did. She immediately cried out, "Wait a minute." However, the struggle she had put up to try and get out of the beating had drained her of all her energy and she fell onto the ground with a loud thump. It took her a long time before she could climb to her feet again. It was at this moment when a pair of shoes appeared in front of her. They were obviously worn by a man. Startled, she looked up and tears immediately flowed down her cheeks. Yunzhang, it's you. Luo Yunzhang frowned when he saw her current state. Yunzhang, did you come to see me? I was too willful before and left you. But please, help me with something. Kill Bai Xiangxiu and avenge our child. Ha? Wasn't that Duan Yuning's child? When did it become mine again? I never said such a thing. It was you. Me? Do you want me to repeat the conversation you had with Duan Yuning? As a rogue, I've never asked for you to be clean and pure. I'd never blame you if he forced himself onto you by drugging you. But you actually told him that the child was definitely not mine as you only felt disgusted when you were with me. You heard us? Yes. You and Duan Yuning met before his incident. You begged him to take you away, but he didn't, so you said that the child was his, but he still refused to take you away. No. I just didn't want to leave home. I wanted him to bring me home. Life drifting around the Jianghu doesn't suit me. You know that. That is true, which is why I prepared a place to live with you for the rest of my life. Unfortunately. You found a place? I swear to you I didn't know that. Yunzhang, you must believe me. The child is definitely yours and Bai Xiangxiu killed him by dropping him. You must avenge him. How funny. I used to trust you a lot. I treated everything you said as the truth. But I realized that you aren't worthy of my trust when I saw through you. How am I supposed to trust you when you aren't even sure of your feelings? Luo Yunzhang yanked his leg away from her hands and slowly walked past her. Yunzhang. Didn't you come here to take me away? I can leave with you if you help me kill her. Lin Qianzi staggered onto her knees, as though she'd made up her mind. Slap. Out of patience, Luo Yunzhang turned around and slapped her once, making her fall to the ground again. Lin Qianzi, you never cherish what you have, and you keep seeking things beyond your reach. Treat that slap as a wake-up call. I, Luo Yunzhang, am not your pet or here for you to order around. Meeting you here was nothing but a coincidence. I am only passing through. With that, he truly left. He didn't even spare her a second glance as he disappeared among the trees. No. Yunzhang. I do love you. I truly do. Lin Qianzi genuinely had liked Luo Yunzhang once. However, the target of her affection soon shifted to Duan Yuning when Luo Yunzhang began to get rough with her. She'd never imagined that the both of them would leave her in the end. One left her as he no longer trusted her, while the other had only stayed to take advantage of her. She'd never have left Luo Yunzhang if she'd known that Duan Yuning had been such a bastard. At least Luo Yunzhang's feelings for her were genuine. Unfortunately, he had already left her and she couldn't catch up even if she tried. After that, a crowd of people arrived and rushed to her side. A palace maid helped Lin Qianzi up, but soon realized that the noble lady was wet from head to toe. There was even an obvious handprint on her face. Bai Xiangxiu was also taken aback when she saw the print. Who the hell came and beat her up when I was fetching help? Does that person intend to make me a scapegoat? Lin Qianzi broke into tears. She pointed a finger at Bai Xiangxiu and yelled, "You wicked woman! Why did you push me into the water and beat me up? When have I ever offended you? When did I ever hit you? Wasn't it me who pulled you up from the water when you fell in? Noble Lady Qian, why would you falsely accuse me of such a thing? Fine. Then we shall reason in front of the emperor." Sure. Please, go ahead. If you want to kick up a storm then do so. I'm not afraid of a little bit of trouble. After being helped onto her horse, Lin Qianzi followed the crowd and went straight to the emperor. Thump! She dropped to her knees and tears began to drip from her eyes like a spring rain. The emperor was startled for a moment. What's wrong? Didn't you just fall into the water? Why are you injured as well? It was Princess Consort Li. She pushed this concubine into the water and even beat me up. What? Princess Consort Li, is this true? The emperor could feel his heart waver. Lin Qianzi was also a beauty by her own rights, but her hair was now incredibly messy and her clothes disheveled, with mud and dirt sprinkled all over her. There wasn't even an ounce of beauty in her form while she knelt in front of him. She just looked like a total mess. Bai Xiangxiu, on the other hand, looked like the other end of the spectrum. She'd gotten wet as well, but only up to her waist. There was not much change to her appearance as her riding attire wasn't the kind of dress that was wide and loose. In fact, it even highlighted the contours of her body as the water plastered her clothes against her form. Not even a single strand of hair was out of place. Her fringe was a little wet, but it only made her seem more alluring as water slowly dripped down from her hair. It was extremely pleasing to the eye when she knelt in front of the emperor. Long Hong looked calm and composed. Not even one word of complaint came out from his mouth. However, he deeply hated the look on the emperor's face. That man's eye had lingered on by Xiangxiu's body for far too long. It was obvious that he'd begun to conjure up unscrupulous thoughts. Hidden by his sleeves, Long Hong clenched his fists tightly. He'd begun to regret bringing Bai Xiangxiu with him. Unfortunately, she was now princess consortly. She'd have to face such things sooner or later. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, Too many plot holes in the story. Chapter 249, Too many plot holes in the story. Long Hong clenched his fist even harder. Suddenly, the hidden guard following Bai Xiangxiu returned. He stood beside Long Hong with a dazed look still on his face. Long Hong raised his brows quizzically at the hidden guard. He wanted the guard to tell him why Lin Xianzi was beaten up. That guard turned to face Long Hong as his fingers flickered. This gesture meant that a few sentences wouldn't be enough to cover the entire story. Just what happened? How can it be such a long story? Long Hong could only continue watching off on the side. Bai Xiangxiu didn't kneel. She bluntly said, "In response to your majesty, I didn't push her into the water." This commoner's wife can testify for noble Lady Qian. Princess Consort Li must have shoved her into the water. After all, they've never been in good terms with each other. Madam, you actually came up to testify? Bai Xiangxiu immediately broke into laughter when Madam Yu was done talking. What's so funny? Madam Yu shouted. Nothing. I was just incredibly impressed by Madam Yu. I didn't realize you were a clairvoyant. How could you possibly know whether I shoved her into the water or not? You weren't even there. These ladies here can testify that. Bai Xiangxiu pointed at the ladies, who were also very puzzled. Their horses had been spooked, so even though Madame Yu had proposed a search for the two, their startled horses had already run off quite a distance. Someone else had already rescued the noble lady and princess consort by the time they had gotten back. How could they possibly have had the time to gaze at the river when they were so focused on trying to regain control of their horses? Moreover, it was too far to actually see what was going on in the river anyways. But it's true that both of you have never been on good terms. Madame Yu was now twisting words and logic. She decided to give Lin Xianzi a hand because they'd been close friends before she had even married. Unfortunately, a number of rabbits had jumped out of nowhere and startled the horses just when she was just about to arrive at the river. She would have been thrown off her horse and injured if she hadn't known how to ride properly. How could we possibly be on bad terms? At that time, Miss Noble Lady Qian wanted to wash her face by the river and only asked me to accompany her. She could have asked any of you. Why would she ask me to accompany her if we are on bad terms with each other? Why would anyone invite their enemy to accompany them for such a thing? Are they insane? Bai Xiangxiu's temper was now a little different compared to the time she'd first arrived in this world. She used to be someone who kept to herself, but she was now a little more dominant. It couldn't be helped, there was simply too many sly and deceitful people around her. She had no choice but to become stronger. Song Jiaoyue broke into laughter, even though he shouldn't be making any sounds in the crowd. However, the way she was using her hands to emphasize her argument was simply too funny. The crowd soon followed Song Jiaoyue's lead and roared into laughter. Princess Consort Li did make a good argument for herself. Even though the words she'd chosen were a bit vulgar, it was quite obviously due to frustration. Lin Xianzi immediately realized that her plan had gone awfully wrong. It was all Bai Xiangxiu's fault for playing such an illogical card. She gritted her teeth and retorted, "That's not true. I only wished to get to know Princess Consort Li better since she's no longer a concubine. We will definitely meet very regularly in the future. Noble Lady Qian must be thinking too much. You reside in the palace while I am nothing but a commoner. Why would we meet regularly?" There was a bit of a smirk on Bai Xiangxiu's face, which made Lin Xianzi's complexion turn even more ashen. What I'm trying to say is that I was only doing this for the sake of His Majesty. But I never expected that you'd shove me into the river and that you'd even beat me up while I was in the water. Where's the proof? The hidden guard began to complain inwardly. He was the biggest witness. However, his illusions were currently still lying in shattered shards around his feet. Lin Xianzi started to shed tears again. The injuries I've received on my body is the proof. And, also this one on my face. After that, she raised her hand and pointed at the handprint that Luo Yunzheng had left on her face. She'd never imagined that his heartlessness would end up helping her instead. It was such an odd turn of events. Everyone's expressions changed after they saw the handprint on her face, princely as well. The emperor also frowned and coldly remarked, "Princess Consort Li. You were the only person accompanying her at that time. Are you telling me that she slapped herself?" "Maybe. Who's to say that she didn't?" Someone in the crowd snorted, which caused the crowd to roar into laughter again. The emperor remained calm. Deep inside, he genuinely felt that she deserved to be slapped. It was her own fault that her reputation was being destroyed. Minister Lin suddenly came to the fore and dropped to his knees. "Your Majesty, please deliver justice for my daughter. She is now part of the royal family, even though it was this loyal subject's fault for not raising her well. By beating my daughter up, isn't this more than enough proof that the princess consort has no respect for you?" The emperor looked back at Bai Xiangxiu again. For some reason, he genuinely wanted to see how she was going to talk her way out of this. However, all he saw was the frown on her face, which made her seem very pitiful and adorable. She then sneezed violently and replied with a smile after sniffling a little, "There's no way she slapped herself." "Why do you say that?" The emperor was curious. For what reason did she say that it was impossible that she slapped herself? Bai Xiangxiu pointed at her face. If she slapped herself, the thumb point should be facing downwards instead of facing up, but... Everyone secretly praised Bai Xiangxiu for her wit when they realized how much sense she made. But wasn't this also proof that she was the person who slapped the noble lady? Long Hung shook his head. He was curious where she learned all these things, as her brain was genuinely filled with all these weird ideas. Bai Xiangxiu was proud of herself. She might not have read a lot of books, but she had 20 years of accumulated knowledge from watching television shows. It was only logical that she'd remember some of these tropes. This time, she was putting her knowledge from detective films into good use. "Does that mean you were the one who beat her?" The emperor's voice no longer sounded cold. In fact, he seemed a little interested. "This is only proof that someone had slapped noble Lady Qian. It doesn't mean that it was I. Do you have proof?" "Of course." Bai Xiangxiu walked up to Lin Xianzi. "Does anyone know what's the difference between a man's hand and a woman's hand?" Some busybody among the crowd replied, "A man has a bigger hand than a woman, right?" Bai Xiangxiu looked towards him and gently smiled, "Yes. You are correct." She then looked at Lin Xianzi in the eye and placed her hand on the latter's cheek. The handprint on Lin Xianzi's face spanned across half of her face. The emperor's complexion turned green before Bai Xiangxiu even placed her hand on Lin Xianzi's face. How could he not turn green? Lin Xianzi had very obviously been slapped by a man. The handprint was significantly bigger than Bai Xiangxiu's hand. The emperor didn't care that Lin Xianzi was using little schemes to attack Long Hong and his wife. It didn't even matter that her schemes were being revealed. However, a noble lady had been slapped by some other man. This was obviously inappropriate. Moreover, the man who'd slapped her was surely not the emperor himself, as he'd been sitting here the whole time, So, this meant that even the emperor himself was nearly, or had been cucked by some other man. Lin Xianzi received quite a fright as well. She immediately called out for mercy, "No. Your Majesty. It's... What is going on? Who was the man who slapped you?" The emperor slammed the table in a fit of anger. He'd finally admitted defeat in front of Lin Xianzi's apparent lack of wit. He should have personally slapped her. Why would she conjure up a scheme that was so easily exposed by others? Her incompetence had even brought shame to him. Just how stupid must she be to be able to do something like this? Moreover, she'd allowed Bai Xiangxiu to pick her scheme apart in front of everyone. This was unforgivable. The emperor was in no mood to show her any more mercy. She simply brought too much trouble for what she was worth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Let us reminisce about the past. Chapter 250, Let us reminisce about the past. The emperor was also curious about one more thing. Who in the world was the man who dared hit a royal woman? They must not be strangers if he dared to hit her. Then, the logic followed that they must have some sort of relationship. The emperor became even more annoyed after thinking it through. His face slowly grew dark. Minister Lin noticed the signs and immediately started begging for mercy. "Your Majesty, please forgive my daughter for being witless. She must have only wanted to seek revenge as she couldn't forgive Princess Consort Li for her wicked deeds. Please be the bigger person and forgive my daughter for being reckless." "Wait a minute. Minister Lin, that didn't sound right at all, Long Hong quickly interjected. A tinge of a chill enveloped the surrounding air as the edge of his mouth moved upwards to form a smile. What's wrong with my choice of words? Minister Lin was no longer on good terms with Long Hong. He couldn't help but think that things wouldn't have gotten to this point if Long Hong had just married his daughter earlier. To him, Long Hong was just some useless man. Sure, he was good at warfare, but he couldn't even keep an eye on his own woman. Minister Lin's tone of voice was a little unpleasant since his heart was filled with hate and disdain towards Long Hong. The Emperor and Long Hong were the only people who were seated during the trial. The two had very different auras around them, but they were both capable of making breathing difficult. I find two flaws in her story. Firstly, there's no way any ordinary person could sneak into the hunting grounds. It is rather well guarded. If they did, the person who was arranged to beat up Miss Lin must be incredibly powerful. Not even I would be his match in my current state. Tell me, just how many people in the palace could possibly be that strong? Moreover, can a concubine from the royal harem possibly order that sort of person around? If it really is Minister Lin's subordinate, please send him to the front right now. As long as he can defeat me in a fight, I will take it as proof that he is the owner of the handprint on Miss Lin's face. So tell me, Minister Lin, is there really such a person? Minister Lin was nearly dying of anger. Where was he supposed to find someone who could defeat Long Hong? He hadn't dared bring too many martial art experts to the hunt, as he was afraid the emperor might be suspicious. People of the royal family were often very suspicious of others. The other ministers didn't dare to bring too many experts with them either. In fact, Long Hong had only brought 5 of his most loyal personal guards. What they didn't know was that even the servants brought by Long Hong were all experts in their own right. In fact, nobody present could tell. I will be the one to tell everyone about the second flaw. Excuse me, but when have I ever offended noble Lady Qian? Why have I never learned of this fact? Bai Xianxiu's expression was the very picture of being wronged. She gently leaned against Long Hong, and made it seem like she would break into tears or faint at a moment's notice. Bai Xiangxiu. You despicable wretch. Lin Qianzi finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Bai Xiangxiu managed to slither her way out of her meticulously planned trap due to sheer luck. The emperor would surely pin the blame on her when they returned to the palace. If that was the case, why not use this chance to murder Bai Xiangxiu? It'd be revenge anyways. Upon arriving at such a conclusion, she quickly removed a golden hairpin from her head and lunged for Bai Xiangxiu. Vengeance for my child. How would Bai Xiangxiu sit there and just take the fall? She immediately leaped away and ran in circles around Long Hong. Noble Lady Qian must have gone insane. She was the one who dropped her own child, but she's decided to pin the blame on me instead. It was clearly your fault. Don't bend the truth. The emperor had now grown so impatient that even the veins on his face were bulging out. This woman was making him lose an incredible amount of face. He'd clearly told her to never mention what had happened before she entered the palace ever again. Unfortunately, the only assets this stupid wench had were her face and her body. Her brain was definitely in a desperate need of a makeover. Hold her. Don't let her do anything crazy. Finally, a few palace maids ran towards Lin Qianzi to hold her back. Her eyes were red with fury, her expressions distorting her face. This was no longer the same woman who'd been known as an elegant and graceful lady. This was the female lead. She was supposed to be the female lead. Bai Xiangxiu heaved a long sigh, to which Lin Qianzi quickly responded, "Stop with your crocodile tears. Sooner or later, the heavens will punish you for killing my son." Bai Xiangxiu looked at Long Hong like she'd been severely wronged. She was blaming him for not giving her a hand just now. Long Hong blinked a few times. It was better to let her show more of her ugly side. She couldn't possibly have stabbed you anyways. Your Highness. Long Hong coughed. Her voice was too coquettish. It was even a few notes too high. Why don't you help noble Lady Qian solve the uncertainties in her heart, since she is still so adamant that it was my fault? I don't want her to misunderstand anymore. Bai Xiangxiu sounded very gentle. It was so pleasant to the ear that Long Hong couldn't help but squint in pleasure. However, he soon regained his composure and nodded. The princess consort make a good point. Men, bring forth the prisoner. After some time, a man who was tightly trussed up was brought over by the guards on a cart. He was big, muscular, and quite ugly to boot. There were signs of torture all over his body and his legs no longer seemed to function. However, one could easily tell that this was a soldier from the enemy nation from just his clothes alone. In fact, he could quite possibly be a general. He was thrown to the floor in front of the emperor. He threw his head back and began to scream, "Long Hung, you black-hearted bastard! When will you relieve me from this suffering? I no longer wish to live." His voice was a little rough as his mouth had been gagged previously. Nobody knew how long he'd been imprisoned. There was a foul stench emanating from his body, and there were even maggots crawling around the wound on his leg. No wonder he asked for death as soon as he saw Long Hung. He probably found it difficult to kill himself even if he wanted to. Long Hung said, "I don't have much to ask of you. I just want you to tell everyone about what happened to that woman from the beginning to the end, without missing a single detail. That's all? Fine. I will tell you everything." Lin Xianzi slumped into the ground. She clearly knew who this person was. The man began, "I am one of the 3 most trusted Tiger lieutenants of Commander Lu. The first time I saw that woman was probably a few months ago. Commander Lu kidnapped her from the capital city as he suspected that her son was. No. Aahh. Lin Xianzi was afraid that her past would be uncovered in front of a crowd, so she wrestled free from everyone's grasp and tried to stab herself in the neck with the hairpin. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed because Long Hong struck her acupoints from afar. She quickly dropped to the floor, unable to speak, but still able to think. Continue. She's now your emperor's royal concubine, right? The man broke into raucous laughter. The emperor was now covered in cold sweat. He could tell that this man was looking at Lin Xianzi very differently, but he didn't know why. That has nothing to do with you. Continue. Long Hang's brows twitched a little, which caused the man to shiver in fear. Commander Lu suspected that her child was fathered by his little brother, Duan Yunying. However, she immediately changed her tone and said that the child wasn't his when she was brought to the army camp. So, Commander Lu decided to separate mother and child and imprison them separately. It was at this time when the other woman beside you arrived. She was wearing men's clothing and somehow managed to assassinate our strategist. Commander Lu tortured her to learn of her associates, but she didn't yield. Not a word came from her mouth, even though her body was covered with wounds. Long Hong clenched his fist hard. One could easily tell just how angry he was. The other ministers gasped in disbelief as well. They simply couldn't fathom how this delicate-looking lady in a light blue riding dress could possibly bear so much punishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.